Hi there, and welcome to the UVU Review's election night coverage. This is the first time we've ever done this here at the UVU Review. I'm Chad Roderick, joined here by Editor-in-Chief Matthew Dragman. Excuse me.
Dragman.
Dragman, yeah. So this is our first ever live stream covering election night. We'll be going through all night, calling races, pointing out some big races here in the United States, as well as here in our home state of Utah, because that's what we're really focused on here at the UV Review. But national politics is something that's important to everybody here and here in Utah as well. What do you think, Matthew?
I think you've hit it right straight on the nail there. We've got some really cool poll results already coming in. Places like Georgia and Florida have already closed. Throughout the night, we're also going to be showing you county by county basis. We're going to give you some accurate polling data and overall be offering our thoughts. Honestly, this is a very important election here, Chad. Right now, the House is up for grabs. The Senate's up for grabs. It's very possible that the Republicans could actually pull out victories in both the House and the Senate tonight. And it will be quite interesting to see.
Yeah, so it's going to be great. Let's look into polls that have already closed. So Indiana has already closed and Kentucky's closed, as well as just barely at 5 o'clock Mountain Time. Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, most of Florida except for that little panhandle, and Vermont have already closed. So we're going to be kind of taking you into the deep dive into these races, especially Georgia. Georgia's the big race that everybody's focusing on, especially in that Senate race between Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock. What do you think about that race?
It's actually interesting. Let me bring you over to the thing here. Watch this, guys. We got a cool setup going here. Let's just pull you over to the Senate things right now. So we got some poll results coming in already from both Georgia and Florida. We go and zoom into Georgia. Right now, Raphael Warnock is in the lead. However, you got to keep something in mind here. This is only 8%. This is a very preliminary results. You already can start seeing that around places like Atlanta, Georgia. The Democratic vote is very strong there. If we take a look back in 2020, you can see that most of these districts around Atlanta are going to go blue. So if we can start using this basis to start calling different districts here, we can start to see what the pattern is going to be. So right now, we have a few districts that are closing up. We got Fulton County that is currently, this is a big Democratic stronghold. Back in 2020, this was a very controversial county because this is where supposedly that pipe burst, which caused delay in the counting of votes. And currently, what we're looking at is a 75% lead in the Fulton County area, 63% reporting, and that's really huge. Now, keep something in mind here. Georgia is probably not going to be called tonight. Georgia has a law in place that they cannot count ballots until polls have closed. So they have millions of paper ballots that are just sitting there. What you're seeing right now is in-person votes. The in-person votes have come in that quickly. They were counted today. They're already in the system. And so now what we're going to be seeing is poll workers trying to go through all those ballots that are just sitting there in boxes at the polling places. So, Chad, we're in a really interesting situation here. Right now, Georgia is currently leading Warnock in about 200, these are very preliminary. Don't even mind these at the moment because really this is going to be a close race. We're also looking at Florida at the moment, which is also closed, and you're already seeing a lead for the Democrat Demmings, the challenger to Marco Rubio, who's the incumbent. So we're seeing some pretty interesting results here so far, but they're very preliminary. They can't be called. Fox News has already called 3 states for Republicans, and they're pretty much foregone conclusions. We had Indiana, Kentucky, and South Carolina. 3 Republican districts have already been called as well in Kentucky and South Carolina. And so really the night's still young. We still got plenty of time to see what we're going to be wanting to do here. And honestly, we're very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, so here's the thing. When states get called, this is we'll take you into a deep dive into the election process a little bit. How it kind of works is every state has different laws regarding their election results and how they're going to be counted. As Matt, my wonderful co-host, just suggested, Georgia has a law in place where they can't count mail-in ballots or paper ballots until polls have closed. So they're going to be lagging behind a lot of other states. A lot of other states have already counted their mail-in ballots before election night has even started today. So when polls close at 8 o'clock here in the state of Utah, you're going to see results coming in very quickly because that's just kind of how the state of Utah operates. They send in mail-in ballots that are already being counted. So it's going to be a little bit different state by state. And also the biggest thing to look at is how many people have actually been how many votes have actually been counted per county and per state, because you can't really decide a race based off of 5% of the vote in a lot of counties, especially in swing states. If it's something that trends that way, you could maybe call it. But that's kind of how election night coverage is going to work, and that's kind of what we're seeing right now. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back right after that with some more coverage for you in Indiana, Kentucky, Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and Vermont. So we're going to go ahead and take that break. Okay.
States too early to call or too late, too close to call, that is because there's something that came in that was not predicted. You get some, like for example, say for example that Columbus here started to go Republican. That would for sure hold the state as Republican simply because this state usually votes, this county usually votes blue, right? Now these are 2020 election results. CNN hasn't been reporting too much on the governor's race there. However, we do have some governing data coming in from Atlanta or Georgia. Now this is a very contested race here. Stacey Abrams, the challenger, she lost 4 years ago against the current incumbent governor, Governor Kemp. Now at the moment, you'll see we're already getting results in that live. Now you're going to see Abrams is in the lead here. And the reason she's in the lead is because counties like Fulton County, where there's a lot of Democrats stationed there, it's a stronghold, you're going to see a lot of these counties come in with big amounts of votes. Now, the reason the state hasn't been called yet with it, because of when it's that wide, is because there is a lot more votes to count, especially as we were mentioning with Chad, that this state right here, they're counting millions and millions of mail-in votes. It's going to be a long night for Georgia, very long night. In terms of the Senate race, we do have a few races to call on that front. Fox has called Kentucky, Indiana, and I believe South Carolina for the Senate race. Let's just double check that real quick. Now, just keeping clarifying here, there haven't been no gains yet. There have been no gains right now in the Senate. These are states that are already Republican, so there have been no gains yet. So the night's still very young. We don't know who's going to control the Senate by the end of the night. But yes, Indiana, Kentucky, and South Carolina have been called by Fox for the Republican incumbents there. And Vermont has been called for the Democrat incumbent senator there. Now, we had an independent running against him. It's a foregone conclusion there. So the night's still young on that front. Florida is now leaning towards Rubio. More votes are coming in for that. Let's see if we can go and get some more detailed results from CNN over here. Da-da. Here we go. Here's what CNN is saying right now. So we got 50.8% coming in for Rubio, 48.2%. He's leading that race now by 1.2%. It's still pretty young. Remember, most of these counties haven't reported yet. So this race right here is going to be really interesting to look at. Now, this state is already leaning towards Rubio. It was leaning in that during the primaries. This is not a state really we're looking at. Again, the night will be decided by Georgia, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Arizona. So really, you got to be watching these 4 Senate races. These are going to be very close. When Utah polls close around 8 o'clock, we're going to be watching this race very closely. Now, this is one of the very bizarre races here in Utah, or in the country, because there's no Democrat. It's McMullen. McMullen's an independent. He's not running with any other party. So he used to be conservative, which means he has a chance in a ruby-red state like Utah. So those poll results will start coming in around 8 o'clock, and we'll be here to cover them for you. So we've got a lot of stuff covering tonight. It's going to be very interesting, and we look forward to seeing it later. Perfect.
Welcome back to the UVU Reviews live coverage. Now, I want to talk a little bit about New Hampshire, because New Hampshire is a really hotly contested Senate race right now. You got your incumbent, Maggie Hassan, running against Republican Donald Bolduc. Interesting news coming out of New Hampshire right now. With almost 2% reporting, Maggie Hassan's up 62% to 35% for Bolduc. Now, again, it's early voting, but it is interesting to see how this race is going to develop throughout the night, because this has been a race that in polls before today has drawn pretty close to even. There are some polls that are saying Maggie Hassan is going to come in at about +2, +4% of the vote, depending on your poll. But then there are other polls saying that this race is dead even, so they don't know who's going to decide it. It's super close. So depending on what poll you're watching, you kind of want to see what results these are going to be, because Republicans are looking to take the Senate in New Hampshire, and Democrats are looking to obviously hold on to it with Hassan. So it's definitely a hotly contested race, especially because the Senate race is so close. So if you're Democrats, you're looking to get every seat you can. If you're Republicans, you're looking to get every seat you can. So an even race is going to be one of the closest races you can go to. So that's kind of what we're looking at here on the New Hampshire front. We're gonna go over to Matthew to see what he has to say about the race.
No, Chad, it's very, very, very interesting right now in the state of New Hampshire. Now, New Hampshire has been leaning towards, like you were saying, towards the incumbent. Now, what will be interesting to see in this night, but here's the thing. New Hampshire is also having a governor's race, and it's firmly Republican. And most of the poll results that are going on there at the governor's race. So right now, in the Senate race that we're looking at here, we got about 0% reporting. There's literally only 26, according to CNN at least, 26 votes inside the Republican. If we go to Fox News, they might have some more. In terms of, let's see if we can go jump to that. Okay, here we go. So we got some more poll results coming in from Fox over here. Currently, it's leaning Democrat on that front. What will be interesting to see, because if we go back to 2020, the presidential election, this is the spread you have here for New Hampshire, right? This is a very large spread when the other incumbent senator there was running. And it was almost it's double-digit lead here. So what will be interesting to see tonight is how the governor's race there will be impacting the current Senate race. Now, there are not many instances where voters are going to be splitting their ballot. They might be splitting their ballots for this race. People voting for the incumbent Democrat and then voting for the incumbent governor, who's a Republican, and a Democratic senator for New Hampshire. So, Chad, we got some cool stuff going over here. I mean, honestly, I don't know. Honestly, I'm very excited to see what happens throughout the night.
Yeah, so in New Hampshire, this is going to be one of the biggest races. I mean, because as Matt was alluding to, typically, I think part of politics is they are more partisan than some people make them out to be. So if you're going to vote in your state and you have a gubernatorial race and a senator's race, you're probably going to, if you vote Democrat in your governor's race, you're going to probably vote Democrat in your senator's race, and vice versa. Or Republican, the same thing goes. There's not going to be a lot of people who are going to say vote for a Democrat for governor and then vote for a Republican as a senator. So that's kind of how you can do the track those kind of races. So in New Hampshire, it's an interesting one because New Hampshire is a very split state. They've got a lot of very strong people voting for their governor in a Republican majority, but in some of their House races, they're very, very strong Democrat. In Senate races in the past, and in gubernatorial races in the past, they've gone either way. So New Hampshire is the biggest state, in my opinion. Of you're going to see a lot more split ballots. Your gubernatorial race isn't going to necessarily determine what your Senate race is, and vice versa. In a state like our home state of Utah, it's going to be more um, maybe not with an independent this year actually, but in maybe a place like Arizona where you got those things going on. If you're going to vote for a Democrat, you're probably going to vote in both races. If you're going to vote for a Republican, you're probably going to vote for them in both races. So that's kind of interesting to look at. If we look at it right now, Hassan's leading by about 5,000 votes, 61% with 2.67% of the vote. If we go back quickly into Georgia, Raphael Warnock is leading 67 or excuse me 61%. We just changed it to 36% as we've got about 10% of voting reported right now for Georgia. Herschel Walker trails by about 120,000 votes to Raphael Warnock. But another thing is that just depends on what county reports theirs first per state. Because if states have constantly polled in favor of Democrats and they come in first, then obviously your Democrats going to get out to a large lead. Same thing in other states. Like Fox News and CNN and other places have called some of these races, which is probably going to be fairly accurate. But what we have to understand is if it's only 10% of the vote coming in, one person might be called and they're going to right now be winning by 30, 40 points. But by the time the election's over and enough polls get counted, it might only be 15, 20 points in those landslide areas. So in a race that's this even, that's going to take forever to count in New Hampshire and Georgia. If we look quickly, if we go to Vermont, which has also come in, Vermont in their Senate race has already been called, which is insane with only 0.22% of of voting being reported. They've already called it for Welch, the Democrat candidate, which is crazy. I mean, but that's just kind of how polling works, right? So one state has already had a very favorable candidate that they're going to elect in polls, and so people are like, hey, we can call this with 0.22% of the ballot. But that's crazy to me. You got a 30-point advantage for Welch going on right now. So that's interesting. As far as Fox News is concerned, you've got +3 Senate seats for Republicans, and you've got +1 called in favor of Democrats. You're looking at Indiana, Kentucky, and South Carolina called in favor of Republicans, and Vermont called in favor of Democrats. So that means you're looking at a total seats right now of 37 for Democrats, 32 for Republicans. We're going to get a comment right here going from a commenter. We got from Jordan Law. What about voting for a libertarian? There's a libertarian running for Mike Lee's seat. James Hansen is a pretty cool guy. Just saying, meeting James Hansen was pretty cool. The Libertarian Party's goal should be in 2024 to get on the debate stage. That should be their goal. I don't disagree with that, Jordan. I think that what your goal should be as a political party is to get on that debate stage. And I'm actually personally like, I like to see and hear from as many politicians as I can in races, and so James Hansen not being in a lot of those debates, I feel like is um, a little upsetting, a little bit disappointing in this Senate race because this is such a high profile Senate race. I think it would be good for the Libertarian Party. Um, but yeah, I mean, James Hansen, I uh, I know of James Hansen. I haven't met James Hansen. I've met Evan McMullen. I've met Mike Lee. I'd love to meet James Hansen. So that's going to be an interesting one here looking at Utah when we've got a race between a Republican, a independent, and then we've got a third libertarian coming in. So that's going to be interesting. So that's going to be something that we're going to be talking about at 8 o'clock. And I really appreciate the comment, Jordan. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to break real quick. We're going to shuffle some stuff around and we'll be back. So stay tuned for more election coverage. Awesome, guys. Welcome back to the UVU Review live election coverage. I'm Chad Roderick here. If you noticed, I went from our other set over to this one because we are a student newspaper. We are covering student things, and my co-host Matthew Jackman had class. So have fun in class, Matthew. So I'm going to take over here and over on the set. So this will be really fun for you. We're going to take a look. This is another fun thing. Florida right now. So Florida is going in Marco Rubio's favor now, as you see that. Something that's interesting to me, Miami-Dade County, where the city of Miami is polling 53% in favor of Rubio. That's not that shocking in the state of Florida, but it is interesting because, as we kind of know, larger cities tend to have tend to lean more left in their voting, lean more Democrat, lean more blue, whereas rural places tend to lean more red. So this is an interesting county to look at right here, just because of the fact that it's such an urban population. But we look at the whole of Florida. I mean, this is kind of crazy. You're looking at Tampa leaning slightly blue, Orlando leaning very blue, but then up here in the north, Jacksonville's leaning red. And so that's something interesting to take a look at. Whereas Tallahassee over here, good old Florida State Seminoles, leading blue. As you can see right here, if we look at the Panhandle, polls haven't actually closed in the Panhandle yet. They kind of run along a similar line to Alabama. So they'll be closing in the next hour or so. So you won't see the results out of Pensacola and Walton, Okaloosa, or any of these counties. So that's going to be interesting to take a look at, and it's going to be interesting to see. If we take a look over here at North Carolina, polls are starting to close in North Carolina. This is another really interesting race because with 33% of the vote, Beasley is leading by, what's that? 19% here in the great state of North Carolina. Now, but when you look at the polling, a lot of rural votes haven't come in. And if you know from what I was saying, what a lot of people know, rural places skew red, they skew Republican. So you're looking at Asheville, Durham, Raleigh, Fayetteville, Charlotte, these big urban areas are mostly the ones that have kind of reported most of their votes. If you look at Wake County is 54% of their vote in, where Raleigh is, and Durham County is 67% of the way through. So you're going to see these vote first. The reason I bring this up is because North Carolina is another one of these states where the polling was fairly even. You had some polls saying Bud was up +2, +3%. Beasley was up in a few polls. Some polls said it was even. So this is going to be another really interesting one to see, what stuff is going to go through. So that's kind of what we're looking like in North Carolina. I'm going to take you guys back, but we're going to go back to our main setup here, and we'll kind of talk about some things. Okay, so we're back here in the main setup. We're going to take a look at some projections and things like that outside of the map there. If you look at the polls coming in right now, we're currently at 5:41 Mountain Time. If we look at what's coming your way at 6 o'clock, we got so many polls closing between 6 and 6:30. You have polls in Pennsylvania, polls in Oklahoma, most of Texas, Alabama, Michigan, Tennessee, Maryland, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Maine. You got like 15 states here closing at 6:30 or between 6 and 6:30. Pennsylvania is going to be another really close race between John Fetterman and Mehmet Oz. That one's another one that everybody's been talking about. It's kind of an interesting one over there in Pennsylvania. If we look at some races going on right now, it's going to be interesting here. Let's look at some gubernatorial results because we've been focusing on the Senate. So if we look at gubernatorial results here, we'll take a look here at New Hampshire. New Hampshire, pretty close right now with 5% of the vote coming in. The incumbent, Sununu, the Republican, is currently down by 2 points to Sherman in the state of New Hampshire. And then if we look at the state of if I can get there. If we look at Vermont hasn't closed in their gubernatorial race yet. If we look at Georgia, Abrams is currently leading by 11 points with 14% reporting over Kemp, the incumbent. That's another interesting one. Here's the thing: Georgia's a big state, and we've only got about 550, 600,000 votes reported in, 14% of the vote. So that's kind of just how polling works. That's why we're covering it for you guys, because you never really know who's going to actually snatch that race, especially in a state like Georgia that's so close. If we look at the gubernatorial race in Florida, this one's another interesting one. Ron DeSantis, the incumbent, is currently leading by about 12 points with 63% of the vote already in the gubernatorial race. For that gubernatorial race, that's very, very likely from what the polling was showing. So there's not much difference there from what we saw from early polls. Charlie Crist at about 43% of the vote right now, the Democrat challenger. But it's gonna be interesting because you know uh, people are looking towards 2024 as well. A lot of people are wondering who's going to be that Republican nominee, and it looks like the top two people are usually going to be Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis. So to look at what Ron DeSantis is doing within his own state is going to kind of be a reflection when we get into the Republican primary in the next 2 years. So that's going to be an interesting race. So far, DeSantis leading by 12 points in the state of Florida. Let's take a look. We're going to go back to our map here, and we're going to kind of show you another coverage of some gubernatorial races going on. So as we get back here to the map on gubernatorial races, we're going to see what's going on here. Not many have been called yet. Looks like in the gubernatorial race in Ohio, Whaley is currently leading DeWine in Ohio by about 29,000 votes, about 15%, but that's only with 4% voting. If we took a look at Florida, here you can kind of see the counties breakdown in the state of Florida. Such an interesting thing, because with swing states, we were talking about earlier about how some people aren't really going to split their ballots, so they're going to vote for Republicans in both Senate and governor races, as well as House races, or Democrats as well. Florida is going to be interesting because that's a swing state, and we were looking at Tampa and Orlando in the Senate race. We're skewing blue, but in this gubernatorial race, they're skewing red. So that kind of shows to DeSantis' favorability in that race. If we look at Georgia here, Abrams is currently leading, kind of in the places you'd expect to lead based on past results. Atlanta, Augusta, Savannah hasn't really been polled yet, but in Atlanta and Augusta, she's winning right now with about 20% of the vote coming in. And then let's take a look again at New Hampshire. You got Sununu now only 4% of the vote coming in, but currently losing by 1,000 votes, which is about, in a lower populous state like New Hampshire, that's going to look like that's about 6-7 points. So that's kind of what we're looking like in gubernatorial races. Let's take a look at the House races going on right now according to CNN. If we take a second, House races run along the same lines as Senate and gubernatorial races as far as who people are voting for. Are they voting for people who belong to their party? Are they splitting their votes? This is going to be interesting. If we look in these districts in Florida, we're looking at a few different districts going on right now. A lot coming in. They've called quite a few. They project Franklin to win. The House District 18, Buchanan winning in 16. 15 is going to be a little bit closer. There's so many House votes, so this is going to be a little bit of an interesting one to project. If we take a look here, Virginia, which has been, they're electing mostly representatives right now. Virginia polls have closed, and This is an interesting one. If we take a look here, Whitman, the incumbent in House District 1, uh, has been called the winner. In House District 2, that's what's labeled by CNN as well as us and a lot of other media outlets as a key race. You've got Kiggins versus Luria. Luria is the incumbent and the Democrat in this case. Kiggins currently leading with 25% of the vote by about 17%. So that's quite a bit with that amount of the vote. When you've got 1/4 of voting coming in, that's a lot to be leading by 17%. Another key race, let's take a look here. District 7, Spanberger, the incumbent, currently losing to Vega right now in this House poll. Pre-election polls kind of had this swinging the same way with 38%, leading by 21% of the vote. That's crazy, 21 points. And then in House District 10 here in Virginia, you've got Cow versus Wexton. This one was a key race because Wexton was actually expected to lead in this one by about +2, +3, depending on the poll you were looking at before this election. However, Cow, with 22% of the vote, is currently leading by about 9%. So we're going to kind of keep a look at this Virginia House race because this is going to be a key one. Cow over Wexton, or Wexton over Cow because she's projected to win it. But from what we're seeing right now, it looks like Cow's kind of taken that with 22% of the vote so far. Let's look at District 13 in Florida. Luna versus Lynn. This is another key race. No one is the incumbent in this race. They're both looking to take the spot. Luna, the Republican, Lynn, the Democrat. 88% of the vote right now, 7% of the vote in Luna's favor. And then finally, let's take a look at House District 15 in the state of Florida. That's going to be Lee versus Cohn, another one with no incumbent. You're looking at two people running against each other with no incumbent, trying to get the spot. Republican Lee leading with 73% of the vote by 16%. This is a key race. This was polled closer than 16% in favor of Lee. So Cohn down 16 with 73% of the vote. So that's going to be an interesting one out of the state of Florida for the House. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with a little bit more election coverage as we prepare for the polls to close at 6 o'clock here Mountain Time for some other states, and then we're really going to get in the heat of election time, and let's see if we can keep up with it. So we'll take a break and we'll be right back.
Hello, I'm Nathan Natividad. I'm here with the UVU review and recent student here at UVU. And right now we're actually going over the House seats. And so specifically, we're looking at North Carolina at the moment. It appears about half and half at the moment. It appears to be one of those swing states in which the Durham Raleigh area is solidly in the blue at the moment, 10+%, whereas Fayetteville, kind of southern North Carolina, is more red. And then towards the more western side, you've got kind of mixed as well. Around Charlotte, you've got pretty solidly 10% plus blue. Whereas in Winston-Salem, you're around 5-10%, and Asheville about 0 to 5%. Um, and all of those kind of swing somewhere between red and blue, just slightly there, not particularly one way or the other just yet. Um, it's definitely going to be one of those interesting states to watch, so we'll keep an eye on that. As for that, let's turn some time. Well, actually, we'll the split there is actually kind of interesting because you have districts 1, 2, 4, 11, 12, 13, and 14 so far going more towards the Democrats, whereas districts 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more red at the moment. And so, with all of this, it still appears to be more of anyone's game, leaning more towards the blue at the moment. Um, but it's definitely going to be one to keep looking out for. Meanwhile, just a little bit south, we've got Columbia, which also seems to be split. You've actually got Greenville right now in District 4, which doesn't have any votes yet, which is kind of surprising. So nothing's really been counted for them. Whereas in Districts 1 and 6, they're pretty solidly in the blue with 10% plus. And Districts 2 and 3, more in the red, 10% plus, whereas 5 and 7 are a little more soft red, 0 to 5% in those. And again, that's definitely one of more of those swing states you're going to want to look out for. According to House, I know Chad was just talking about Florida in regards to Senate races, I believe. And it appears that they follow roughly the same pattern in regards to their House races, with a good majority pretty solidly in the red, 5 plus 10 plus percent, with some of the more populated areas being more blue, such as Orlando, Miami. Those ones tend to be solidly blue, although Orlando looks like more towards, well, Orlando, it looks like the more northern part of that area is more solidly blue, while the southern part tends to be a little more soft blue. So that's going to be something to look out for as well. Let's see. So it's also just going to be fascinating as time zones definitely make a huge difference here. Then you've got other states kind of more west inward. You've got Kentucky, which is pretty solidly in the red, almost all of it having voted Republican so far, save for Louisville, which is about 10% plus Democrat. And so that's not too surprising. That area tends to be pretty red from Indiana and just that area, Indiana, Ohio. Although Ohio also tends to be a bit more of a swing state, and so we're seeing a little bit more of a spread, though a little bit of it seems to be more towards the Republicans at the moment, save for some of the more northern areas, including Toledo, Akron, and some of the southwestern edges of it, with Columbus and Cincinnati, leaning more towards the Democratic areas. As for that, We'll actually turn some time over to Chad so he can go into a little more depth here.
So this is kind of what we're looking at right now. Looks like Davis is leading by 20 points in District 1 over Smith. And it looks like
Right here.
that's what that's going to be like in House District 1, which is a key district. In House District 13 in North Carolina, you've got Nickel over Hines. Nickel or Nickel, sorry, representative or upcoming representative, is leading by about 15 points, with about 59% of the votes. And these are key districts as far as the House goes. You look at polls polling closer than a lot of other places. So as of right now, they're a little bit spread out. They're a little bit farther out. Let's take a look here as it's 6:10 p.m. and polls are going to start coming in other states as well. Let's take a look at a place like Virginia, which is going to have some key races. District 2 in Virginia, Kiggins, the Republican candidate, currently beating out Luria, the incumbent, with about 45% of the vote. Still a little bit too close to call, still a little bit too early, but that one's going in that way of Kiggins. If we look here in the 7th district, this one's gotten a little bit closer now, with 74% of the vote. You got Vega up by about 9% here in the 7th district. You got about 15,000 votes ahead. Still, I mean, in a place like Virginia, still a little bit too close to call. However, that one's going in Vega's way. And then in House District 10, Wexton, with the voting we covered this a little bit before, Wexton overtakes Cal. Wexton, the Democrat incumbent, Cal, the challenger, the Republican, with about 65% of the vote. Wexton shoots up 6,000 votes ahead. So now Wexton's leading by 5 points. So this is probably going to be one of the closest races in the state of Virginia as far as the House goes. Cal, Wexton being roughly similar in that race. So let's take a look now over at, looks like we're having some technical issues going on right now. So what we're going to do right now is we can kind of see a little bit of midterm elections going on right now. As far as Fox News is concerned, they've called Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, and Alabama, as well as breaking news, they've called Florida in the Senate race in favor of Republicans, and as well as a couple of House races right now there too. Also in favor of Democrats, they've called Vermont and Maryland in the Senate. So what we're going to do is we're going to come back. We're going to fix some of these technical difficulties. We're going to come back and we're going to go right back into election coverage. Welcome back. I'm Chad Roderick, joined here by Nathan Natividad. We've got some breaking news here for Senate races. In your Senate race in Oklahoma, Oklahoma's a little bit of an interesting state this year. They've got their Senate race and then their Senate special election. Interesting is the fact that both races have been called already by CNN. Fox News, pretty much consensus, we're going to call them as well. Lankford winning in the normal Senate race, and then Mullen uh, is projected called to win in the Senate special election.
Yeah, it's actually really fascinating because polls should have just closed for Oklahoma and around that area. So to see them already be calling races for Oklahoma is actually really interesting. Um, Meanwhile, going back more north, it seems that they're calling Ohio actually in favor of blue, I think, in favor of the Democrats for Senate races.
Yeah, interesting. They're calling it right now with 26% of the vote on CNN
Hmm.
in favor of Tim Ryan over JD Vance. That's going to be an interesting one because from pre election polls, I had a
Hmm.
lot of them saying that they were even or um, maybe in favor of Vance. Obviously, it's not quite projected, it's not quite called
Hmm.
yet, but from the votes we've got going on here, we've got Ryan up 15. But again, this is the funny thing. I mean, when you look at the map, you've got Toledo, Cleveland,
Hmm.
Cincinnati, Columbus, the big
Yeah,
cities
it's
called
the
first.
big hitters there that are really making the difference because you've got most of it actually, in terms of districts, seem to be voting more for the Republicans, but where it's more densely populated, like you said, Columbus, Cincinnati, Toledo, Akron, those areas, they all tend to be very leaning, very Democratic in their votes. So it just makes it really interesting because in that's where that call is kind of coming from.
Yeah, yeah. Let's take a look down as we go almost to southeast. You can go into Florida. That one's been called in favor of Marco Rubio in the state of Florida. Marco Rubio currently leading now by 14 points with 79% of the vote. That's one of those ones that you can definitely call. You can say
Yeah,
there's with only 21% of the vote coming out. I don't think that Demings really has a chance to make up that 14% difference.
it's yeah, it's definitely something to look forward to, I guess. I mean, it's definitely just it seems to be pretty solid here. Though once again, looking at some of the more densely populated areas, you've got Orlando, uh, pretty solidly in the blue actually, with more than 10% of that district voting for the Democratic nominee, and that's kind of what's kept Demings uh, up in the polls so far. Um, but even then, according to the House, the district just below it too, or just below Orlando, is voting blue in terms of House. But in Senate races, it's actually pretty soft red right now, about 0 to 5% of the polls showing for the Republican Rubio.
Yeah, so Rubio is going to take Florida. He was the incumbent coming in. Pretty favorable, has always been kind of very favorable in the state of Florida. So that
Hmm.
one, not much of a shocker. Let's take a look here at Pennsylvania early coming in. Only 7% of the vote. Um, in most big places, you got Philadelphia, Pittsburgh coming in. They've got CNN's got John Fetterman coming in with 307 votes, 307,000 votes in the head of Oz. Uh,
Hmm.
Again, this is an interesting thing. Pennsylvania just opened up. So
Yeah.
you're obviously going to see these wide margins when you're first opening up, especially in a race as close as this one.
Yeah, and so this is definitely one to be looking out for between Fetterman and Oz because it's just been one that's been really contentious for the past few weeks with the debates and such that they've been having, and it's been swinging wildly even in the polls between Oz and Fetterman this entire time. So, like Chad said here, at the moment it's pretty heavily in favor of Fetterman, but we'll see what happens with Oz because no, not many votes have come in for most districts actually, It's just that the ones that have so far have voted pretty solidly in the blue.
Yeah, and then something you gotta look out for is mail-in balloting has been going on for actually a couple weeks in the actually almost a month, right, in the state of Pennsylvania. It's been going on
Yeah, yeah,
for
just about.
quite a long time. So, and mail-in ballots are counted before actual election day in most
Hmm.
states, including Pennsylvania. So what you're seeing is a lot of these mail-in ballots that came in, some of them even before Oz and Fetterman had their debate. So you're gonna
That's
see
right.
ones that have already come in before they're not down to the wire.
Hmm.
So when you start seeing polls closing, as far as we start seeing votes counted as far as in-person voting, and
Hmm.
then in some of these more rural places, you're going to see Oz start picking up that gap because of mail-in ballots being so long in the state of Pennsylvania. So that
Hmm.
means you're obviously going to see those get counted first, and then you're going to maybe see Oz starting to make up ground. Will he make up enough ground to take the seat? We'll see about that. But right
Hmm.
now, it's going to be quite favorable in the case of John Fetterman.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at Kansas too. Moran, the incumbent, leading Holland right now. Only 1% of the vote coming in as Kansas's polls have just closed.
Hmm.
Moran up 38 points in the state of Kansas with just about 1%. Moran being the incumbent.
Yep. And we're kind of in the same position right now, as in the votes have just started to be counted. And so, as Chad said, votes are very wildly skewed at the beginning. And so most of the votes that have come in so far for the few districts that have begun to count or have been begun to record those counts at least have been solidly for Moran. We'll see what happens though in regards to Holland's votes because we have most of the state still that hasn't had their votes counted, and so with that we might see a rise in Holland's votes pretty quickly, but it's still kind of left up in the air.
Yeah, it's left up in the air. Let's take a jump over to gubernatorial races as we see some races starting to unfold here. Let's take a look. If you look at places like, let's take a look back at polls that have already been going on for a long time. So we're going to call Florida for Ron DeSantis right now with 79% of the vote. He's currently leading by 17 points. I think that's
Hmm.
a pretty favorable margin, and that was one that people were expecting coming into the race.
Yeah, he seemed to be pretty popular amongst Republicans as of recently. So it shouldn't come as too much of a surprise that Florida would be voting on his behalf.
Yeah, and so that one's kind of a no-brainer, honestly.
Hmm.
Let's take a look at Ohio. Ohio's a little bit closer. Only 27% of the vote coming in Ohio. However, CNN has gone ahead and called Ohio in favor of the incumbent Republican DeWine in favor of DeWine over Whaley.
Yeah, and so that seems pretty solid at this point. You've only got about 4 or 5, maybe 6 districts that haven't been able to count their their votes completely at this point, but it seems pretty solid. Most districts are still in the red. Um, However, some of the more populated areas are still pretty blue. And so it could swing very wildly depending on what these other districts decide. Although I'd assume it would stay pretty solidly in the red with the percentages at the moment, with DeWine leading 53.9 to Whaley, who's at 46 solid.
Yeah, so DeWine probably going to take that race. That one's closer though, so you
Hmm.
might see some shift, but it's likely that it's going to go in the favor of DeWine. If we look at New Hampshire, which we talked about earlier in the program, Sununu, the incumbent, has overtaken Sherman in the state of New Hampshire. Again, very, very close still. I mean, only 13% of the votes counted, and New Hampshire's been open for quite a while. So
Hmm.
so they're a little bit slow on their gubernatorial ballots here in the state of New Hampshire.
Which is fine. We'll just have to see might just take a little bit longer for us to be able to report it a little more accurately.
And Sununu was pretty much in favor as far as pre-election polls were saying, but that's going to be another one to
Yeah.
keep
And
in
I
mind.
mean, as of right now, Sununu still seems to be in the lead, about 51 to 47%. So it's still a bit of a lead, but it could very easily shift in favor of Sherman. So that's one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, as well as a lot of gubernatorial races. I mean, we've called Florida, we've called Ohio, we've called those two, but then gubernatorial races still in the very early on stages, especially in these more western states. So those are going to be ones to go back to. Let's take a look at the House now. And we jump to the House. CNN right now is calling. Let's see what we got here. They're saying that Republicans have picked up 3 seats in the House. They've got Republicans with 61 seats, Democrats with 30 so far.
It seems to be a massing lead for Republicans because if I remember correctly, it was just what was it? It was like 23 to 20 last we checked. So it seems to be rising pretty quickly here.
One county that we're going to keep, or one district, House district, we're going to keep a close look at is going to be the 34th district of Texas. Votes haven't actually come in that district yet, but that one's going to be a key race. If we look at some other races in Texas, you've got the 15th district, which is right next to the 37th district. You have De La Cruz versus Vallejo, excuse me, sorry. De La Cruz now winning with about, this is early with 14% of the vote, but about, wow, 48%.
Wow, that's a huge margin. And then what's interesting is the district just west of the 15th district, 28th district, is actually pretty solidly the other way with Cellular. I'm sorry if I butchered that, probably did.
Keeler.
Keeler.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Congressman, Congressman or Congresswoman. We're not really familiar with Texas politics. Anyway,
Sorry.
But they're leading Garcia.
Yeah, they're leading Garcia almost about 14-ish%, I want to say here. And so it's Keeler, 57.6 to Garcia's 42.4%. And so just the contrast there is what is going to make watching the 34th district of Texas so interesting because you've got this wild variance between even neighboring districts.
Yeah, if we take a jump now, we're going to go from Texas to Ohio in the House race. Right now, you've got Landsman in District 1 of Ohio beating out Chabot, who's the incumbent right now. Only 33%, not quite beat out yet, but Landsman's leading by about 21%, which is, or 11%, excuse me. No, I was right with 21. Sorry, 21% over the incumbent. So that's going to be an interesting one that might turn in the state of Ohio in the first district. That district known for most of the Cincinnati metropolitan area.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be one to look out for. Although it's pretty solidly in favor of the Democrats at the moment, with Landsman leading about 20% compared to Chabot.
Yeah, and then we're going to take a look at District 9 in Ohio, which is another one we're labeling a key race. Capture, the incumbent, is currently leading Majewski by quite a large margin, 37%, with 31% of the vote coming in. This was one that people were polling a little bit closer than that, so that's going to be an interesting one in this district. With 31% of the vote and losing by 38%, that's going to be a very hard one to end up winning. So this one is probably going to stay in favor of the incumbent.
We'll definitely have to see though, because like you said, the polls weren't they more in favor of Majewski in the polling, or
in a little bit of you had some. It was a close race, but there were a few polls in favor of Majewski. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we'll see what happens there. Definitely one to keep an eye on though. At the moment, like Chad said, it's definitely kind of more in the lead for Capture.
And then if we go into Georgia, into the House races, let's go to the 6th district of Georgia right now, another key race we've talked about. McCormick currently leading Christian. McCormick, the Republican candidate, Christian, the Democrat, 18% or 28% of estimated votes so far, and McCormick leading by 13%.
That's actually, yeah, that's gonna be one to watch out for because of how close it is. Um, just in terms of polling already, Georgia has already kind of proven to be a little more unpredictable here in this election, and so both it, regardless of the race, whether it's for governor, House, Senate, you name it, it's definitely gonna be kind of up in the air for Georgia.
Yeah, that one's going to be a one that we're going to keep our eyes on. Right now at 6:30, we've got polls closing here in quite a few states. Some have been closed for a little bit, but we've got polls closing in a lot. We've got Maine now closing, Michigan, Missouri's been closed for a while, Illinois is closing. So these are states that we're going to end up keeping an eye on here. If we look early into Illinois, in a few polls, you've got District 14, the 14th district of Illinois, Underwood, the incumbent, currently leading Grider by about 11%, with only 2% of the voters. Polls have just closed, but that one's going to be one to keep an eye on. And then when you're looking at Maine, you're going to look at District 2 in Maine. Poliquin is currently beating Golden, the incumbent, by about 14% so far. But again, that one is also just closed 2% of the race. What we're gonna do right now is we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll come back to you with more coverage. So stick around to watch some more coverage from us here at the UVU Review.
All right. Hello, this is Nathan Natividad. Welcome back to reporting live on the 2022 elections for House, Senate, and Governor, so the gubernatorial elections. Right now, we want to take a look at the House as things are starting to open up more towards the west, and we start getting votes in towards the more western states. We want to take a look first here at Kansas. So we're going to be bouncing back and forth between me and Matt here. And so first with Kansas, it seems to be largely voting mostly for the red at the moment, though it also appears to be one of those that could be anyone's game for the most part. So what do you think, Matt?
Well, thank you, Nathan. Yeah, honestly, we got some really cool stuff right here. I mean, Kansas, this was sort of a foregone conclusion. Every single one of these districts here, right, were basically safe in any ways. You got Man here in the first Kansas district. I mean, this was already going to be a big thing right now. They're leading by nearly 19 points, 20 points. You go to the fourth district right here, foregone conclusion again. You got an incumbent race here. It's really, I mean, most of the races were going ahead in Kansas were pretty safe just to start out with. Here again, now here's one thing. Right now, in the 14th district here in Kansas 2, we have the incumbent trailing Schmidt by about, I want to say about 30, 25 points right now. So this right here might be an upset. So we go, but to keep in mind, back in the other district, we only got about 15% reporting. It hasn't been called yet, but we're still waiting on it. Now, Kansas City. This is a district that's really near Kansas City. The same with the other district. The incumbent here is leading by nearly 20 points. So honestly, most of these races are going to be foregone conclusions in Kansas. And so, Nate, I don't know. I mean, Kansas is Kansas, you know.
It's Kansas, that's for sure. Can't mess with you on that one.
Absolutely.
So we're gonna take it down a little bit. We're gonna head down to Texas. For the most part, Texas is pretty solidly Republican, as has been their forte for dozens of years now. What's fascinating though is these votes roll in, it really only seems that maybe two or three districts have been voting blue for the most part. Those being actually more than two or three. That's my bad, but oh, Matt, I think, wants to say something. So,
Nathan, you bring up a good point though, and the interesting thing is, I mean, we keep going into this idea of the constant districts, the safe districts. Now, Texas actually has a couple districts that are key here, and that's these districts right down here. So we got now. What's really interesting is the Hispanic vote is playing a really big part in these districts here. It's very close to the Mexican border. You have a lot of immigration going on here. So some of these districts are actually very interesting, leaning Republican at the moment. So there's two incumbents here now. How are there two incumbents in the district? Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you. All these lines here in Texas have been redrawn. Since the 2020 census, all these districts got redrawn. These are new districts. This is the first election House districts that we're seeing that have been using the 2020 census data. So we go back to those key races. You have two incumbents running in this district here. And right now, Flores is leading in this race. Now, it's only 3% reporting. We're probably not going to know for a while who is going to pull out in 34th district, right? You go over here to the other district here. This is a brand new district. There's no incumbent running in there. It's really up for grabs. De La Cruz, they've been in the media for a lot of time. You got Vallejo here. Currently, right now, they're 11,000 votes ahead with just 14% of the votes ready. This is a key race right here. Republicans can pick this seat up. They're already on their way. 3 seats have already been picked up by Republicans in the House of Representatives. The Republicans only need 5 seats to pick up 5 seats overall to win control of the House. So we're still watching a lot of these races over here. We go to Keller over here, incumbent in here. They're leading still at about 30% of the voting. Nathan, like I said, this is some exciting stuff over here.
yeah, it's definitely really exciting. Um, kind of down in that southern part of Texas, like you were saying, it's just kind of so wild. And what's really interesting is definitely to see kind of what's going on with with District 34, especially with the districts so close to it. 15 and 28 being so wildly different in the way they're voting. And then on top of that, you've got the kind of more rural area, which has started to vote more, and we've started to get those votes in, and it's slowly leaning more Republican in District 23. What are your thoughts on that specifically?
Honestly, it's so very interesting. The one thing I do want to point to though as well is that a lot of these districts here that we're looking at, if we just take this off real quick, all the things I've seen and have called for the different elections over here. I want to point just quickly, if I could, to some of the flipped seats, particularly in Florida. Right now, these are the flipped seats in Florida near Jacksonville, a district right outside Orlando, both Republican. These were the three districts that we were talking about here earlier. Um, Now, what you'll notice is this district up near Jacksonville wasn't a key race. This was flipped, right? Now, you'll notice the district right now, it's 83% reporting, nearly 57,000 votes ahead. This is a very interesting development here. If we go back to a past presidential election, you can see what that area is sort of voting in. If we go just to 2020, you'll notice Jacksonville is a very liberal area, right? Now, Biden won this district by about 4 points in the last election. So to see it flip this time around, you're seeing elections in this area that don't traditionally happen. So we got some interesting races going on over here. And you were mentioning which state again? Sorry.
I was still actually back in Texas, but that is actually something really interesting that you point out. And it seems that the Orlando area has kind of been flip-flopping back and forth between blue and red pretty consistently. Because I remember talking about the house just a couple minutes ago, actually. The kind of Orlando portion in District 10 was actually leaning pretty red just a couple minutes ago, and has suddenly flopped down towards the blue and pretty solidly in the blue, with Frost leading Wimbish about 58 to 39.
And what you're bringing up with Orlando is sort of interesting. So what we got right here is the past election results in Orlando. This is from 2020. Orlando, Biden won by nearly 30 some odd points here. And you go down to Escalona County, just below it, nearly a 20-point lead there. Now, if we go to what's going on here currently, now remember, these are House districts. House districts, keep that in mind. You'll notice these same leads are not that big, right? Right now, this one, Frost is already projected to win the House District in 10. This wasn't a big surprise. This wasn't a pickup for anybody, but still, this was the only one in the county that takes up Orlando mainly, downtown Orlando. Still, 70% reporting, nearly only about an 8-point lead. That's interesting. It's a very interesting development in Florida. Florida has consistently started to go more red leaning in the last few years. It's why Marco Rubio has already been called in the Senate race there. Republicans have already called him there. Fox News has already called him. Pretty accurate, right? Fox News has already called Marco Rubio to win in Florida. So it's interesting. It's a very interesting race. And honestly, Florida is slowly but surely becoming more of a less competitive state.
Yeah, and what's really fascinating is I think a lot of that actually has to do with the popularity of current Governor Ron DeSantis too. Simply because that is the election for Florida that I don't think anyone's really all that surprised about. It seems to be pretty much called on behalf of DeSantis so far, with 58 to 40% in favor of DeSantis. So with his popularity, I don't think it's any surprise that a lot of the rest of the people around that area are also going to be voting on behalf of people with similar views. Another interesting state, though, that will be interesting to watch as the votes start rolling in, I don't think any have come yet, will also be New York. As New York, their polls have actually been crazy and insanely close. As we've talked a little bit about these safe zones, for the most part, New York has voted pretty democratic, but according to recent polls, it's actually fairly split between the Democrats and Republicans, even in New York.
Yeah, the New York race is really interesting too. If we go back to the governor's race back in 2020, if we actually go to the president's race in 2020, you can see what counties are really strong Republican, which ones aren't. If we go to the current results coming out from the governor's race there, you'll see some pretty interesting results. I mean, the Republican governor challenger there was creeping in some of those polling results, and now we're just waiting to see what we can see there. So New York, honestly, those urban areas are we're going to really going to be keen in winning that state if it does still remain blue. If you take a look here, very strong strongholds down here at the end of the state near New York City, the metropolitan areas there. Really, the Republican strongholds in the state go farther out this way. You got Palmyra over this direction. You got Rochester, Buffalo, Albany. These are all liberal strongholds when the rural areas are more conservative. And so it will be interesting to see when the New York polls close, what actually turns out there.
Yeah, and it's New York City, I think specifically, which we're gonna have to keep an eye on because that's where a lot of those polls have been super close, which is fascinating because, like you said, it's been pretty safely Democratic for quite a while.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you take a look at the counties near New York City, Brooklyn County was won by Biden by nearly, I mean, freaking 60 some odd points here. If you go near the Manhattan County, freaking even bigger margins there. I mean, it's very, very big margins here. So we'll have to keep watching that once the polls close in New York. You know, if I can, let's see if we can actually get some senatorial updates here. So currently, honestly, what we need to be keeping watch here is down here in Georgia. Now, Georgia is currently still leaning blue. If we could just go to the set right here, this is what we're looking at right now. You'll notice these districts right here are leaning blue. They're leaning strong blue, right? You can see Warnock here. Now remember, not all these districts have been called yet. Not all of them are there yet. If we keep looking at here, 73%. Now, here's the thing. None of this is going to matter if no one reaches 50%. Warnock right now is at 49.6% of the vote with just 53% reporting. Now, that's significant. Oliver, the Libertarian candidate here. Now, there's a lot of people out there who are it's very touchy subject when it comes to spoiler candidates. Oliver is being considered by both the Republicans and the Democrats to be a spoiler candidate in this election. However, Georgia's unique. It will go into a runoff if no one reaches 50% outright. So, if Oliver keeps enough votes from the majority of the state, this Senate election will go into a runoff, which means Warnock and Walker will have to face off again, or as Walker would say, a overtime, as it were. But anyways, you look at the different distributions right here. If you go back to 2020, you can see how the Senate election, or the presidential election sort of was divided. If you go into the Senate race here with Warnock, right, in the special election that was back then, you can see that it was divided pretty evenly among the different urban areas. So just around Atlanta, Augusta, Chad, we were talking a little bit about Athens earlier, Columbus, Savannah, and you can sort of see a similar pattern right now with those different things. The interesting thing to point out, though, is that some of these rural areas that went Republican in 2020 are actually going blue or leaning blue at the moment right now. And if you take a look at the governor's race, it's even closer. So we go over here to the governor's race. You'll see now Stacey Abrams, she's running again against the incumbent to governor there, Kemp. Now Kemp is leading at the moment in Georgia. Now that's significant. Why? Warnock is leading Walker. Kemp is leading Abrams. That suggests that a lot of people have split their ballots. People have voted for Kemp, but have not voted for Abrams, and have not voted for Walker significantly. So the quicker this goes out throughout the night, the more significant that's going to be. Because if people have split their ballots between voting for Kemp and then voting for Warnock, that's going to be significant because it means people have been splitting their ballots.
Yeah, and I think what's even more significant about that is exactly where those ballots seem to be split. Because if you actually take a look at the map, a lot of the more populated areas are kind of what's the deciding factor there. Because in the Senate races, some of those areas were definitely leaning a little more blue, whereas some of in the governor race, a lot of those more populated areas have more red on them. And so it's just fascinating to watch that, and that's something to definitely look out for.
Yeah, so good to be with you guys again. I'm Chad Roderick back along here beside Nathan, along with Matt. You know, my take on this too is when you look at the Senate race, in Georgia. As of right now, Warnock is 88,000 votes ahead of Walker. So we're talking extremely close Senate race. Now, just updates on CNN, 2,000 votes ahead. So in favor of Walker actually now. So this one is just going to be going
Yeah,
left
it's
and
gonna be neck and neck for the entire thing, it looks like. So it's definitely one to look out for, and it's probably the swingiest of the swing states we've seen so far.
now that it's 7:01 p.m., you're going to see polls closing in Colorado, Wyoming, Arizona, New Mexico, Nebraska, Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, Louisiana, and like we were talking about, New York,
Hmm.
as well as parts of both of the Dakotas. But it's interesting now we're going to see states closer to us here in Utah, some pretty key ones. New York, as we've been talking about, we're going to finally see what results are like there in
Hmm.
that state. It's going to be quite interesting. What's your take on it, Matthew?
Quite frankly, it's going to be interesting too. So with those polls closing in New York, we're going to start seeing now something to keep in mind here. I thought was interesting was that Senator Schumer, is actually running for re-election again in New York. So if we go ahead and take a look at that real quick on the Senate race, you'll see Schumer. CNN's already projected, even without any numbers in, that Schumer's going to win in the race there. It's pretty certain that he is going to win again. However, if we go and take a look at the governor's race there, that's still uncertain because of what we've been seeing with those poll results. And it's a key race now identified by CNN, Fox News, all these different people. So really, the places you're going to be wanting to watch out for is just how we were mentioning down here in New York. If New York starts to lean towards the Republican challenger, then these counties right here will be very significant. People coming out to vote against the Democratic candidate and then splitting their ballots. It'll be very interesting to see.
Yeah, for sure, Matt. We're going to take a look here too in Senate races. We're going to look at races that have already been called. Obviously, Rubio in Florida, Britt in Alabama, the Republican candidate, Scott in South Carolina, and then Arkansas hasn't been called yet, but is going in the favor of Boozman, the incumbent Republican, as well.
Walker is taking the lead by about 9,000 votes. A big chunk of ballots have come in from the southern part of the state. If you take a look at the previous election results in Georgia, you'll notice that this is a big Republican stronghold right here. What's interesting too is if you take a look at the urban areas too, keep in mind this probably won't last the night. Right here, these are some very strong Democratic counties. If you take a look just back from 2020, right? What will be interesting to see is how these races right here will play out. Now, what's really interesting too is to take a look at this county. All right, Fayette County. Fayette County is probably the more conservative leaning county near Atlanta, Georgia. You could see back in 2020, Fayette County, Lothier, the incumbent senator there who lost to Warnock, he won the county by nearly 7 points. Now, if you take a look right now, Warnock is currently leading the county with 66% reporting. It's not done yet. There's still plenty of votes to count, but he's still leading with a good 3% there. So it'll be interesting to see there. The more votes that keep coming in from Fayette County and different counties and across Georgia, we'll start to see that. But Walker now has taken the lead in Georgia in the Senate race here. Honestly, it's looking very interesting. The one thing I want to point out, though, is that in Pennsylvania, 10% of the ballots have been counted in Pennsylvania. Something to keep in mind as well. In-person votes will be counted first, simply because they were there. They're already doing that. The mail-in ballots are going to take a long time to recover there. So the fact that the Democrat is already leading in the state from big urban areas doesn't mean too much just yet. If they were already reporting fully, that would be a different story. So we just got to keep watching this.
Yeah. I mean, as at the moment, though, it does seem like Fetterman is almost going to run away at the moment with it, simply by how much he's leading. He's leading about by 300,000, 250,000 votes, it looks like. And so that could quickly change depending on what happens with these kind of uncounted districts.
Yeah, but what we're looking at too here is I mean, that one is still way too early to call even close. But ones that are getting really close here, we're looking at Ohio and we're looking at North Carolina in both of their Senate races. We're looking at
Mhm.
We're looking at Ohio. Tim Ryan currently leads J.D. Vance by about 2.5, 3 points, with 41% of the votes. So we're almost halfway there. But then if we look at an even closer one here in North Carolina, 67% of votes have been estimated to be reported in. Bud leads Beasley. This just changed. Bud is leading Beasley by about 5,000 votes
Which,
in North Carolina, which is very close.
yeah, that is very close indeed. And even then, though, it seems like I'm actually not sure exactly where it could go because of just how close this lead is. Like you said, it's only about maybe 7,000 votes difference. And so it seems mostly, though, as as it seems to be in most of these more blue states, that it's these populated areas that are really just kind of pushing it over towards the edge in favor of these Democratic candidates.
Let's take a look at here at the gubernatorial race in Ohio as well to kind of go along with it. In Ohio, the gubernatorial race we talked about a little bit more uh, has already been projected to for DeWine to win. So he's been the one called to win in Ohio. So maybe that's gonna maybe a lot of the people who are voting for DeWine also voted for J.D. Vance. We'll have to take a look there. We're kind of going to see how that develops in
Mm-hmm.
the state of Ohio. Can't really project that in North Carolina as their gubernatorial race isn't going on right now.
Yeah. And I mean, what's actually fascinating about that too is that also kind of suggests the same thing that Matt was talking about earlier about that split ballot, where some people are voting for the Democrat in House and the Republican for governor. So that's just something really interesting to look out for. It seems to be that there's going to be a lot of that this election, which is not something that's super common, but it's something to look out for. So.
Yeah, we'll toss it over to you, Matt.
You know, it's interesting what you're saying there. Now, what is the reason behind those split ballots? Let's take a look real quick. So right now, that governor's race we're looking at, DeWine's already been called to project to win. Nearly 300,000 votes ahead with just 41% leading. We could take a look over here at the Senate race. We go down to there, see what the Senate race is looking like. Right now, Tim Ryan, who ran for president back in 2020, didn't do too well in that front, but now is now the Senate candidate in Ohio. Right now, just keep in mind though, this race is still very close. It's only about 3 points, right? Now, that does suggest though that there were some split ballots. Now, arguably, some people, moderate Republicans, some independents, are still skeptical about many different people's opinions on the 2020 race. Many people are splitting their ballots due to many things with J.D. Vance. Wow, he famously said that there might be problems with the election. Some people consider him an election denier. There are different things that are encompassed in that. Those kind of issues turn independents off. So that's what you're seeing a lot of those split ballots doing. You're not really going to see Republicans splitting their ballot. You're not going to really see Democrats splitting their ballot. It's really those independents in the center that are going to be deciding a lot of these races. You can see that now as well in Georgia. You go down to Georgia and just take a look what now. See, Warnock's gone ahead, taking the lead again. More of these ballots have come in from the centers: Augusta, Columbus, Atlanta, Savannah. Now he's leading by a good 5 points or so. He's about 100,000 votes ahead. Again, and now he's also taken the lead with 51%. If he maintains that lead, he's currently 61% reporting. If he maintains that lead, he will win the state outright. There will be no runoff. But just to remember, just to bring that all full circle, Walker has denied election results in 2020. And you'll see that with the governor's race that's going on there as well. You have a lot of independents that are splitting their ballots between Kemp, people who are fed up with the economy, want someone in there who will treat to their economic needs, but they don't want to have people who are, which have been seen to be the three most important issues to voters this coming election: the economy, democracy, and foreign policy. I think the third one was foreign policy. I'm not too sure, but the first two were the economy and the democracy. So you're seeing this race fall out. Kemp still has a comfortable lead with about 80,000 votes, still at 62% reporting. But this right here suggests that there are a lot of independents who are splitting their ballots.
And so that's interesting. I mean, when we look at states like Georgia, when we look at states like Ohio, those states that generally tend to swing in certain ways, who they're voting for year to year. election to election, I want to take a look a little bit at the gubernatorial race in Texas because Texas is an interesting one. Um, Considered a key race here by CNN. Polls, some argue that, some don't. Some have incumbent Governor Abbott at +10, +12, but other ones have it closer, more in the +5 area. Um, when you look at it, Governor Abbott currently leading by about 6 points in the state of Texas. That's compared to about 20 minutes ago when there was about 10% of the poll. Beto O'Rourke actually winning another person that ran for presidential office in 2020.
Hmm.
He was is has poll it, the polls have been interesting on this one because it's considered a key race, but depending on the poll you're looking at depends on whether the average person considers it a key race in Texas. Obviously, Texas very known for being a largely Republican state, has very rarely ever swung Democrat in a lot of these races. So Abbott is gonna lead by most polls, but Beto has an outside chance.
Yeah, it's like you said, it's an outside chance, but there's still a chance because that gap seems to be closing. Like you said, it's only about 6-8% difference right now, when just 10 minutes ago it was about 10% difference. And even that 2-3% can be huge in terms of seeing what happens.
Yeah, crawling across the line. Let's take a look back at you, Matthew.
It's interesting everything you're saying about Texas. Now, right now, CNN is marking this as a key race, but it should be kept in mind that Fox has already called this race for Greg Abbott. Many people are saying, I mean, Democrats keep saying that this is a race that's going to be very close, going to be very competitive. Um, Many conservative pollsters are saying that's just not the case. However, Democrats do believe that eventually Texas will become more competitive due to changing demographics. However, we haven't seen that this race. Hispanic populations have actually been voting more conservative in this race than we've seen before. We've seen that back in 2020 in Florida when the state flipped to Donald Trump. And so we're still sort of trying to sort of gauge what that was going to be like. I want to turn your attention just quick to the House race there because it seems as though one of the races we were just talking about has flipped to a different direction. This district right down here, House 34, key race here, Gonzalez has taken the lead in this race by about 1,500 votes in that race. So we're still seeing it. Now, currently, Republicans still hold 3 different seats that they have flipped. 3 different gains compared to what they had. So we're still looking at all these different races, still looking at all those different things. Texas is going to be a very interesting state to look at in the next couple years. People don't exactly know if it will go conservative, if it will stay conservative, if it will start being more competitive. The numbers just aren't there yet, so we just have to keep watching all these races and these different races just so we can sort of see that.
Yeah, and speaking of that district specifically, it's just been going back and forth so much, it's actually hard to tell about who's going to win. Like you said, right now, at the moment, it's Gonzalez leading about 49 to 47%, but that could very well switch again just in a couple of minutes. And so, Chad, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean that's just kind of how Texas is going to roll here in those key districts, and that's honestly key races are labeled key races because there's a chance that either person could win. So you're going to see a lot of these races until you get 100% of polls coming in some of these places. You're not going to know. It's going to be that 2000 election thing. It's going to be
that neck and neck.
it's going to be that Bush Gore thing going on where it's like,
mhm.
oh man, this person won by 500 votes in this district. So that's just kind of how it works. I want to take a look. Colorado, polls have closed in Colorado now. There's a key race in Colorado. You're looking at House District 7 in Colorado, that kind of central Colorado spot that's just outside of Denver and Colorado Springs to the west. This one's been labeled a key race with 53% of the votes already in after polls have just closed. They've got Peterson leading Adland by about 22%, which is very interesting. Polls have just closed in Colorado and are already over 50% in that district.
Yeah, it kind of makes me wonder if it's kind of safe to call for Peterson in District 7 at the moment because of how high he's leading. Whereas what's fascinating is just around him, Fort Collins, Grand Junction districts are swinging also just as wildly as some of these other places. With District 3, which is the Colorado Springs district, or is it?
No, District 3 is going to be the Grand Junction district.
That's right. So District 3 being the Grand Junction district, Boebert is 54%. It's about 8% difference right now between Boebert and
Frisch. Yeah.
Frisch in favor of Boebert, who is the Republican candidate.
Yeah, and I just want to give a quick shout out here, real quick, before you go back to Matthew. Hi, Mom. Hi, stepdad Scotty. They live in Grand Junction, so since we're talking about, I wanted to say hi to them. Okay, we'll switch back to Matthew.
Love family. Family's great, right? I will say that the reason this race hasn't been called yet is because if you take a look at the composition of the district, so this is the new line. Remember, all these lines have been redrawn. These the first time these districts have been ran in. First time being tested out. There's cases of gerrymandering across the country. So this is the first time that we're seeing this district as it is. The reason most stations have not called this race yet, if you take a look at Colorado over here, Fox News hasn't called the district just yet. If you take a look back in the 2020 presidential race, these are the districts right here that district calls up in. Now, currently that race is polling about 61%. The reason most pollsters haven't called it yet are these counties right here that it encompasses, counties that Trump won by nearly double-digit points. So the fact that it is leaning blue is quite shocking, but at the moment they're not ready to call it just yet, simply because these counties are voted so heavily towards Donald Trump in 2020.
Yeah, that's another interesting thing in a lot of these states that have redrawn their district lines as far as the House race goes. One interesting thing that just catches my eye when we're talking about key races is going to be in Michigan, and that's going to be in House District 7 in the state of Michigan. Slotkin, the incumbent, is currently down to Barrett, the Republican candidate, with 19% of the vote. Slotkin's currently down by almost 20%, about 19%, 19 points in House District 7 in Michigan, which is your Lansing area where the capital is. That one's going to be interesting because that could be, as far as what we're seeing, that could be another race that perhaps Republicans could flip in the House.
Yeah, and it's definitely one to watch for right now. Like Chad was saying, Barrett is leading in this one, but the estimated votes in right now is only about 19-20%. And so as more come in, it could very well become in favor of Slotkin. And so it's just one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and as you look just north in the Bay City 8th district where Bay City is, 7%. Jung, the Republican candidate, is currently leading Kildee by 15%, which is quite a bit, but only 7% of voting. Kildee, obviously the incumbent. So Michigan could be, obviously these are key races, but as of right now is looking favorable for Republicans. But we're just going to have to wait to see for those races to get a little bit farther there. Matt, there anything else you want to point out for us?
Absolutely. To bring it back to your conversation about the governor's race in New York, we do have some numbers coming in now for the governor's race. Hochul is currently leading by about 60 some odd points, about 265,000 votes. But remember, that's only about 10% reporting there, so we're still very far out. I want to point your attention to these counties here in that southern part of that. And remember, most people of New York live right here, right in this little metropolitan area here. You'll notice the composition of the districts there. Here in Long Island, if you take a look at this real quick, you zoom in right through here. These counties have not come in yet, but we're seeing a very similar composition. If we take a look at Brooklyn right now, you'll notice that she's currently leading about 60 some odd points there, 23% reporting. If you go back and look at New York, Brooklyn County there, now that is a very similar composition to 100%. So at the moment, we're not seeing terrible gains for the Republican challenger.
To some degree, I mean, in Nassau County, just the neighboring county here, we've started to get some votes coming in, and right now, Zeldin is actually leading. At the moment, very, very few votes have come in, but Zeldin is leading Hochul just a little bit. And so it's going to be interesting to see, although it seems pretty safe at the moment to say that Hochul is probably going to win out in New York City specifically.
It's interesting though that when you point out Nassau, just remember, we're back in 2020. Biden did win this district by about 10 points, about 80,000, about 70,000 votes or so. If we go back to let's see what it is right now. Remember, we're only reporting about a few hundred votes here, and these are in-person votes that we're counting at the moment. So Republicans are more likely to go vote in person as opposed to the mail-in ballots. And right now, we're leading in that district by about the same margin. However, 990 votes versus 365,000 votes back in 2020. It's still very early to call there.
Well, this is
Yeah.
going to be interesting. When we look people might think that this is New Jersey based on how the map looks, but that's Staten Island, so that's in New York County right there to that west right there, and that in the 2020 election polled in favor of Trump right there to the west of New York City, and right now with about 49% of the vote, that one is still going in favor of Republicans in the gubernatorial race, and Lee Zeldin currently leading by about 29% in the county of Richmond and in Staten Island. So that one's going to be another interesting one to look out for. A little bit of an update in the Georgia gubernatorial race. Kemp leading Abrams by about 3.5%, about 101,000 votes with 65% reporting. We're going to keep you updated on that one. If we look at another close race, this one's actually great that has just been confirmed by CNN in New Hampshire, the gubernatorial race favoring Sununu with only 28% of the vote, but Sununu leads by about 7%, and CNN went ahead based on their polling data said that they were going to call it in favor of Sununu.
And that's a very interesting race there. Fox News has done the same thing with the gubernatorial race there. You can see right now Sununu's leading by about a lot of votes, just reporting 17%, which does beg the question, what is the major difference between that governor and the senator there? And so you're going to see a lot of these independent voters who are in New Hampshire splitting their ballots. So they're going for the incumbent Republican governor and splitting their ballot for the incumbent Senator Hansen. It's truly an interesting sort of phenomena. If you go to the current reporting for the Senate race there, though, it's actually rather close. At 30% reporting almost, you have about 17 points behind Bolduc with the incumbent senator there, Hansen. And so you're going to see this composition right through here. All the different major urban areas. You can see Concord's coming in. You can see back in 2020, the same sort of composition was made up. So it's going to be interesting to see how New Hampshire pulls out. If we go back out through here, we can take a look at the current state of the race in the Senate races. If we take a look at Georgia, Warnock is still leading there in about 3 or 4 points with about 65% of the vote in. You're going to see, at this point in the race, you're going to see drops of ballots come in. You're going to see big reports of coming ballots as all these counties are really just rushing through, trying to make sure they count all the ballots. However, it might be conceivable that this race might not go into a runoff. However, it's still very likely. The one thing I also want to point out too is that in Ohio, Ryan has dipped down below Vance about a percentage point. Not even that. Vance is currently leading by 11,000 votes. So now we're seeing that gubernatorial race really play out in Ohio. So we're currently seeing all this different stuff right here. If you go take a look back in 2020, you can see the different compositions of these counties here. This major urban areas, you can still see here, Cleveland, Toledo, Columbus, Cincinnati, and you can sort of see the same composition here with one notable exception. You can see this area here of Ohio, these counties right here are conservative strongholds, yet in this race, you can see Youngstown is starting to go very blue. Now remember, these are just 33% reporting, so that's very likely to change. So we'll just have to keep watching it there.
Yeah, another change in Senate voting, or another update we have for y'all, is in South Dakota. According to CNN, they've already called South Dakota in favor of the incumbent Thune or Thune.
Maybe Tune.
Tune. I'm
gonna
so
go with
sorry.
Tune.
Yeah, so that one's only about 3% of the race.
Hmm.
They're doing similarly in South Dakota what they did in the state of Kansas, where Moran actually got called the winner in Kansas when he was down votes. However, they believe it so much in favor to be for these people, for these Republican governors, that they've already gone ahead and called it for them.
Hmm.
South Dakota is a huge margin right now with very little percentage of the vote, and Moran's actually leading as well too. Um, so yeah, so that's kind of what we're gonna call say there. North Carolina's Senate race is going to be interesting, uh, as we've got as we've got Bud still leading Beasley in North Carolina with about 72% of the vote.
Just about, yeah. So that 72%, there's still a small chance that Beasley could probably pull ahead though, because the percentage total of this 72 that's in so far is like 50 to 47.9. And so with that 3 point difference, it could very much go in favor of Beasley as more votes come in, though it's not quite solid to say who's going to win it just yet.
And finally, we'll take one more look at Pennsylvania here. Fetterman currently leading by about 23% of the vote with about 60%. Now, again, there's only been 17% of the vote here in Pennsylvania. Only
Hmm.
about 900,000 have voted here in the state of Pennsylvania. And as we're seeing, Mehmet Oz, the Republican, is gaining. He went from about 18% to about 37%. So
Yeah,
so you're
and
going to see
so
Oz gaining in that race.
that's been one that a lot of people have been very interested in because both Oz and Fetterman have kind of been controversial figures in both of their parties, and so as this election goes further and further in, it's really kind of up in the air. Especially as Oz begins to lead, it might have seemed initially like Fetterman was going to run away with it with when we were at 2-3% of the votes in, but as we get further in, as Chad said, Oz seems to be gaining.
And it's very interesting to see that whole Pennsylvania race going on right now. As you can see right now, this is the race back in 2020 with the presidential election. You can see how the counties have been distributed there. Just remember these strong Democrat strongholds around Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, Allentown. Allentown less so than Pittsburgh. And if we go to the current race here, you can sort of see an interesting composition. These are counties that are still very early to call. So right now there's only 7% of the votes in. I think it's very likely that these counties here will start to lean red very soon because right now Pennsylvania is another one of those states that have been waiting to count their ballots. So at the moment, most of these counties right now are just barely starting to. What you're seeing right now is the in-person voting. All those ballots have already been counted. They're sent in. Now they're getting to the mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots, we love them. They take a long time to count, and they always seem to make the election that much longer. So we're currently looking at that. Pittsburgh still very strongly blue, but as you were saying, and we just saw it just now, it's updated again. Oz is gaining on Fetterman. That's why this vote is so crucial because this race is not going to be super far past. It's going to be very, very close. So we just got to keep watching it. We got to keep moving through it. And honestly, it'll be interesting to see how it turns out throughout the night. But yeah, it's a very interesting race so far.
Absolutely. And so just another place to be looking at looks like we might be getting some more news in regards to New York still. Um, Unsurprisingly, it's still leaning more blue. Most of the districts coming in have been definitely leaning more towards Schumer than Pinion in regards to the Senate race. And so as that happens, we'll definitely have to stay updated. But what is more fascinating about New York, as we've kind of been following along with, is the governor race. And so here in New York, um, according to CNN, it appears that Hochul is ahead about 37, 38 points, 38%. And at the moment, only 16% of the votes are estimated to be in. And so as those come up, it's possible Zeldin could come up as we've seen with Pennsylvania between Oz and Fetterman. But here it's definitely going to be, I think, a little bit closer.
Yeah, Kathy Hochul, I mean, obviously, she was projected at like about 8 to 10% before coming into this race. But the thing about that people were noticing is as polls came closer and closer to election day, Kathy Hochul kept losing percentages in the polls. So people are saying this is a key race now because Lee Zeldin, who once had a very outside chance of going into this race, is now um, gaining in some aspects and in the polls, and so we'll see how that goes into results. Matt.
Yeah, it's very interesting too. I mean, we take a look at New York right now. This is what the counties were looking like back in 2020. Just take a look right through here. You can see very strong conservative strongholds throughout the state. And now we're also starting to see those votes come in. So we were talking originally about this county right here in Nassau. Now you're starting to see that gap being bridged. The votes still haven't changed there. We can start to see all the votes started coming in from Brooklyn, from New Manhattan. But you're starting to see these votes start to fill in the rural areas out in New York. You can start to see these areas out here near Syracuse, Albany, out near Rochester. You can start to see these rural counties where conservatives are very strong start to fill in. That's how you're going to see Zeldin, and see if it's already changed again. Zeldin will also be catching up very quickly. So it's something we'll need to be watching throughout the night.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Matt. What we're going to do is we're going to go take a quick 5 minute break and then we'll come back to our election coverage. So thank you for tuning in to the UVU Reviews election night coverage. We're so grateful for you to be here, and stay tuned. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the UVU Review's live election coverage here on election night. I'm Chad Roderick here with Nathan Natividad, and we got Matthew over on our other set running our live map. He does
It's
a
going to be so fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. So fantastic. We've got some great stuff for you coming out to your direction.
he does a great job running our map. We really are super big fans of our editor in chief. But let's get into.
Y'all just trying to make me blush.
That's definitely it, but I'm not gonna say that. Oh wait.
It's already live. I got you on camera. I got footage of you. All right.
So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna get right back into the coverage. Let's look at polls that have recently closed in Wisconsin. Wisconsin closed about 40 minutes ago. We're gonna take a look at their Senate race. 18% of the vote has come through so far. It's known as a key race. The incumbent Johnson, who's the Republican candidate, currently down by 15 points in the state of Wisconsin.
Although
which-
it does seem like it could swing pretty easily, because right now only about 18% of the votes are still have been counted so far, and so as we've actually seen in some of these districts, that's enough to help it swing back in favor of Johnson or keep Barnes in the lead.
Yeah, so Barnes currently leading in Wisconsin. They're just a good one to point out. And then we're going to send it over to Matthew to see his thoughts on Wisconsin.
Oh, absolutely, Chad. We got some cool stuff coming out of Wisconsin right now. I want to bring your attention just quickly what it looked like in 2020. You got folks in Green Bay. This state went for Biden in the 2020 election. Many different districts that Trump won, like up here in the northern part of Wisconsin, flipped, which is why Biden won the state back in 2020. If you take a look now at the current polling data, you can see those rural counties are already going through. We're just zooming right through here. West Isle is going red, West Eau Claire, all these different places. You take a look at this thing. Remember, 50% voting. These are counties that Trump won back in 2020. And so we just go back to the regular Wisconsin map. A lot of those votes that are making Barnes lead right now are back in Milwaukee, the liberal stronghold of the state. Now remember, Johnson is the incumbent in this race. If Johnson wins Wisconsin, then Republicans are going to have to pick up not one but two Senate seats in order to take a majority. Now remember, Republicans are already at a disadvantage in the Senate race, okay? At this point in time, since the Democrats control the White House, Kamala Harris is a tie-breaking vote. Democrats only have to get to 50 seats in order to gain a majority. Republicans have to get to 51. So, if this state gets lost, Republicans are going to have to pick it up somewhere else, whether it's Nevada, whether it's in Pennsylvania, Georgia, or Ohio. All these places, not Ohio, because Ohio's, we have to, the Republicans are going to have to make sure that they pick up somewhere else. But if Wisconsin flips back to red, then we'll have to see it at the time.
And speaking of Wisconsin, it's also another one of those split ballot states, which there seems to be so many of them in this specific election. Because if you actually go over to the gubernatorial election, you've actually got it in favor of Evers. Just a couple of minutes ago, I believe it was actually in favor of Michaels, though. So again, it's one of those neck and neck races that we're going to be seeing kind of across some of these different states that have traditionally been quite quite stable one way or the other. Although we also have been seeing some extremely close races in our traditionally swing states as well.
Yeah, in the House race in Wisconsin, for example, you have a key race in the 3rd district. Van Orden going off against Pfaff. This one is another race with no incumbent. Here in the 3rd district, Van Orden currently leads by about 5% in the state of Wisconsin. That's only with 5% polling, though. So these are interesting places. In the other districts in Wisconsin, most of your incumbents are actually leading. You've got Gallagher leading in District 8, Tiffany leading in District 7, both Republicans themselves. Pocan, who's the incumbent in the Madison district, in the 2nd district, Democrat incumbent leading. So most of these races in Wisconsin are pretty heavily leaning the ways of the incumbent, except for that race in District 3. And then we can look down into Iowa. Iowa is a interesting state right now because, as we're seeing, it's kind of interesting with about 50% of the vote in District 3 of Iowa. Axon leads in favor of none. Axon, the incumbent, the Democrat candidate. This is a key race, as labeled by a lot of different platforms. And Iowa, one of those places that was polling very even in House races, but right now we're seeing a lot of different results than what people were maybe thinking. As in House District 1, Bohannon, with 18% of the vote, is leading by 40, well, 30 points in favor of Miller Meeks, who's actually the incumbent. So these are not swinging currently how pre-election polls were saying that they were going to go. So what's your opinion on that, Matthew?
You know, it's a very interesting race out in Iowa right now. Here's what Iowa looked like back in 2020 when the incumbent Ernest was running there. And I know that's not the movie star, it's just Ernest. But anyways, Ernest, the incumbent senator here, they've been running through there. The county's right through there. Look at all through the different sides. You can see the main counties right through here: Des Moines, Cedar Rapids, Davenport. These are all counties that are Democratic strongholds. If we go ahead and take a look at what the current turnout is, you can sort of see the same thing. Some of these counties up here in the north that are already swinging blue, you'll notice that those are just barely coming in. Well, actually, this one here is actually sort of interesting. 30% already reporting. Grassley is trailing by about 20 points almost. That's actually rather interesting. It might change throughout the night, but it'll be interesting to see if Grassley can pull something out here. Now remember, Grassley is one of the longest serving Republican senators in Congress, and is currently if Republicans were to take back the Senate, will be the Senate pro tempt. So if we were to look back at this again, if he doesn't pull out something here, that'd be a major upset. A major upset. Many people weren't thinking Iowa would be in play. Now just keep in mind though that this is still pretty early. We got 22% of the vote coming in here. So we're going to have to see if Franklin can actually pull something out here in Iowa, or if Grassley will just retain the state.
Yeah, Grassley being, I believe, just turned 89 this year, running for his eighth
Term?
term in the House. Thank you. And,
6 years of term, right?
yeah, and
He's
this
been running for a long
he's
time.
been running since I think 1980 was the first time he was like elected in to the Senate. It is interesting though, when you look at demographics, you look at opinions on politicians, him losing right now by 19%, obviously we're still early on, but we've had a lot of talk of age in our past current elections in the presidential debate and debates like this. And so I wonder if people are looking at Grassley and they're saying, independents especially looking at him and saying, I don't know if this guy should be in this job anymore because he's so much older. Maybe that could explain why he's trailing so early on here.
Yeah, and age has been a huge thing. And so, like you said, Grassley is kind of older, so it's possible that maybe in other parts of in other states that perhaps Republican or Democratic nominees might actually be lagging behind simply because of this age issue, which has been made really apparent and has really shifted the way we talk about elections in regards to age and the ability to do it, largely because of the varying opinions on Joe Biden.
Yeah, very much so. We're going to look at Virginia here. I talked about Virginia.
Before you go to Virginia, mind if I just quickly touch on something in Iowa? Some of these, the early polls that are coming into Iowa, these are some very major House districts that we're looking at here. 3 out of the 4 House districts here in Iowa are heavily contested. If you take a look here to the key races here, all these districts are key to winning the House of Representatives. You take a look at the Iowa 2. Right now, the incumbent is trailing by about 30 points or so. You can see it's only 11% in. Go take a look at the first Iowa district here. You can also see the incumbent there is trailing. If Republicans lose here, in these two front districts, they will lose 2 of the seats they've gained in Florida. Now, remember, 5 seats is what Republicans need. They currently have 3. If they lose these 2 seats, they will only have 1 gained seat. That's how the House sort of plays itself. If Democrats pick up some houses, really, it's all about gained Senate seat or House seats here. So that's what we're looking at in Iowa in the congressional race.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. That is definitely something that the polls have kind of so far seemed to maybe have gotten a little bit wrong here early on. So let's take a look here at Virginia in District 2 in Virginia. This is going to be your Virginia Beach area. Kiggins is currently leading by about 10% with 92% of the vote here. Kiggins is not the incumbent. Luria, who's the Democratic candidate, was the incumbent. Kiggins, the Republican candidate, was challenging for that race. So that could very much, with 92% of the vote, that looks to me, I would, in my opinion, this isn't CNN calling it, this isn't Fox News calling it, I might call this race here in Virginia. I get that there's still 8% of the vote, but 22,000 votes ahead, almost 11% ahead, 10% ahead, is 10 points ahead is pretty interesting for me personally. We're going to toss it over to you, Matt.
No, it's honestly very interesting too. Now remember, this is one of those key races. If the Democrats lose this congressional district, then guess what? That will be 4 seats that Republicans have taken control of. Now, it's still pending on those Iowa seats, but just for sake of argument, say that the Republicans pulled out there. This House seat right here is very crucial. If the Kiggins pulls out a win here in the House second district in Virginia, you'll have 4 seats. Republicans will only need 1 more seat after that. If you take a look at how the Senate voted in Virginia back in 2020, you'll notice that the 2 counties here in Virginia, that district, you'll notice over here in the Virginia Beach area, there are very strong conservative things in the southern part of Virginia Beach, or the western part of Virginia Beach, on that little slip, that peninsula there, Armonk County, Republicans led by about 5 or 6 points there. The strong areas are around Virginia Beach, the city, and that little edge of the peninsula. So we'll have to keep watching the race to see what happens.
Yeah, so that one's going to be interesting. Races that are closer are going to be Virginia District 7, Spanberger, the incumbent, currently leading by 1.8% with 98% of the vote. This one still very close. Like Spanberger, the incumbent, the Democratic incumbent, is currently leading, but Vega still has that chance there. And then if we go to District 10 in Virginia, Wexton, who was trailing to Cal for quite a lot of this night, with 99% of the vote, goes up big by 5% in the 10th district of Virginia.
Now, that does sort of interesting. CNN has actually just called that district here. Wexton is projected to win in that race at 90% reporting. This is not a seat that Republicans are going to try to pick up, but there's still chance in the South. House District 7, the incumbent there, only leading by a point with 98% of the vote. This right here is why you watch election night coverage right here. This is one of those exciting races. House District 7 in Virginia is only being led by what looks like 0.8%. It's about 4,000 votes, about 5,000 votes there. This is a very close district, very close. And if Republicans if Vega is able to pull something out there with Spanberger, then that will be 5. If they pick up that little peninsula district we were just talking about, I believe it was House District 11, right?
Yeah.
House District 11, and then pull out in House District 7, that right there, that's 5. That right there. Then you call the House right then and there. And we'll have very interesting coverage from that point. So right now, if we just go out and look at it a little bit there, as a matter of fact, that district's actually gone red in House District 3. So House District 2 has actually gone Kiggins. Kiggins is now leading in House District 2 by nearly 22,000 votes. It just went super nuclear here. And Vladimir Putin, I hope you don't get any ideas. But anyway, at the moment, 92%, Laura, the incumbent, is now trailing by a large margin here. Now, it's still very preliminary. We'll have to see what goes through there. There's still about 98% of the vote that still needs to be counted. But your prediction may very well be right, Chad, here. This district may very well go red. And that'll be 4 seats that the House Republicans have picked up.
So I want to hop back over to the Senate races again, actually. Let's head back up to Pennsylvania, where it's actually growing more and more close between Fetterman and Oz, with Oz actually behind only about 10 points now, which is an impressive gain from what was it? It was he was behind 40, then 20, and now it's 10. And so as things come up, it's still possible that Oz could overtake Fetterman with only about 36% of the votes counted altogether.
Yeah, I mean, and this is what goes on in election coverage. I mean, just because somebody gets most of the votes in when you're looking at 10% of the vote in doesn't mean that's going to be what it is. This race has always been close. It's dead even in most polls. So this one is going to be interesting as we start getting into that 50, 60, 70% of people voted in, even past that, because of Oz gaining in on Fetterman.
And honestly, this race is looking very, very spicy. If you take a look right now, this is what it's looking like. Oz is gaining. Oz is really gaining here. It's only 36% of the vote. Remember, now that's very crucial. That big of a gain with just 36% of the votes in is very crucial. This is going to be a very close race here. Now keep in mind, some of these places like Pittsburgh, right? Pittsburgh. Now they only have 64%. It's a Democrat stronghold. Not all those votes are counted yet. If we go back to Pennsylvania, go to Philadelphia. This district right here. This now look at that margin. Fetterman is big league in Philadelphia. Very strong Democrat stronghold. Only 25% of the vote in. Now, just because Oz is gaining does not mean he'll win. But it is very crucial that just because of that 36% margin, still waiting on that front, Oz very well could pull something out here. It's still very early, a lot of votes still got to be counted. But Pennsylvania is looking like they'd be a very crucial race here.
Yeah, definitely. That's how that's going to go. Let's take a look back at Georgia. As 70%, 76% of the vote is in, and it is almost gridlocked between Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock in the Senate race in Georgia. Literally 0.1% right now with 76% of the vote. Walker leads by 3,000 votes. So this is going to be a very interesting one in Georgia as when before we went to break, Raphael Warnock was leading by about 3 points and had over a 50% lead in Georgia. So now that's flipped again, just barely, just a shred in favor of Herschel Walker. They might call this a third and inches play if you're Herschel Walker. Let's take a look
Great
back at
football reference. Well, in another sense, let's hope that Herschel Walker doesn't fumble this. Now, right now, we're looking at this thing right now. Look at Walker right now. 0.1%. It's nail biting. There's only 3,000 votes difference between Walker and Warnock. Now, keep in mind here, though, 49.1%, that's not enough. Okay, if you do not get to 50%, this is going to go into a runoff, and you'll have to deal with it in December. However, there's still a lot of votes to count. 76% is still being counted. If you scroll into here, you can notice that this county that we were talking about earlier, Fayette County, this went Republican back in 2020. If you take a look over here, right through there, 2020, that district right there, that little county, Fayette, was run by about 10 points there, okay? Right now, it is neck and neck. Take a look at that. That is significant. This is a good indicator to what the race is going to be like. Just by a barely, with 76% of the vote in right now, it's being, from what it looks like, about 4 votes are differing right now in that county. 4 votes, ladies and gentlemen. Your vote does matter. Look at that right there. Anyways, this is a very crucial race, a very close race. If that county is going to be any indicator of Georgia, that is it right there.
Yeah, and what's actually about this race specifically is a lot of the concerns about Oliver actually seem to be coming into play here, because a lot of the concerns were that he would be stealing votes from either Warnock or Walker. And with him holding about 1.92% of the current votes that are in at the moment, if any of those people were to have voted for Walker or Warnock, it could have wildly shifted the way this election is going. So it seems like a lot of those criticisms and concerns about Oliver were valid.
And it's very interesting too. If you take a look back at the governor's race over here, Kemp is leading by a lot. Look at that, 53% by 45%. I'm almost willing to call that race for Kemp, honestly, because at this moment, Stacey Abrams is trailing by nearly 200,000 votes. There's still a lot of votes left to be counted in Atlanta, still a lot of votes to be counted in Savannah, still a lot of votes to be counted in Columbus. So these are Democratic strongholds. This is why CNN hasn't called it, Fox News hasn't called it. We're still waiting on that, but my census is telling me that Kemp will pull out a win here in Georgia. But we'll have to just wait and see on that front. But remember,
We'll have to see if it's spider senses or not.
oh, yeah, exactly, right? My old political senses are tingling. But the one thing that's very interesting, though, is just to see what lead Kemp has compared to Herschel Walker. Again, we're going back to that splitting the ballot thing. Independents are splitting their ballots. Some people are voting for Walker and voting for Abrams, and vice versa. But a lot of people, a lot of independents who are concerned about the economy are voting for Kemp. But people who are concerned about the democracy are voting for Kemp, but then voting for Raphael Warnock because they don't see Herschel Walker as a viable candidate for that. So we're still looking a lot towards that. We're still looking at a bunch of different races out here, and we'll just have to wait and see on that front.
Yeah, we'll take a look actually now here at Ohio's Senate race. We're going to look at J.D. Vance, who was only leading by about less than 1% last time we checked, with 67% of the vote. J.D. Vance has spiked up to about a 7% lead here in the Senate race in Ohio, about almost 200,000 votes in favor of J.D. Vance. As we were talking about, Youngstown still firmly blue, the county above Youngstown a little bit. Trumbull County above Youngstown, swinging a little bit in favor of the blue, but that's a little bit yet to be decided there. So as we look at the difference between the 2020 election and the 2022 election, as Matt talked about earlier, that's going to be a little bit interesting.
Oh, sorry, were you still so?
No, go for
Let me just jump in that real quick because I mean, you remember those counties up in the north. You sometimes every election we sort of look at counties that are sort of try to be indicator counties. Right now, those counties in 2020 voted strong conservative. They voted for Trump in about, let's just take a look at the margins here. In Manning County, about 2%. Take a look at the county about Trimble County by nearly double that, and then so forth. And so if we go back to what we're looking at in the Ohio race, that's actually rather interesting. It's rather interesting that Vance has trailed that by such a big margin. However, it doesn't seem to be a good indicator of the whole state as a whole because at the moment, 67% of the votes in, and Vance is leading Ryan by nearly 200,000 votes. That is very crucial. This race is almost one I'm ready to call as well. At this point, Vance has gone far ahead of Ryan in those things. The things you have to be keeping an eye on is Cleveland County. Cleveland County has only got 50% of their votes in. Cleveland County is a very strong Democratic stronghold. There's still a lot of ballots to be left to be counted there. So Ryan might make it a little bit closer there. However, I don't know if there's enough votes in Cleveland, in Columbus, and Cincinnati for Ryan to pull out a win here. It very well could possibly be. But at the moment, Vance is in a very good spot. Very good spot in Ohio.
Can you go over, Matt, real quick to the 2020 results in Pennsylvania?
Absolutely. We're going over here. Now remember, Biden won this state by about 1.8%. 1.8%. So you take a look at those counties there. Philadelphia is a very strong stronghold. Pittsburgh is a strong stronghold. Harrisburg, there's a slight advantage there with the Republicans, and Allenstown as well. Slight lean in Democrats, but still very, very strong blue.
So Pennsylvania is going to be very interesting right now. You got a few counties that are going to be extremely crucial in this race, as Mehmet Oz is now within 6.5% of John Fetterman, about 145,000 votes. However, a lot of these, if you look at a lot of these more rural states that normally vote Republican, a lot of those are getting close to the end of their voting cycle. You're looking at a lot of 75 to 90% votes in a lot of those rural counties. So this one's going to come down, in my opinion, to the wire. You said your vote matters. Well, if you live in the state of Pennsylvania right now, your vote definitely matters in this election.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you take a look at that just real quick, I mean, honestly, these counties right here are leading by double points. If you take a look as well near Allentown, back in 2020, these counties up here, near Allentown, these two here and these two here, they were slightly lean Republican. Now you can see right here, only 20% of the vote. And remember, Pennsylvania is taking a long time to count their ballots. They're mail-in ballots. Most of the ballots you saw automatically were in-person votes. So, if we take a look at this one, Oz is currently leading with almost 6 points in this county. Remember, only 20% of the votes in this county here could go down to the wire. But if we're using 2020 as any indicator of how these counties will go, right now, there would needs to be a lot of gain in some of these rural counties where Trump won with Democratic blue collar workers with Oz. Oz needs to pick up the voters that Trump lost in 2020. That is what he's currently fighting for. I wish I could probably pull up the 2016 counties just to give you an idea of that. We could probably do that a little bit later. But that's the current strategy. Oz has got to win those voters that Trump lost in 2020.
And I kind of feel like that's a bit of an uphill battle personally, because Oz, to the mainstream Republican Party, is a bit of a controversial figure. Some people really like what he does. Some people don't, and so maybe the fact that he doesn't play very much into the mainstream could win over some of the people who would generally vote Democrat.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to take a look. A county that just shifted here in Pennsylvania before we go off to somewhere else. Erie County, which in the 2020 election was barely leaning blue in favor of the Democrats and was so far in this race, has just shifted in the favor of Mehmet Oz. So that is probably, in my opinion, if you have to say Chad's county to watch in the state of Pennsylvania, that's going to be Erie County, because Erie County is going to be one that if Mehmet Oz wants to win this race, he needs to flip. If John Fetterman wants to win this race, he's got to keep it, because that one is such a flip-flop county in the state of Pennsylvania. So those are votes that you're going to really be needing in the course of this race.
Yeah, and it's looking right now at the moment, like Chad said, that it's in favor of Oz, even if only about by 2 or 3%. And that can be significant because it's about 1,500-ish votes, and that could very easily snowball into more. But at the same time, Fetterman could also quickly gain on him.
Oh, sorry that you guys were flipping to me.
Okay.
You know, it's interesting now because it's 8:07 right now. Here a little while ago, elections have closed in the state of Utah, so we're still waiting on to see any major developments in the Senate race here. There's actually a very big Senate race going on here in Utah. At the moment, nothing's been reported. So these are the 4 congressional districts that we're looking at in the state of Utah. We have the 4th congressional district up here. Used to be the most competitive district in the state of Utah. Ben McAdams was there before Burgess Owens beat him out. However, at this point in time, all these counties have been radically shifted, and this county in the 4th congressional district has shifted far into Utah County. Very strong Republican stronghold. So we're still waiting to see if anything will happen there. So at the moment, though, that's not the race anyone's watching at the moment. The race that people are watching in Utah is the Senate race. The Senate race is a very big race, one of the most weird Senate races across the country. Mike Lee is currently going up against Evan McMullin. Evan McMullin is an independent candidate, a conservative independent candidate that the Democrats have backed. So he actually has a chance to try to unseat Lee. Some of the polling data has been very close. Some have said that Lee only leads by about 10 points, which in a ruby red state like Utah is very rare. It's because both candidates are conservative, which means a state like Utah actually might see an independent candidate win in the Senate race.
And so where that's actually going to play of most importance, I'd think, would be probably somewhere closer to Salt Lake County, Salt Lake City area, where it tends to be a little more wildly swinging between these different ideas, as well as having our own Utah County, probably being a good place to watch for the majority of Utah as a whole. And actually, where I'd say, if you want to have a good look at where Utah is going to go, I'd look at Utah County, as it's often considered, at least in my mind, kind of the central hub of where most of Utah's culture comes from.
Yeah, breaking news right now in Arizona. Election results were lagging there for quite a long time, and literally just in the minutes that we've been talking about Utah, I just saw 20% of the vote come in. Blake Masters was leading Mark Kelly in Arizona by about 5 points. That has jumped majorly into a 15-point lead for Mark Kelly in the state of Arizona, mostly due to Maricopa County submitting in a lot of their votes, um, shifting strongly blue, as well as Coconino County or Coconino County, excuse me, where Flagstaff is, um, also putting in a lot of votes towards Kelly, as well as in the gubernatorial race. We'll talk about it. Carrie Lake was leading, and then uh, was jumped by Katie Hobbs in that gubernatorial race as well.
And again, Arizona is a very key rate. And I want to bring up something as well that we haven't been talking about really, and that was the state Secretary of State results as well. Now, keep in mind something here. The reason Secretary of State elections are being watched this time around is that some Secretary of States are actually proposing rules and different regulations that would possibly challenge election results in 2024, which will make these races very crucial. But as we're looking at the Senate race at the moment. So if you take a look back in 2020, you'll notice that a lot of these counties are sort of playing out like they were in 2020. No one thought Arizona was going to be a purple state, a swing state at the moment, but it's currently playing out that way. At the moment, poll results in Arizona, we're seeing that race was getting a lot closer. Last poll I saw it within 0.2%. However, at the moment right now, Kelly is leading by about 160,000 votes. And a lot of those votes you're seeing is coming from Phoenix and from Flagstaff, and even races like in Navajo County here, which is involved inside of the Navajo Nation. You can sort of see at the moment that this race is actually pulling ahead for the Democrats. And that's actually sort of interesting because you go back to the 2020 race, this race was actually a lead for McSally before Kelly won in that seat. So it's a very interesting election so far in Arizona. If we take a look just real quick and briefly inside the Secretary of State, now you can see this is a pretty strong lead right now for Fontones. I don't quite know how to say his name. I don't, for some weird reason, I'm getting a French vibe today with names. But Fontones is currently leading at the moment for the Secretary of State position. And you can notice it's a pretty wide lead, about 170,000 votes. Fitchman is the one proposing those different things to challenge the election results of 2024, and he has said that he wants to make sure Republicans win no matter what. So that's what's turning a lot of these independent voters off, with people who are splitting their ballots for different voters. The same thing can be said about the gubernatorial race in Arizona. So if we take a look right now, Hobbs is leading by about 115,000 votes. However, this is still very early, and you can see now the county is flipped. This Navajo County has actually pulled ahead for Lake by about 3 points. But if you take a look now, 47% of the vote for Hobbs in these counties like Flagstaff. If you head down over here to Phoenix, you can notice that it's already sort of pulling ahead. That's actually a lot closer than I thought it would be. But anyways, these are the kind of counties you got to be watching out for in Arizona. A lot of cool races going on here, a lot of interesting stuff.
And something I just kind of want to point out is I think the reason why we're seeing some of these kind of new swing states in places like Arizona is that, in recent years we've had polling data and such that has shown that there are actually people leaving California. And so as they leave California and go to places like Arizona or Texas or any of these other traditionally red states, they bring some of their ideas with them, which I think would generally push them more towards being swing or purple.
Yeah, definitely. I think as people move, and just in general, I mean, as people move en masse to different states, not just from California, but from other states like New York or states like that, it changes the way of election results. We've seen some states become more red from people moving to them, some states going a little bit more blue in these largely Republican states. Um, Something interesting to look at here too, in the House race in Arizona, as we talk about it, the House race is going to have some uh, key races here. Excuse me. Number two, which is the second race. Sorry, race. The race in House District number 2 in Arizona, which is going to cover that a large portion that covers all of the Navajo Nation, Flagstaff, Sedona, kind of wraps down around, kind of weird. It's got like a little claw that wraps up below Phoenix. O'Halloran comes into this race as the incumbent, the Democratic incumbent in that district, is currently trailing to Crane by not very much, by about 1.6%, only 2,000 votes in this area. So pretty close, but that's going to be a key race in Arizona, another key House race in a projected, pre-election projected, very large swing towards Republicans. Some saying as as much as 40 seats. I don't know if we're going to see that, but as much as 40 seats in Republicans in the Republican Party's favor pre-election. So that's going to be another one that's going to be interesting to see if the Democratic incumbent will lose their seat or if they can retain it.
Yeah.
We're going to go to Matt.
Chad, you're hitting it right on the nail here. I wanted to point out just briefly, currently, called by CNN, Republicans have actually picked up the 5 seats they've needed to actually flip the House. If they can maintain those 5 seats, not drop any of those seats, then they could perhaps win the House of Representatives. Now, remember, it hasn't been called just yet, simply because not only do they have to maintain those seats, they also have to prevent seats from being lost. So if we go back to those seats in Iowa, these are key races here. We're going back right here. For example, Miller Mix still trailing the Democratic candidate. We go back to Hudson, the incumbent, still trailing back in Iowa. However, these states right now are still very early to call. Too early to call. It's only about 20% of the vote in that county, 33% of the vote in this congressional district. So at the moment, Republicans have gained the seats they need to actually take back the House. So at this moment in time, Democrats are going to lose the House if they don't pick up any more seats across the country.
And that's something that's been projected in most polls, actually, is that Republicans have a really good chance of taking the House and the Senate, actually, with these elections. And so that's something that I think the Republicans are definitely going to be wanting to look for and hopefully achieve. Though with some of these swing states being so tight, it's really hard to say what will happen. And it's definitely going to be interesting as we see kind of stuff roll in for our home state here in Utah because of how tight it's going to be between McMullen and Lee.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting as we're still awaiting election results here in the state of Utah as polls have closed 18 minutes ago. We're going to, let's see here, we're going to go back to Matt to talk a little bit about what he's seeing.
Oh, absolutely. So here in Utah, Utah actually has a very unique system to actually report election results. These are the kind of websites that media outlets like CNN, Fox News will use to actually start gauging for their technology what votes are being counted in this one. So usually what will happen is big dumps will happen in these sites like this. This is the Utah election results, electionresults.utah.gov. This is the state federal election right now. You're not seeing anything, right? Because none of the votes have been dropped yet. They're counting the votes right now as we speak. They're counting them up, they're putting them out, and you'll start to see precincts report what's in their boundary. So the entirety of Utah and most states are made up of several precincts, even smaller than the counties of each county. And each precinct will report what is inside of the thing. They'll do it by precincts. So a precinct will report it. You'll see a bunch of votes get dropped, and you'll start to see batches of that come out. So at the moment, nothing has been reported here in the state federal elections at the moment. If we go to congressional districts right now, nothing in the 4th congressional district just yet. This will be an interesting race because of the United Utah candidate, Jennifer Walker. She was polling a lot higher than independents usually do in the state. However, it's still considered to be a very safe district for the incumbent Republican, who we were able to interview here on the UVU review, Burgess Owens. And so as well with January Walker and Darlene McDonald. If y'all would like to, go ahead and watch those interviews. They're really great. If we go back to the same districts here, everything else in the state of Utah is considered pretty safe. District 3 is considered safe for Republicans. District 2 is considered safe for Republicans from polling data. District 1 is considered safe using polling data. So really, the major race that people are looking at here in the state of Utah is the Senate election. So we're going to have to keep watching that.
Yeah, as we're going to see what the Utah results are going to be. Those are obviously the results that impact us most here at Utah Valley University and us here at the UVU Review. One race I want to go back to in a Senate race as we're awaiting um, results from Utah is the Senate race in Iowa. We were talking about Grassley um, being down quite a bit in the state of Iowa. It's picked up a little bit, 41% of the vote. Grassley now leads by 2% in the state of Iowa. Um, so we're seeing Grassley start to gain ground. JD Vance is keeping his hold in the Senate race in Ohio. Bud in North Carolina is holding his seat down with about 85% of the vote and about 3.9% lead there. So these are going to be these are all kind of key races in the 2022 election that are going to be interesting to see what happens in the sense of North Carolina with about 3.9% of the vote, 131 thousand votes ahead. We're getting pretty close to maybe calling that race if Bud goes up by any more. Interesting here, 79% in Georgia. Herschel Walker now leads with 49.1% as opposed to Warnock's 48.9%. Again, that's not enough to get you a guaranteed seat. If you don't get 50%, it's going to run into a runoff. So Walker still needs about 0.9% of the vote, and to be ahead of Warnock to even secure that seat. This one, as many people were predicting, was going to go into a runoff. I think that it probably will because each candidate just keeps inching in front of each other. None of them really being able to amass above 50% in the past hour. So, Matt, what do you think about it?
You know, it's very interesting at the moment. I mean, honestly, I think you hit the nail on the head. This is a race that will probably go into a runoff election. All those ads that Warnock was running about being in the homes of people's Thanksgiving dinner is probably going to come true. At the moment, this Senate race is so close that it's literally 0.2% between. However, Walker has gained a very sizable lead here. If we take a look at the different counties and the liberal strongholds in the state, you take a look, 70% reporting right now. There are still a lot of votes left to be counted there inside that Democratic stronghold there. If you go back to the rest of the state, go near Columbus. There's still a lot of votes to be counted in Columbus. All right, it's 89%. There's still 10% rating there. So we still have a lot of votes to count in these urban areas. However, a lot of these conservative strongholds of the state are still reporting large amounts of votes that they have. So there's still a lot of votes left to be counted here in the city. Oh, we just had an update there. So Walker has actually gained a small lead there. He's 0.7% away from actually getting 50% of the vote that he needs to actually become the winner in Georgia outright. So we're still looking at that. There's still 80% of the vote left, or 20% of the vote left to be counted, and we're still watching that very closely. But it's very true, Chad. It might very well go into a runoff.
Yeah, so that is most likely what's going to happen in Georgia. Not quite, kind of what everybody was expecting, honestly. What we're going to do right now is real quick. We're going to take a very quick break before Utah election results come out, and we're going to talk a little bit more about it. But we're going to take just a couple minutes for a break right here, and we hope to see you back on in about 2 minutes.
Hello, welcome back to UVU Reviews coverage of Election Night 2022. I'm Nathan Natividad. I'm here with Chad Roderick, and over here we have our editor-in-chief, Matthew.
Yeah, we're just vibing over it. We got election results. We've got great stuff coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, Georgia has gone again for Walker. Walker is still leading there. However, it's interesting to say that Walker is actually pulled ahead. It hasn't moved at all. Warnock has gone down, which means one thing. Oliver, son of a gun. Oliver right now is actually pulled ahead a little bit. He's almost at 2% of the vote at the moment. And so that right there might actually pull the state into a runoff election right then and there. You saw Walker and Warnock campaigning on the trail saying, hey, don't vote for the Libertarian because he's going to make this go into a runoff election. We don't want a runoff election. But from what it's looking like at the moment, unless Walker or Warnock can pull something out here, this is definitely going to go into a runoff election.
Yeah. And like you were saying, it looks like a lot of those concerns by Walker and Warnock about Oliver are coming true because he's pulling votes away from Walker and Warnock. And so it's almost I'd say it's pretty safe to say at this point that it's likely to go into a runoff election, which is not something it sounds like either candidate really wanted.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one to look at throughout the night. Another interesting race here is the Senate race in Wisconsin. Barnes currently leads the incumbent Johnson by 1.2% of the vote. Johnson, the Republican incumbent, Barnes, the Democrat challenger here. Barnes was leading as much as about 8% of the vote early on, but with 50% of the vote here right now, Johnson looks like he might be able to crawl his way back into this one. Obviously, it's still early. We got 50% of the vote left here in Wisconsin, but that was one that Republicans, in order to maybe try and take the Senate, or for Democrats to keep hold of it, they need Wisconsin, because if the Democrats can pull off a polling upset here and take Wisconsin, that's really good for their party.
Yeah, it really is. And like you said, it's a bit of anyone's game right now because of how close it is. And with 50% of the votes still left to go, just as much as 50% are in, it's really important to kind of keep an eye on this because of that upset, because of what can happen with Johnson or with Barnes.
And honestly, you guys are hitting the nail on the head here. Going back to 2020, you can see that this race was down to the wire between Biden and Donald Trump. It was won by about 20,000 votes in Wisconsin. You can sort of see the outlays of where those votes came from, where they were going. Now, if you go back to the current results here, you're sort of seeing that same thing. Now, votes haven't come in from Green Bay. Conservative strongholds out here in these rural counties. Most of these votes right now you're coming to see with Barnes is gone to the wire. And we just had an update here almost. He's only leading by about 16,000 votes. I think as soon as these votes come in from Green Bay, you might see a very interesting upset coming in from the Republicans here. I don't know if this is a state that the Democrats will take. Honestly, just because I want to see what this county will start reporting as. Once this county starts to report, I think we'll probably see a more accurate portrayal of what the race is looking like in Wisconsin.
Yes, I would actually completely agree with that. For now, though, let's actually hop back over to the gubernatorial races, because let's take a quick look over at, I don't want to say Wyoming, actually. I have personal interest in Wyoming, but it looks like Gordon, the incumbent, is up 76 to 14% of Livingston's vote. And right now, it looks like it's pretty solid. However, with the recent, I can't remember exactly how Liz Cheney was kind of booted out of the Republican Party. But that's going to be something really interesting to watch because they tend to bleed blood red. And I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
So it's interesting when you look at, Wyoming is not changing on any ground in the gubernatorial race as of right now. Neither are they in the House race. The House race firmly in favor of Republicans, leading by 47%. I mean, as much as Liz Cheney was a representative of Wyoming, uh, and she still considers herself a Republican, even though she was booted out by the party. That doesn't really change how I guess the state is voting, at least in this election. Hasn't Her influence hasn't really changed it.
And honestly, I think this race is probably going to be a very safe race to say that Republicans are going to pull out a victory here in the gubernatorial race. The reason a state like this can have like almost 76% of the vote going in towards the incumbent and not be called, I want you to point your attention to this county right here, Tenton County in Jacksonville. Now, this county right here, or Jackson, sorry, this is a Democratic stronghold. You can see back in 2020, this was a big county for Democrats. It's the very reason why it hasn't been called yet. Now, is there enough votes there to do anything? No, there isn't any votes, but that's the reason why the state hasn't been called yet outright. So it's very still interesting race.
Yeah, and you look at the gubernatorial race over in Georgia now. You were talking earlier about how you would maybe even call this race, and it looks like everything's just proving you right, Matt. As it's about like 8.7%, 9% in favor of Kemp right now with 82% of the vote. Kemp leads by almost 300,000 votes.
Honestly, I'm hoping my instincts are right on this front because I'd look pretty stupid if it weren't, right? The interesting thing is if you go look back in 2020 with the polling data from the presidency, you can take a look. Look at the difference here. Look at these districts. Look at these districts here. This is a state that Biden won just by a point. However, in the gubernatorial race 2 years earlier than that, Kemp had won the race by nearly 4 or 5 points. Now, if you take a look at what's currently happening in the gubernatorial race there, now remember what we were talking about with Fayette County here? Look at that. 54%, 54.6% compared to the 44% what Abrams has. This right here, this county is a good indicator for how the rest of Georgia will work. 76% of the vote is in this county, and right now it's strong for Kemp. At this moment in time, I think I'm more comfortable in saying that this race is definitely going to go for Kemp in the gubernatorial race, which is interesting because you go back to the Senate race, take a look at what Georgia's looking at the moment, you'll notice, by the way, Walker is gaining in Georgia, 49.6% compared to Warnock's 48.5%. It's very possible that he might get above that 50% threshold if he keeps that going. However, we go to Fayette County here. Still, look at that difference from Kemp and Walker, right? Warnock is leading that district, or that county right now by nearly about, actually it's down to the wire. It's dead even at the moment. And so this county right here, if it flips in the next couple minutes or a couple hours, that might be a good indicator to see who will win in Georgia, because this county right here is a good indicator. So right now, as we stand in the Georgia Senate race, it's almost, I mean, right now, Warnock is actually losing a lot of votes here. Walker has gained about 37,000 votes. So at the moment, there's every ballot keeps coming in, but there's not enough ballots to keep going. If you go look at Fulton County here, nearly 70% of the voted. There's 30% of the votes left. There's still a lot of votes to count there, but if there will be enough for Warnock to even get ahead or for it to pull out a 50%, I don't think so. Simply because a lot of this, they've been spent. This little part of Georgia right here has been spent. This is the Democratic stronghold in Georgia, all around Atlanta. At the moment, I don't know if there's enough votes there.
Yeah, this one is going to be really, really interesting the later we get into the night, Matt. I think that it's going to be, it was the most interesting race in my opinion coming into the election, and I think that it's still going to be the most interesting race the further we get, especially if Walker can pull off an above 50% margin and actually win Georgia without leading to a runoff. That's going to be crazy. That's going to be very interesting.
I guess you could say, Chad, we wonder if he's going to be fumbling it.
Oh,
Oh no!
oh, he fumbled it.
You fumbled it, my friend. You
Bad
fumbled it.
news for the upcoming election, my
Yeah,
friends.
so
Oh, my Lord.
Herschel Walker, because I fumbled that football, I think that you're gonna fumble this race. I'm really sorry.
Hopefully that doesn't age badly for you.
My bad karma.
We will see. We will see.
I want to take another interesting look. We were looking at Iowa earlier, and Iowa was projecting huge gains in the House for the Democrats, but now it is becoming a very much a closer race in the state of Iowa. You were looking originally at races that were 5 to 8% in favor of Democrats, and now they're becoming less than 1% in some cases.
And yeah, you're hitting the nail on the head there. Iowa now, honestly, Grassley's pulled out far ahead. Now, Iowa was not really a state that Democrats were looking to pick a seat up in. They sent some money there. They thought they might be able to do something, but with these numbers at the moment, it's looking like Grassley is getting a stronger and stronger lead in Iowa. Honestly, I'm about ready to call this race for Grassley, simply because if you take a look at the seats that are left in Iowa back from 2020, I mean, look at these counties. The Democrats only get a strong vote turnout in Des Moines, in Cedar Rapids, and in Davenport. The only problem is you can see that those votes are slowly coming in. The only thing that they're going to be left, they've already spent their ticket. They've already thrown their ball, right? And they fumbled it, right? Right now, Des Moines and the big urban areas in Iowa haven't sent in enough votes for Democrats to be competitive. If you look at Davenport, this is the last Democrat stronghold in Iowa. And so whether there's enough votes in Davenport to do anything for Grassley or for Franken, I don't think so. I'm about ready to call this one for Grassley.
I mean, that's still much to be said though, because so far in Davenport, at least according to the Senate, we still don't have any voting in for that. So who's to say, in regards to how it goes, that it could swing pretty wildly?
Well, the one thing interesting there is if we take a look at Scott County and Davenport, you'll notice back in 2020, there's about a little under 100,000 votes there. Half of them went to Trump. The other half went to Biden. And so if you take a look there, saying the same thing, that won't do anything to help Grassley. It won't do anything to help freaking what's his face? Franken. It won't do anything to help Franken. At this point in time, it's not going to help him strategically. It's not going to help him. The only thing it's going to help him with is the tick up, because it's still, you have a lot of these rural counties that still has a lot of votes to be counted. If you take a look at Des Moines, you can notice that there's still 94% voting. There's not a lot of votes left in that urban center. If you take a look over here in Cedar Rapids, you can notice Grassley's still following Franken by a very considerable amount. But remember, there's only 13% votes there. If you take a look back in 2020, what that voted at, like in Cedar Rapids, very strong Democrat stronghold, but still a big portion of votes just sitting there. So if Davenport comes in with Scott County, I don't believe there's enough votes there for Franken to pull something out there. I think this is a good seat for Grassley to win.
Yeah, I agree with that, Matt. I think that's one that Grassley has a very strong chance. And if you look at the House in Iowa, it's becoming way closer. In District 1, which is the district with Davenport and Iowa City in there, 46% of the votes in, and Miller Meeks, who's the incumbent, was down by quite a lot. Now that's looking at like about 5%, which is closer. And then if you look at District 3, the district that holds Des Moines, the Des Moines area, there's 86% of vote in there, but none is only down for the Republicans by 1.8%, which is very close, only 5,000 votes in the third district. And now, just as I say that, District 1 has just inched a little bit closer in favor of Miller Meeks maybe being able to retake that spot, only now being down by about 4%.
You've got the right idea there, Chad. Right now, we see the House district that was just leaning Democrat just about an hour ago, now is leading 53% to 46% in favor of the incumbent. You take a look down here. Again, remember those votes in Davenport. They were pretty evenly split. So if you take a look here, Bontham is only leading by about 4 points. 48% of the vote in. 48%. There is still much to be said in this little race right here. And let's take a look now at House 3, where Annex is the incumbent here, the Democrat. This is a seat that Republicans might take. 1%, not even that, 0.9% of the vote is separating between Annex and none. About 5,000 votes. This is a race that still you should be watching. It's 86%. Something might pull out here. You don't know. 5,000 votes is a lot of votes. That's a typical dump of votes. this race right here might be another Senate House district that Republicans can pull up.
Well, and as of right now, Republicans have as of right now flipped 5 seats in the House.
Exactly.
So that's going to be the minimum of what they need in order to take the House. So
And that's a good thing to note as well. The reason that most outlets have not called the House yet is because most of those districts, remember, Republicans have to hold it now. They've already crossed the line. Now they have to hold it. Just to use a Civil War metaphor here, if your soldiers come and take the hill and you sit there and you can't keep the hill, guess what? It's worthless, right? At this moment in time, there are several still competitive House districts. Like if we take a look at the map right over here, these are all the key races all across the county, all across the country. Some of these are seats that are held by Republicans. Some of these seats are being fought over by incumbents from both the Democratic and Republican parties. So at the moment, Republicans have to, you can see right here, CNN's put it up, 23 competitive seats Republicans need to retain and take in order to take the House, right? And that's just 23. Most polling data, I honestly find it interesting that more House seats have not been called for Republicans. It almost seems there's an underperformance going on here as of this moment. However, that's subject to change throughout the night. Remember, a lot of these ballots are still being counted. We might not know everything tonight. So, 23 competitive seats. House Republicans have already got 5. All they got to do now is hold.
yeah, that's what we're seeing right now in most places. Obviously, election night is called election night for a reason. Polls are going to be closing and votes are going to be coming in for a long time. A lot of these races are leaning one way or another, but you're looking at only about 40 to 50% of the vote at the most in a lot of these states. So they're not quite close enough to call. I assume within the next hour or two, we're going to see a lot more races being called as votes start coming in for either side in both races. Looking alive right now, we're gonna take a look at some of the races going on in Arizona. Mark Kelly still with 51% of the vote in is leading Blake Masters by what many people as of right now did not poll it to be, because he's leading Blake Masters by 19% right now, which is again with only 50% of the vote, but I don't think people were expecting Blake Masters to be down by this much at this point.
Yeah, and I'd have to agree with you because, like you said, on the polls, Masters tended to lead even just a tiny bit, and so for it to be such a big margin, as of right now, it's about 200,000 votes. Uh, that's really big. About 50% of the votes for the state are in so far, and so that is just kind of an unexpected, if not maybe just an outright upset.
I think it's interesting. I think it's funny in the 3 closest races that people were talking about before the election. They were talking about Georgia in the Senate, Pennsylvania in the Senate, and Arizona in the Senate. And I think it's funny because I just realized this. This makes for a great joke, and I gotta find a punchline to it. Maybe let's see. A doctor, a football player, and an astronaut walk into a bar. What does that result in? Well, in my opinion, it results in a headache because of these freaking elections.
Going to Arizona though, let's talk a little bit about it. Now, there are still a lot of votes left to be counted in Phoenix. We got Maricopa County. This is a very key spot for a lot of these ballots. Now, if you go ahead and take a look back in 2020, Maricopa County is a very close district. It was only won by Kelly in that special election back in 2020 by about 2 points. 2 points. If you go back over here, look at Kelly now. He's looking for Phoenix. However, this Maricopa County, there's still a lot of votes left to be counted here. It's only 53% reporting, and every hour, Masters is gaining there. Masters is gaining in Maricopa County. Now, if you take a look at Yuma, now back in 2020, this is a Senate district or a county that McSally, the incumbent, had won by about a percentage point. If you take a look at Yuma now, Kelly is actually winning this by about 2 points. 2 points with 60% reporting. There's still a lot. Right now, it seems as though the ticket has tainted the ballot. If you take a look now at the governor's race there in Arizona, Now remember, this is also the state in which there is a Secretary of State on the ballot who is wanting to make sure Republicans win all the time, as it were. That many independents got scared by that comment. If you take a look right here, this right now is Carrie Lake, who is running for governor there. She is currently trailing by about 184,000 votes. We don't know what that's going to be at. Still 50% left. Not anyone has called it yet. However, it's still too close to call. But there comes a point where you wonder, okay, why are you trailing so much? It really will come down to Maricopa County and a few other here, like Flagstaff with Canonico, Navajo County, and then we go to Apache. All these different counties that have not yet reported their votes.
Well, Arizona is a prime example of a state that has a large population center that controls a lot of their votes, right? When you look at eastern states, which we've been doing a lot of, states like Pennsylvania, states like Ohio, states like this, you have your large population centers which factor a lot of population, but outside of those large counties and large cities, you still have a very large population in those states. Arizona, we can't call it even nearly yet because Arizona is one of those states where if you get a major advantage in Tucson, Phoenix, and Flagstaff, the Phoenix Valley, Tucson, and Flagstaff, you have a large amount of votes going in from right off the bat. And what we've seen is those counties have reported most of their ballots first. So Katie Hobbs is leading in the gubernatorial race, and Mark Kelly is leading in the Senate race by 13 to 15% each, respectively, because of those counties voting in those districts in those cities. So if you see Navajo County and you see Yuma County and you see a place like Cochise County and a place like Pinal County start to flip, then what you're going to end up seeing is a race that ends up being way closer, which is what polls have predicted. So Arizona is kind of a different state. It's a lot like Nevada. It's honestly a lot like Utah in the fact that there are 3 cities in each of those states, or 2 cities in each of those states that factor in, 50% of the population or more. So that's kind of what we're going to see. We're going to hand it over to you, Matthew.
I wanted to bring up just quickly that Secretary of State race here in Arizona. You can notice 20 points. 20 points. Independents got really scared by this Republican that they ran. 20-point lead there. Now, remember, when this happened in 2016, it happened in 2020. Republicans feared that if they put Trump on the ballot, they thought that would affect everything down ballot. And at this point, it looks like it's affecting everything up ballot. So this secretary, this Finchman, who has said that he wants to make sure that there are election rules there, that Republicans will win all the time. He said with Finchman here, look at this, 20 points, all right, of a division there. If you go back to the governor's race, look at Carrie Lake. You take a look, who has also said something along the similar lines. If you take a look right here, almost a 10-point, 15-point lead there for Hobbs. If you take a look at the Senate race there, it's getting a little bit closer. However, you will notice that there are a lot of people, actually that's not even close at all, it's 244,000 votes. You'll see a lot of these independent voters have gotten scared by the rhetoric that's come out of Arizona. We don't know what this will look like. Honestly, you have to keep looking at Maricopa County. Maricopa County will be the county that decides this election in Arizona.
I'd have to agree with you, and right now it's definitely leaning more on it definitely seems that way. I would agree with you.
Yeah, and as we take a look now to Georgia, because we're going to keep track of Georgia all night, Herschel Walker now has 49.7% of the vote compared to Warnock's 48.4. He leads by about almost 45,000 votes in the state of Georgia. So Herschel Walker is inchworming. He's slowly gaining every yard to score the proverbial touchdown that is the Senate race. Because Herschel Walker played football.
A lot of football metaphors here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of football metaphors. Because honestly, you might not be wrong here. He has not fumbled like you did. Sorry, Chad. Sorry. I have to let you know. But anyways, it's the point. Look at this. right now, if we look at Fayette County here, Walker's gained, right? Walker's gained here. Remember, it's still just by about 3 votes that he's trailing Warnock in this district or this county, right? If we go back to the rest of Georgia here, he is, like you said, inchworming his way through there. Now, you keep going to Atlanta. You go look at Fulton County here. It's right next to this one. Look at Fulton County. There's not a lot of votes there left to count. You go to DeKalb County. Look, there's not a lot of votes left to count. You go to Clayton. Not a lot of votes left to count. You look at all these urban centers, and they've already spent, right? There's a lot of mail-in ballots that Republicans actually did fill out. Exit polling has been coming out. A lot of Republicans actually did mail-in voting this time around, which was not expected considering the past election results and the recent controversies with election fraud and so forth. And so now we're looking at Columbus. If you go look at Columbus over here, you'll notice that 89% of the votes in, there's not a lot of votes there left to count. And so you go back to the rest of Georgia, Walker is slowly, well, actually, with this thing just updated here, he's actually trailed now 49.3%, 22,000 votes he is leading ahead. There must have been a big drop in one of these urban centers here to have made that happen. However, remember, we're still inching our way towards those big election results. And Oliver here is now sitting at a comfortable 2% of the vote there. Now, this is I still think this is probably going to go into a runoff election. It really just depends how many votes are left in Atlanta, Augusta, Savannah, and Columbus.
Yeah, it definitely does look like it will go into a runoff election. However, with about 15% of the people left and the votes that need to be counted, it is slightly possible Walker can pull off the win here, if unlikely.
Well, it's interesting too. If you look at a county to the north, Stevens County, and a county to the south, Sumter County, they haven't even polled any votes yet here in the state of Georgia. Both of those counties are traditionally Republican-led counties, rural counties. They don't give you a lot of votes, but if you combine them, they account for about 50,000 votes in the state of Georgia, and there hasn't been a single vote counted in both of those counties. Now, if you think about it, 50,000 votes, probably largely going to be in favor of Republicans. That helps out Herschel Walker. Probably, obviously, not going to be enough for him to actually take the Senate race and take the Senate seat and avoid a runoff. However, they are something to be factored in now, as most counties in the state of Georgia have submitted most of their results. Those are going to be the ones that are really going to be interesting, those ones that are still below 40% polling so far, and here in the state of Georgia.
You know, I want to bring your attention just real quick to the state of Pennsylvania. We were just looking hours ago where Fetterman was leading by nearly 20, 30 points. Look how close this election's gotten now. It's down to the wire. Fetterman is currently leading by about 2% in the polls right now. He's only leading by about 72,000 votes, and Oz just keeps gaining. Remember, all of these little counties, right, are playing a role here. All these Republican strongholds, and now even the votes that are playing inside Pittsburgh, 90% of the votes in. 90%. Not a lot of votes are getting counted. Keep going. If you go look at Philadelphia, this county right here in particular is actually very interesting because if you go look at 2020, this is a county that was solidly blue near Philadelphia. Let's take a look here real quick. Chester County. You look at Chester County, this was firmly blue back in 2020. If you look at the county now, 66% reporting, and it's narrowed the gap. It's only about 5% now. So we're still counting votes there. We're still counting votes in Philadelphia. We're still counting votes in Pennsylvania County. All these different places where we're still looking at votes being tallied. And overall, Oz keeps gaining. As a matter of fact, just then, 20,000 votes just came in favor of Oz. 71% of the vote here. Now, and you just notice here, all these little counties, right? I still haven't been able to get the election results back from 2016, but these counties right here were those disenfranchised voters that Trump won in 2016 and lost in 2020. And right now, they're getting really close. They're getting very close to trying to win those same voters again.
Kind of looks like he might actually be able to pull it off simply because of just those small gains. Back to those football references. He's inching past each yard line slowly but surely.
Well, and it's interesting too when you look at the big county hubs even a place like Philadelphia County and Delaware County here that are polling largely in favor of Democrats in Bucks County. The only thing that's interesting here is all of those counties are still 50% and below in their polling. And if you look at them, their votes that have come in largely are in favor of Fetterman. So if Oz picks up votes in those counties, he could end up actually. Here's the thing: you don't need to win these. You don't need to win these counties, right? You don't need to win Philadelphia County. But if it's 50% of the vote now, and you pick up maybe 15-20% of that, that's going to put you in more favorable positions when you are leading so strongly in all of these small little counties in Pennsylvania.
And honestly, you hit the nail on the head there, honestly, because it's like you said, it really depends on those margins that you're winning those votes in those big urban centers. Republicans don't usually do well in urban areas. They do better in rural areas. But if they're picking up, usually about 5% of the vote there, and now they're getting 10, 15, 20%, that is significant. It's very significant. I want to pull your attention a little bit to Ohio here now. Vance is still leading Ryan by about 6 points here. Honestly, I'm still comfortable in my call here. I think Ohio is definitely going to go red here. Vance is going to pull out the victory, and Ryan is not going to be able to pull something out here, just like in 2020. We're sorry, Ryan. Anyways, the point is that you start to see these counties. I want to point your attention to Youngstown. Very small county, but a good sort of bellwether county to keep your eye on. If you take a look in 2020, the same thing was won by 2 points in Trump in just 2020. And you look now, there's still 18% of the votes still left to be counted there, and Vance just keeps gaining. It's not that big of a turnaround. So really, I still feel very comfortable in my call that Ohio's going to go red.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you there, Matt. I think in these elections, as we start getting closer and closer to the wire here in a lot of these eastern states, you're starting to see races getting closer and closer to being called here now in these races. What I'm gonna do actually real quick is we've got our first
drop of Utah-based
our
votes.
first drop of Utah-based votes. Obviously, these are coming straight from the electionresults.utah.gov. As of right now in the Senate race, Mike Lee is currently leading with 70% of the popular vote over Evan McMullin with 26%. Now, right now, there's only about 50,000 votes in general put in. However, Mike Lee coming off in the first drop with a big gain.
Honestly, it's going to be very interesting to see the election results here so far. I want to pull your attention to the Fox map here. A lot of these votes are coming in from Juab County, coming in from San Pete down here. You look at these counties. Now, these are counties that are going to be very strictly Mike Lee. Now, remember, a lot of the coalition that McMullin pulled out were from Democrats, independents, and you'll find more of them in 2 counties. Salt Lake, well, 3 counties really. Salt Lake County, Summit County, and Utah County. These are the counties we're waiting for to see if McMullin actually has a chance here. So if you take a look right now, this is the election result website that Utah maintains. You can see just in that completion report right there, Evan McMullin has gained a significant portion here, closer than what many people would thought. It's almost within 10 points. If you take a look at the results by county here, you can see where these votes are coming from. Davis County, right there. Big county for Evan McMullin there in Davis County. That's where a lot of them just came from. If you take a look even farther down here, Garfield, Juab, Millard, Paiute, all these different places. The big votes that came out for
Washington County as well.
Oh yeah, in the big counties that are coming out for Mike Lee, you can see right here, Davis County is almost neck and neck. You can take a look at over here by, see that? I told you I'd do that one time of the night. I'm using an iPad here to control this, and so, but anyways, you take a look, Davis County, a lot of votes for Mike Lee. You take a look down at Miller, a lot of votes for Mike Lee. A lot of these more rural counties are going to be going red for Mike Lee as opposed to purple for Evan McMullin. So if we go ahead and take a look at the map that Fox News puts out, you can start to see this is starting to turn red. But there's a lot more votes coming in for Evan McMullin in these counties We were talking about Pennsylvania here earlier in Philadelphia. If Evan McMullin is pulling out votes in these very, very strongly strongholds, then he is going to be a lot more competitive when Salt Lake County, the biggest point for Evan McMullin's campaign, comes in. So we really got to wait for Salt Lake County. We really got to wait for Summit County.
Yeah, Salt Lake, Summit, and Utah counties are all going to be so important because those are major population centers. And so, as we've seen, just those places where major population gains are is generally what tends to control the election of the rest of the state.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, excuse me, in a lot of these counties that have already been put in these large dumps, a lot of them have already almost finished their voting right now because of uh, just the way that it works here in the state of Utah. I mean, you're looking at Garfield County, 88% done. You're looking at Rich County, 91% done. Juab, 87%. Millard,
Washington.
82%. Washington, 71%. So what you're seeing is Mike Lee gets a large gain in these counties right now, and a lot of those counties aren't going to change much. So as more counties start dropping, you're going to see if Evan McMullin can start sliding in, closing in that gap and start sliding his way in. Obviously, as of right now, you're looking at a 22% lead for Mike Lee, but that's just in counties that traditionally vote red. You're really going to be looking at Salt Lake County, like you said, Summit County, like you said, and Utah County, like you said.
And honestly, though, really, just as much as Salt Lake County is a stronghold for McMullin, Utah County is going to be a big stronghold for Mike Lee. You could see when he had the debate here at Utah Valley University, the crowd was completely packed with his people. Utah County is a strong county for Mike Lee. So we'll have to see there. Evan McMullin is going to pull out a lot of people from Salt Lake County because he is endorsed by the Democratic Party. He has a lot of independents who are wanting for him. He has any disenfranchised Republicans who are voting for Becky Edwards and the other Republican candidate that challenged Mike Lee in the primaries. So you have to watch Salt Lake. You have to watch Utah. You have to watch Summit. These are going to be the counties that will decide the race.
Yeah. And then let's actually just take a little bit because we've got some House election results coming in for Utah County, and it seems pretty universally red across the board, with Stewart in District 2 leading about 30 to 40%. In District 1, you've got Moore leading once again 30 to 40%. And right now, these races are actually fairly early in the counting process. So you've only got maybe 5,000 votes per district at the moment, but it seems to be leading Republican in these. For example, in District 3, which I believe would actually be our district, is John Curtis leading right. And so that's something we're going to have to keep an eye on as well.
And honestly, I want to point your attention to the 4th Congressional District. The 4th Congressional District was considered by many to be the only competitive district in the state of Utah. After redistricting went through, it's considered a lot less competitive than it was. Right now, we can sort of see that with the results that are coming in. Burgess Owens is leading every other candidate. Now, these are the 3 candidates we actually had here on the review. You can go look at the Wolverine Buzz podcast to go look at all the interviews that we had with them. But Burgess Owens, right now, leading 37,000. You'll notice there are 4 counties that make up the 4th Congressional District. You have Juab, you have Salt Lake, you have St. Pete, you have Utah. Now, notice the only results that have been reported in the 4th Congressional District is Juab County. You have to wait for Salt Lake. We have to wait for Utah. But honestly, this is a race that was already a foregone conclusion by many people. We just got an updated thing there. Not much has changed. 37,000 votes for Burgess Owens. This is a race that was considered safe by many pollsters. So we'll have to keep watching it.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an interesting one here in the state of Utah. Obviously, most people were projecting Republicans to win in a landslide, honestly, in every single House race. The one race that is very contentious here in the state of Utah is the Senate race. So that's going to be an interesting one here. Mike Lee still leading by about 24,000, excuse me. Mike Lee still leading by 24% of the vote. right here in the Senate
Although
race.
24,000 votes doesn't seem too far off, considering Lee is leading by about 94,000 compared to McMullen's 56,000.
Yeah, so he's actually leading by 37,000 votes, so I technically wasn't wrong. He's leading by more than 24,000 votes, I guess, right now. This one's going to be very interesting here in the state of Utah. We're going to keep our eyes on this one here as we start seeing, as of right now, not only Utah,
But Washington actually
Washington
is starting
coming.
to get some of their votes in. And right now, in the Senate race, Smiley is actually up against Murray, and Smiley is leading about 10%. Albeit once again, it's really early in the race, only about 6% of the votes in, and so that's something that could shift as we go along. But it's one that we're also going to have to keep an eye on.
And here into the PNW, my state that I was born in, I claim Utah now, but my state, Oregon, has a really interesting gubernatorial race going on right now. And I want to point that out here as Christine Drazen, uh, excuse me, sorry, Christine Drazen, or yeah, Christine, sorry, geez, I keep getting, Christine Drazen leads Tina Kotek right now by about 4% of the vote with 24% voting in the state of Oregon. We'll go to Matt.
And honestly, Chad, this is a great example of independence in these races and how much of a difference they can make. Now, it's a sad thing to say. Most of the time, independents are not going to be competitive like they are with Ethnic McMullen here in the state of Utah. However, you take a look at Johnson here. Johnson's a registered Democrat. She was in the Oregon State House. She ran against Kotek, lost the nomination, and now she's just running as an independent. Now, look at this 39,000 votes, almost 40,000 votes there. Say that she wasn't running. If Koitek got all those votes, she'd be ahead of Dresden right at the moment. Right now, it's a spoiler candidate at the moment. This is currently dividing the votes between Koitek and Johnson at the moment. And that is what's really giving the boost that Dresden needs to actually pull out a victory here in Oregon. We have to keep watching it, however, because in the states like counties near Portland, look right here. This is a big county. Big county. You can take a look back at 2020. You can take a look at the the Oregon presidential race here. Take a look at Dane County. Look at that right there. Through 400 some odd thousand votes won by nearly 80 points by Biden in the 2020 election. This county right here will be a big indicator of what the Democratic vote will be inside of Oregon. We can't really say anything about this race until this county starts to report.
Yeah, so what we're going to see in the state of Oregon, as I'm very familiar with it, I was born in Eugene. I have family in Eugene. I actually served my LDS mission on the border of Oregon and Washington. The counties that you are really going to want to look at in this race are going to be Lane County, where the city of Eugene is, Marion County, where the city of Salem is, and then Clackamas County and Multnomah County, and as well as Washington County, Yamhill County, because all of those counties surrounding the Portland Gresham area are going to be what you want to look at. Obviously, in most of these counties, Drazen isn't gonna take them, but if she gets a considerable amount of the vote, or if Betsy Johnson takes away enough of the vote from Kotek, you will see, and it's still early on, but you might see the first Republican governor in the state of Oregon since 1982, as well as in a state that has gone the longest without a Republican governor in the United States. So this is going to be an interesting race if you're an Oregonian. This is going to be an interesting race if you're a Republican Oregonian or if you're a Democrat Oregonian. My thing is I know people all over the state of Oregon with very different political ideologies, and in my mind and in my kind of vision, this has been an extremely contentious race because I have social media and I see people saying, do not vote for this person, do not vote for that person. And so I think this is every one of us. Matt has his, Nathan has his, I have mine. we all have our races outside of the state of Utah that we really want to pay attention to. Not
Mhm.
necessarily because of our political ideologies, as we're not going to state them, but just because we we're related to those states, or we know those states very well, or we have relations to them. And so it's going to be interesting to see, like, wow, these are key states, or these are things that are going on that we've never seen before in our lifetime. Think about it.
Mhm.
1982, my mom was a middle schooler in 1982. I was born way after that. So to think about, like, the fact that something that hasn't happened for so long is super interesting to me in the state of Oregon. Um, we're gonna take a look back here at the state of Utah. Here in our own state, it's gonna look still like what it was looking like before here in the state of Utah. Evan McMullen trailing Mike Lee by about 21%, as we now are seeing results come in from Cache County, Weber County, which is actually fairly close here. Weber County only being about a 10% lead for Mike Lee. And then we see places like Emery County, San Juan County, Garfield County. I'm waiting on my hometown county, Wayne County, to get their votes in because go Badgers.
I mean, we're still waiting on some of those heavy hitters though in Utah, Summit, and Salt Lake County though, because like we've been saying, those are probably going to be some of the most important to the direction that it go that uh, this senatorial election can go. Though I personally um, would think that Lee is most likely going to stay in the lead. Though it can't be said for certain with how early we are in.
Yeah, it's going to be really early. Let's take a look back at Pennsylvania as Mehmet Oz gets within 1% of John Fetterman in the state of Pennsylvania right now, as he only leads by about 40,000, or as Fetterman only leads by about 40,000 votes, Matt.
Oh yeah, here we go. Again, I was telling you, that little county near Philadelphia, Chester, Oz is still gaining in this county. He is still gaining in this county, which is a good indicator to talk about what the rest of the race is going to look like. You take a look back in 2020, we go to Pennsylvania. You take a look right here. That county was firmly in Democratic hands. However, we take a look now with 66% reporting here. Fetterman is losing ground to Oz. This county right here is those blue collar workers just outside the city who go into work. This is the demographic you're looking with. Again, we go near Erie. This is a county that Trump won in 2016, lost in 2020, and these are those blue collar workers that were disenfranchised by the Democratic Party in 2016 and then voted against Trump in 2020. This is a good indicator too. Within 2 points, if we go look in 2020, what the race looked like there, we go and look at frickin' Erie County over here. You look at that within 1 point, some of those disenfranchised voters, and you're starting to see a similar pattern here. Oz is gaining though, with only 20% of the ballot left to be counted in that race. So it's honestly looking a very close race. Oz is still gaining in this. It's only by a point that they're separated by. We still have about 36 some odd percent of the votes still left to be tallied.
Yeah, yeah, it's going to be in Pennsylvania for sure. As we take a look down at the other contentious and close race in the state of Georgia, we have Herschel Walker still lingering at that 49.6%, still in the lead of Raphael Warnock. Again, this is going to be very interesting as some remaining counties start to finally tally their votes in. Stevens County finally tallies in, and um, places like these small little rural counties that weren't tallying in their votes are starting to tally it in. I think that we could safely say with 87% that this one is probably going to go into a runoff election.
I definitely think so as well. Honestly, if you, oh, sorry, here we go.
Although it does look like these kind of smaller, these different smaller places that had trouble getting their votes in are pretty firmly Republican. So it really depends on if they can, on if Walker can get those kind of comfortable spots in some of the more Democratic areas where even just a little bit, he doesn't have to win those spaces. Like we've said before, he doesn't have to win them, but even if he could just get 2 or 3% of the votes in those more Democratic strongholds, he might be able to walk away just barely with the win.
Yeah, you look at Sumter County in Georgia right now, 49% of the vote. That one is leaning towards Raphael Warnock, but if like you said, if somehow Walker pulls out a lot of votes in counties like this, he could maybe lead it. But as of right now, we just got to change it. Walker just lost 0.3% of the vote. So now he's at 49.3%. So this one, I think, based on just my hunch, is probably going to be going into a runoff election.
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty safe to say too.
Matt?
Honestly, I think you're right on that. Sorry, I was watching one of those races I was watching. Very insignificant race. I'll tell you guys about it later. But we go back to Georgia over here. Look at that right there. Walker just lost a lot of votes there. Now remember, this is probably going to go into a runoff election, and honestly, I feel very comfortable saying that now. Unless like 100,000 ballots are found somewhere. Don't get any ideas, people. This is a neutral point of view. Anyways, the point is that if something happens here, you'd have to find, you go into Atlanta, Georgia here. But what's interesting though is that Warnock is not leading. Warnock was leading in the runoff election in 2020. He was leading there, and eventually he pulled out a victory there. Walker is leading in the entire state of Georgia. If you take a look at that, he is leading in that race. Honestly.
Although it looks like it could change because he just dropped a part of a percentage point again, Walker did. Now sitting at 49.2 instead of 49.3.
And honestly, those are coming from those big urban areas that are still counting their ballots. We have to keep looking to see if they have enough ballots to get Warnock ahead. If Walker manages to stay ahead, even if it does go into a runoff, it's likely that he will win the state of Georgia in the runoff election. The same trend happened with Warnock back in 2020, and the same thing happened with Trudeau in the same election against the incumbent senator. Now, the thing to keep in mind, though, is what the Libertarians will vote for after in the runoff election. Now, we were talking about this a little bit earlier. Hundreds of ads have been going up on Georgian television. All these ads saying, hey, we don't want to be in your Thanksgiving dinner. But it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, Thanksgiving dinner is going to be interrupted by more political talk. We all love that. We all love political talk.
Always love that one guy who goes off on politics during the breaking of the turkey, right?
I am that guy.
I think most of us here would be.
You know, if I could just for a second, I'll tell you about that race that I was watching up in Montana, of all places. It's a House district in Montana, a state legislator position. I thought it was actually interesting. I was reading up on it. It's Caitlin Rutch versus Jill Kohana. That Jill has held this seat for a long time. Caitlin Rutch, what makes her unique? 18 years old. She's 18 years old running for a House district inside of Montana. This is not a federal election. This is a state election. I've just been watching this because I think it's cool. Because in this entire race, you're seeing a lot more young voters turn out to vote. We will have to double check the exit polling, but a lot more young voters between 18 to 24 have been pulling out to vote in this election.
That's actually really fascinating because that's Gen Z, like the very beginnings of Gen Z right there, coming in with these voting records, or coming in to vote rather. And so what's kind of fascinating about that is it's a cultural and generational difference, because it shows that to some degree maybe Gen Z doesn't agree with the way that the millennials took it, and so on and so forth. And so it sounds like Gen Z to me is going to be a major factor in how elections play, not necessarily in this election, but in future ones, maybe even the 2024 election and elections on.
And this, and I'm going to say this is going to be a little bit, this isn't a political stance, but this is going to be kind of my PSA to our viewers, especially our collegiate viewers who are here in college with us. Your vote matters. You matter as a person, and you could make a difference. I mean, we're looking at an 18-year-old who just graduated high school, I think, is going to be running for a House district in the state of Montana. What does that say? Does that mean that you can't run for one in Utah? No.
No.
If you want to run for one in Utah, try and get a campaign together, regardless whatever your political beliefs are. I think as young people, and this is the change that has been going on with young people in our world today and with Gen Z. Um, you matter to politics. It's not just your grandpa's politics or your mom or dad's politics. It's your politics too. These decisions and these laws that are put into place affect you. And I feel like now that we're seeing a new rise in people graduating college and graduating high school and turning 18, just being able to get ready to vote in these young elections, just like us. I mean, it's becoming a thing where now you're seeing more younger people than ever because guess what? The next generation is rising through the ranks and is realizing how important politics are. So, in my opinion, I think if you couldn't vote in this cycle, vote in the next cycle because we're seeing something that's going on right now that
That's
you have a part of. Look at Pennsylvania, look at Georgia, look how close these races are. And just think to yourself, I could help my person that I want to make a difference. I could help them out, or if I want to make one myself, I can do that too. So let's take it back to Matt.
You know, honestly, you did not fumble that one. You didn't fumble that one, Chad. Good job. Let's take a look a little bit now back at the Utah Senate race here. So right now, Mike Lee is sitting with a comfortable 24-point lead when it comes to the Senate race here. What's something to
Although
keep?
it does seem that McMullen might actually be gaining just a little bit.
He is gaining. He is gaining. If we take a look a little bit at the results by county on the Utah sites, remember, there are two big things that are not in yet. Salt Lake County, Utah County, and then thirdly, Summit County. Those are the counties you're going to have to be watching because those are the major urban areas in the state of Utah, especially Salt Lake County. That is where Evan McMullen is going to gain a lot of his support from.
Yeah, especially since we don't
seem to have a specific Democratic, a specific Democratic candidate. The fact that McMullen was backed by Democrats would put him pretty solidly in favor of those in Salt Lake County because that's where the majority of Democratic voters tend to cluster in Utah.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, that is where most of Evan McMullen's coalition is going to be coming out to vote. And that's why Salt Lake County has not reported any results at this moment in time. They're still counting votes. The polls closed about an hour and a half ago, right? And look at all these counties that are still counting mail-in votes. Utah is one of those states that are strictly mail-in votes, right? They're still voting in person, but it's generally done mainly through the mail. So there's still a lot of votes being counted, especially in Salt Lake, especially in Utah County.
Let's take a close look back at the gubernatorial race in Oregon, just because that's my soapbox this time. Kotek has taken the lead, albeit a small lead, over Drazen, but it's going to be interesting here because Drazen is currently leading in Clackamas County. She's currently leading in Marion County, and she's currently leading in Lynn County, all those counties along the Willamette Valley. She is suffering a pretty big margin here at the very top in Multnomah County, but that was to be expected as that's where most of Portland votes. However, we still got a lot of counties in the state of Oregon that haven't voted yet. Obviously, Lane County is going to be a big factor in because they mostly vote Democrat in most elections for a long period of time. But you've got these Eastern Oregon counties that wish that they were a part of Idaho, most of them, because
I've heard of that.
they
movement,
do.
yeah.
There's a secessionist movement over there by a lot of people actually because they do not like the politics of Oregon because they're largely Republican. So you've got a lot of those counties that have yet to vote. So Drazen has a serious chance to become the next governor of Oregon. So that's just an interesting fact right there right now.
Although at the moment, it also looks like it could be one of those ones that could lead into a runoff because we've got three candidates. We've also got Johnson, who has 9.1% of the current votes. And with that, it could lead into a runoff election.
Well, to keep in mind, Oregon isn't one of those states that do a runoff. That's Georgia. But with the Oregon race, though, you're looking at this 1.9 point lead by Koitek. I mean, at the point, even if Drazen doesn't pull something out here, this shows a radical shift in the Oregon voting base. You take a look at all this. I want to show you this real quick, if we can, the Oregon election results back from 2020. You take a look at all these different counties here: Eugene, Portland, all these in Salem. all these different places, and then you look at what's currently being done, you're still waiting on Eugene. But look at Salem. Look at this county right here. You look at the pullout in 70% of the vote right here. In just a couple of elections ago, it was still Biden won by a percentage point here. There's been a radical shift in Salem County for the Republican candidate here for the gubernatorial race. So we're seeing a lot of movement. We're seeing a lot of traction for the Republican challenger in this race.
Yeah, it's just going to be a real interesting one to keep an eye on. It's something that's been kind of brewing in the state of Oregon. If you've been an Oregonian, where there's kind of been this new rise of a lot of Republicans in that state, because, and this is what I mean, this isn't a gubernatorial election, and it's probably going to be in many other elections. The state of Oregon is going to still pull blue. The reason that the gubernatorial election is so close is because the former governor, Kate Brown, who reached her term limit, was so unpopular in the state of Oregon, especially among independents, that it's becoming a far closer race as far as gubernatorial races go.
You know, if I could just pull your attention just for real quick, back to the House race. We have a key race in Montana that might be interesting here. We look at House District number 1. This is a new district that came out of the redistricting and census data from 2020. This is a completely new district. That's why there's no incumbent there. And right now, 21% of the votes in. Currently, the Democrats are leading that seat by nearly 25, 26, 27 points. And currently, there's still a lot of votes still left to be counted in that county. If you take a look back at 2020, the way Montana voted in this race, look at all this Republican, right? Except in the major population center, which is in Missoula right here. There's a lot of votes left to count in Missoula. If you take a look back over here, that's probably where most of these Democratic votes are coming from in the state of Montana.
Once again, it's just kind of shows that these heavily populated areas can carry so much weight in one of these elections.
You know, if I could just take a moment as well to draw you back to Iowa, take a look at this right here. Republicans have won in this district here. They've retained House District number 2. The incumbent there, Hidson, I mean, it's looking really good for him. Honestly, I'd be ready to call that one right now. We got 69% of the vote in, and honestly, they have a comfortable lead there. If you go ahead and take a look here, right now, the incumbent has taken the lead in the first House district in Iowa. 87% of the votes in. That's a 6-point lead right there. Very comfortable lead. And now you go look at over here where the incumbent X is now trailed behind none. This is a very close race. It's about 732 votes. I want you to think about that number. 732. My senior class was 698 kids. That is how close this election is coming to inside of the 3rd House district. This is a district that might be contested. This is a district that might have a recount. So we'll have to keep watching it, but at the moment, none is leading there. And that would make 6 House districts that the Republicans have picked up. A very comfortable lead. The House has not been called yet. However, it's looking more so that there's going to be a Republican House.
It's definitely looking that way. Because if we just were to take a step back here for a second, if we would just look at the total number of seats in the House so far for each party, the Democrats control 125 compared to the Republicans 176, and that lead has been pretty consistent this evening, with Republicans leading anywhere from 10 to 30 seats at any given time.
Oh yeah, it's very interesting here. I mean, I want to draw your attention just real quick back to some of these flip districts. We have 5 flip districts right now that have been called for the Republican in the area. 1 in Georgia, 3 in Florida, and 1 in Virginia. There are still a lot of key races out there to be won. I wanted to point your attention to Montana because there's still a lot of votes left to be counted in that 2nd district there. You take a look at Oregon over here. Let's take a look at Oregon, where we're here talking about that gubernatorial race. This right here is a new district that was created by the redistricting. Right now, the Republican is leading. That would be a gain for Republicans. You go over here to Eugene. That would be a gain for Republicans here if they take this seat. If you go over here, Salem, right now, the Democrats might be able to pull ahead here in this district, but there's more and more seats being picked up by Republicans, and every seat they pick up past that 5-seat marker is a seat that they are gaining even a stronger control of the House.
Another crazy uh, races going on right now is if you look at the state of New York, there's a lot of key races in the state of New York going on as of right now. New York has a lot of House races going on in their own state. You have uh, well, just in New York, you have Republicans holding onto their seats, but you have people like Santos in the third district leading Zimmerman. You have Molinaro leading Riley, and then you have Singletary leading Morell. So you have places where Republicans can pick up seats in the House in the state of New York as well.
I want to pull your guys' attention back to the state of Utah because we do have some election results coming in from Utah County now. The Senate race is actually drawn farther. But what's interesting, though, the results that are coming in from Utah County, 64% of the votes in that just dropped here. 61% towards Lee. What did we say? 61%. That's a strong lead for Lee in this part. But notice something. That's not enough. 24% McMullen's gaining. McMullen's gaining in the state of Utah. Will it be enough? We don't know. Because guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Salt Lake County. Salt Lake County is going to be a big determiner here. If McMullen convinced enough people to take this county, if he's still picking up votes from Utah County here, because still 35% of the vote went to McMullen here. That's a lot more than what a lot of people were estimating. You take a look back in 2020, look at what Utah County voted for. 67% of people voted for Trump in Utah County. 67%, that's almost a 60-point lead. We go back over here, 24 points. 24 points. This is a good indicator of what this race is going to look like. Will McMullen be able to pull it off? Maybe, possibly. But the race is going to be a lot. It's still way too close to call. But honestly, this is a good indicator to see what the race is going to look like. It's going to come down to the wire.
Well,
In Summit County too, so.
Well, it's going to be an interesting one because this is going to be one of the closest Senate races in the state of Utah in the state of Utah's history
30 years.
in 30 years. The interesting fact is it's gonna be interesting because Salt Lake and Summit counties, if Evan McMullen was able to convince enough people, he'll start gaining it. But you gotta still look at, you still have about 6 or 7 counties in the state of Utah that are more than likely going to go towards Mike Lee. So it's going to be an interesting race. It's going to come down to, did Evan McMullen convince enough people in those key counties? Because as of right now, a 24% lead is a lot, but it could be contested. But in a place like the state of Utah, you really need to convince people in those key places. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and it would have to be kind of what he's running on, because a lot of the issues that matter to Utahns tend to be cultural ones from what I've seen. And so it really depends on what side of the cultural issues that he's been hitting that will really determine whether or not he's convinced those people in Salt Lake and surrounding areas.
You know, if I could pull your attention just real quick to the overall things that are going on in Utah. One race has been called by Fox for the Republican. This was not anything new. It was a landslide for more than 38-point lead inside of the 1st Congressional District. No surprise there. Right now, in all 4, the interesting thing is that these races haven't been called yet. Owens, let's take a look at 4th Congressional District right now. If we go take a look at that, right here. So these are the people we interviewed on the review. Go look at the interviews if you can. Unbiased opinion, of course. You take a look here. Now, the main goal that January Walker was trying to do was to keep the United Utah Party on the ballot. That's the reason why a lot of these independent candidates are running in the state of Utah. They want to keep their ballot access. If they don't meet a certain threshold, they won't keep it. right? So right now, January Walker is actually 6% of the vote, with 45% of the vote actually being in from the different counties. That's a lot more than what a lot of people thought. But still, Burgess Owens is killing it right now with almost 24 points ahead of Darnley McDonald. I also want to point your attention to the ballot measure, which I actually think is sort of interesting. Right now, 18% of the vote is for the ballot measure at the moment. 148,000 people have voted no. Now, this is the ballot measure that would have allowed a emergency session or a special session of the Utah State Legislature to actually be able to spend more money that was appropriated. So Utah has a base budget. In the general session, they'd have an appropriations bill that they want to change certain things from that base budget from last year to make the budget for that fiscal year. Now, right here, this ballot measure was put in place during COVID. It mandated that only in a special session you could spend 1% of that budget. 1%. Now, in this constitutional amendment, they want to change that. They want to change that 1% to 5%. And it seems a lot of Utahns that has not responded to. Right now, more Utahns have voted no to that ballot measure than have voted yes, which is actually quite an odd occurrence. More people are not wanting Utah to spend more money.
Yeah, that's an interesting one here in the state of Utah. State of Utah has long been known to be a Republican state, a conservative state, and usually with people who are conservative voters, they usually don't really enjoy government spending. That's just kind of a conservative outlook, and so I think largely in this state, I think that measure was projected to be voted down just because people have seen that it's not really needed largely here in the state of Utah. It's most people's opinion, especially, well, not even especially, but like even after COVID, I think that this ballot measure was kind of an interesting thing after COVID-19 to look at to kind of say, oh, well, here was something that needed an emergency session that they need to spend money on. And a lot of Utahns, I think, felt that either the money wasn't spent in the right way or that they just didn't need to increase the amount that the government was overall spending.
Yeah, and I would definitely agree with that. And in regards to in regards to just kind of government spending and such, most Utahns tend to rely on other sources in case they need help with things like welfare, in case they need help with food or money or rent or things like that. So if they have problems with that, they generally tend to turn to third-party sources. Anyway, to you, Matt.
We do have some more results coming in from the state of Utah. Grand County, the first purple district or purple county in the entire state of Utah. Grand County. This was a county that Joe Biden won back in 2020. We take a look over here. He won it by a good 10 points. Let's take a look at that right now. That's about a similar margin that McMullen is currently winning in this county. 95% of the vote in. This is a big. This wasn't entirely unexpected, but a lot of votes just came in for McMullen in this race right here. However, just to keep in mind, overall, the Senate race hasn't really. Actually, we had a big update just come in just now. McMullen's within 10 points here. Salt Lake, Salt Lake County. There you go. Salt Lake County, and McMullen is winning it big time. 41% of the vote is coming in from Salt Lake County at the moment. 60 points right now. He is winning that by about 25, 20, 26 points or so.
Although it's not looking like it's going to be completely enough, as Lee's still leading
Total in the state, 53 to 43.
We'll have to keep looking at that because honestly, that is a very close margin. 10 points. This is a Republican Ruby state. McMullen had a chance this election. He's a conservative. It's like you were saying. It really depends. It comes down to if McMullen was able to convince enough voters in this election to actually be competitive here.
The interesting thing is Salt Lake County has only reported about 41% of their votes. So we're going to see if McMullen can get a larger lead in Salt Lake County or if Mike Lee can start gaining ground within the county. So that's going to be a little bit interesting, as most of these counties within the state of Utah have already reported in the upwards of 95 to 100% in their voting, except for Salt Lake County. So that's going to be a very interesting one, as well as Utah County, only 64% of the vote. We'll see which way that swings here in the state. It's going to be close, but it's going to be an interesting one to see which way
Mhm.
it swings.
And keep in mind, the other major county that Democrats win every election, Summit County. Summit County still has not reported a single ballot. If we go ahead and take a look at back in 2020, we go look at Summit County right here, right there. Biden wins about 40 or not, excuse me, about 10 or 50 or about 20 points there. Now there's about 30,000 votes just sitting there. And so really it starts to come down to a number game here, whether or not McMullen, like you said, has convinced enough people for that. Grand County has almost completed their ballot count. Salt Lake County has nowhere near enough, but yet 41% of the ballot is in Salt Lake County at the moment. So really, it really comes down to this as well. If you go ahead and take a look back in 2020 to see what Trump won in the race there, it came down to about 53-22%. Now, whether or not we see a major gain from McMullen in that race, we'll have to keep looking because honestly, no one's called this race, and at the moment, CNN is rating this race as too close to call. You take a look now; they're gray. All these states that have been major league are gray, so we're still waiting on that.
Yeah. And another thing I'd kind of like to point out a little bit is just going back to previous races that are somewhat similar. If we go and we kind of look at Romney's race for representation of Utah, um, while he did win it, he wasn't very popular for very long. And so even if McMullen were to win, who's to say he's going to remain popular? And that's something that I've found tends to happen within Utah politics is people will be elected only for the population to realize, oh wait, we didn't actually really like his policies that much, and vote him out in the next run.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be very interesting, honestly, because Mick Mullen was campaigning on saying he wants to be more of a Senate candidate like Romney. So we'll have to see if that resonated with Utah voters. Though, moving away from Utah just a little bit, I want to point y'all's attention to a state that's been really absent, and that's Nevada. At the moment, Nevada hasn't reported a single result, despite the fact the polls are closed at 8 o'clock our time. And so we're still waiting on polling results in Nevada. Nevada was a very close race in polling data. People were saying it's about 2.2% within. So we're still waiting on results in the state of Nevada.
Maybe they got theirs confused with the casino machines.
Yes, casino machines. They started putting ballots in the casino machines. We don't know if that's confirmed yet. However, it's very plausible.
It's interesting, though. I think that it's a very interesting case. I would like to know what's going on in the state of Nevada right now, being so late in the game as far as after polls closing before us getting any reports of what's going on there. That's an interesting.
I think Cortez won a jackpot, and that's what's going on.
Cortez won the jackpot. And he was like, wait, everybody hold up. I won $1 million.
I got another $1 million to spend on this race. All right, it's gonna be great.
Everybody gets $1 if you vote for me. No, I'm just kidding.
That actually used to be a tradition with $2 bills. It was a signal of political corruption. So if you had a $2 bill, it would have meant that you had actually been paid off by a politician. And so it's an old tradition with a $2 bill. Yeah.
Well, I guess my aunts and uncles paid me off in $2 bills then, so I guess I'm corrupt.
That's not something you admit live on air, my friend. We've got you on tape saying that now.
Oh, no. It's just my aunts and uncles, though. I don't think they run for politics or are much involved in it, in all honesty.
But you might.
I might be.
Well, hey, so let me just point your all's attention real quick to a few of the Senate races we're still watching. Arizona has actually gone gray now. It's very close. Actually, it's not close at all. It just hasn't been reporting yet. So 52%, 52% right now. But still, a lot of votes left to be tallied there. It hasn't really moved much since we checked up on it last. We go ahead and take a look back at the map. Go look at Wisconsin. Right now, Johnson is still leading there with about 3% of the vote. And right now, about 54,000 votes. You take a look at Pennsylvania. Oz is still creeping up on Fetterman. You take a look at this right here. 48.1% to 49. It's about 1.3% lead there. Fetterman has actually gained a little bit in the last few hours. If we go back and take a look at the USA map here, go back to Georgia. Walker is still sitting at 49.4%. Warnock is still sitting below him, but still no one's gotten 50%. Georgia's definitely going to be going into a runoff election. This is going to be going on until December. And so right now the Senate is still up for grabs. If we go ahead and take a look at the House.
Georginians, let's hope not. So that
Their Thanksgiving dinner isn't
Yeah,
too
you don't have
interrupted.
Warnock just walking in, guys. Hey, guess what? I'm joining Thanksgiving dinner. But anyways, yeah.
Well, let's be clear here, guys. I think that if I was Raphael Warnock, I wouldn't want it to go into a runoff, and I'd want to win right now because I'm telling you, Thanksgiving football, Herschel Walker.
I guess that karma
is
might actually.
possible. It is very plausible.
Hey, all those people in Athens might suddenly remember that they're fans of the University of Georgia and be like, you know what? I'm gonna go switch my vote for Herschel Walker. I'm kidding, guys. I'm not saying that Herschel Walker's gonna win. I'm just saying that like that Herschel Walker played football.
Really? You don't say. I did not know that.
what a thunk.
Oh, that's a quality meme. Quality meme. Well, right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're still sitting at 45 confirmed seats for Republicans in the Senate. We're confirmed with about 156 seats for Republicans in the House, and we're still confirmed about 98 seats for the Democrats in the House of Representatives. So the House of Representatives is still up for grabs. It hasn't been called yet, but we're still waiting on more results to come out from those two.
Although,
In regards to the House of Representatives, it still looks like Republicans are in the lead for overall seats. Still in that 10 to 30 margin. Right now it's 181 to 146 in House seats favoring the Republicans.
Let me go ahead and take a look at the gubernatorial races now in New York. The race has been called for by CNN for Hochul. However, Zeldin got pretty close there. 73% of the votes still in at the moment. Let's take a look at Fox News. Fox posting has been very good these last few years. If they don't call it, you probably shouldn't believe it. So if you go ahead and take a look at governor races here, Fox News has called it as well. So right now, it looks to be that Zeldin put up a good fight. However, that is still a pretty close race considering that
New York of all places.
in New York of all places, exactly. And you have Schumer.
The Republican nominee even stood any sense of a chance is really impressive.
And it's going to be interesting because I think that it's actually going to be, as we see it, just change a little bit now. It's now about 9% when it was about 11% before. I think as far as Kathy Hochul winning, I think that's going to happen. I think that as we start seeing reports come in and your final result, I'm going to say you're looking at probably like a 6-point result there. I think that she's probably going to end up winning by about 6 points.
Yeah.
And it's especially interesting considering that Schumer had won the state in the Senate race by about a good 18 points. So it's interesting to see the ballot splitting that's going on there.
Yeah, like you've been saying,
It has a lot to do kind of with these independents showing up in droves, trying to vote kind of differently on different aspects. Like you said, a lot of people have been concerned about democracy, as that's something that's been brought up a lot. Regardless of where you stand on the subject, I think a lot of people are voting for democracy, voting for what they see as their freedoms.
Absolutely. I want to point your attention now as well back to Georgia. Kemp has been called by CNN, Fox News, to be the projected winner in the state of Georgia. When all the ballots get counted, they predict that Kemp will be the outcome. So this is a very big development, and it honestly will be a determinant in that race with Herschel Walker. Because again, there are a lot of Republicans who went straight down the ballot. There are a lot of Democrats who went straight down the ballot. You only see the independents are splitting up their ballots. If Republicans were splitting up their ballots, this would not have happened here. You would have seen Herschel Walker dip below Raphael Warnock. However, right now we see with the governor race here in Georgia, he has won this by a good 10 points over Stacey Abrams. Stacey Abrams famously denied the election results back when she ran the first time round against Kemp. This is round 2 for her. And it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out in the coming days.
Well, it's interesting too because I think as we talk about democracy. I almost want to, this is going to be when you say preserving democracy, it's an interesting statement because this idea of democracy is not exactly really how the United States is built. The United States is built upon a republic model, upon the model of a republic. Um, the term democracy to me has always been kind of fuzzy because we are a democratic republic, so it's not like we're not a full-fledged democracy. So I always thought the term preserving democracy was always weird in my eyes. But what I will see is you are seeing voters on both sides of the aisle, Republican or Democrat. If you're an independent, there are a lot of independents in Arizona right now who are saying, I don't like Blake Masters because he's an election denier, right? But I think you ended up seeing the same thing in the state of Georgia, where a lot of people in Georgia were like, "Okay, Stacey Abrams is an election denier. I do not want to vote for her because I believe that she is saying the same things that these Republicans are saying that I don't like. So I would much rather vote for Kemp."
Yeah, and so it just kind of goes to show that this seems to be a bit of a bipartisan issue, this idea of election denying. And where one falls on that is completely up to them. But it's just something to look out for because a lot of these kind of radically different states tend to fall under the umbrella of whether or not their candidate um, was involved in a scandal in regards to election denying.
Yeah.
Just pulling y'all's attention real quick back to the Republican race inside of Utah. Right now, we're still sitting at a 10-point lead for Lee, with about 53% of the vote in at the moment. We still are waiting on results from Summit County. We're still waiting on results coming in from Salt Lake. We're still waiting on results coming in from Utah County here. These are going to be the big races that we're going to be looking at. Grand County is pretty much done. McMullen's won that county by about 11 points, and so we'll have to really be watching Salt Lake and Utah and Summit counties.
Yeah, and I just want to say, put it on the map. The good old 435, which is most of Utah. But anyway, Wayne County finally got their results in.
Wayne County, yeah,
And their results, 94% in. They favored Mike Lee by about 42%. Not uncommon for the county I'm from. Definitely
Not
a lot
surprising.
not unsurprising. There's a lot of supporters of Mike Lee down there. I know from firsthand experience. But I will say this isn't a woo for any political, but it's a woo for Wayne County because they got their results in. Yeah, woohoo!
Very well. Going back a little bit now, let's take a look at what's going on in Georgia now. Still, we're waiting on results there. However, Warnock has gained a little bit in the past hour or so, by about 0.2%. But still, Walker is still leading in that race by about 20,000 votes. And so the Senate's still up for grabs, honestly. At the moment, we're still waiting on results coming in from Nevada. There's nothing there at the moment, which is actually sort of interesting. I don't know why we haven't heard anything from that yet. But if we go ahead and look at Wisconsin is still looking very interesting. Johnson is pulled ahead again by about 4 points there. 64,000 votes still there, and an estimated 78% of the votes still in. So we have about 22% of the votes still left to be counted.
Yeah, and it's interesting. We're starting to we've been getting results in from California. California, another big state, obviously one of the highest population states right now.
Famously Democratic.
And famously Democratic, obviously. Where California plays into a role is the Senate race there obviously has been polling largely in favor of Democrats, much like New York has, but where it's interesting is in a lot of these House races, where a lot of people are expecting Republicans to pick up a couple seats in the House in the state of California. Will that happen? That remains to be seen, as there's still a lot of the way left to go in the state of California.
Though it does look like most of the coastal cities are still going to remain pretty firmly Democratic.
Yeah, somewhat. I mean, yeah, mostly. It's just kind of interesting. We'll see kind of what happens. California is an interesting state when it comes to elections in some ways because of sometimes people being able to pick up. There's a lot of California is one of the biggest states in the House for a lot of people making unexpected gains. So
Yeah.
we'll see what the interesting thing is. But you've talked about it before, Nathan, with how many people are moving outside of the state of California. I
Mhm.
mean, there are a lot of Republicans who have actually moved outside of the state of California because they
They
felt like they
they
were no
didn't
longer
like the
represented by that
politics.
state. So then that might actually be bad for a lot of
For Republican.
Republican representative candidates in the state of California.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right on that. And the only thing that will kind of determine that, though, is I guess at this point time to see whether or not those votes come in for or against uh, uh, Republican or Democratic candidates, especially as we see in these kind of bigger cities where we've had a lot of the reported problems, places like Los Angeles, places like San Francisco. While at the moment they still lean pretty heavily Democratic, San Francisco um, still in still pretty heavily in favor for Pelosi, but the interesting thing is that it's gray on CNN's map, which means they're still processing, and it means that there still could be a chance, even if very, very small, that Dennis could pull even close.
Yeah, I mean it's a gigantic lead right now for Nancy Pelosi, but you're seeing that there's a chance that at least people can try and gain a few more votes than they had last election in the 2020 election beforehand.
Yeah, to some degree, it kind of looks like that red wave that had been predicted might actually come true.
Yeah, in some ways, it's going to be interesting to see as we get further into the night a little bit. It already being 10 o'clock, it's going to be interesting as we start seeing House races um, start polling, and then Senate races are going to be extreme. They are interesting right now. They're way closer to a lot of these
Hmm.
states, so it's very interesting as we're going to head to Matt.
We do have some more election news in the state of Utah. All four districts have been called by CNN and Fox News. Burgess Owens, the projected winner in the fourth congressional district. Third, Chris Curtis is now the projected winner of the third House district in the state of Utah, and over in the second district, Chris Stewart is now also the projected winner of the second House district. Again, not really that surprising. We knew these counties were or these House districts were very safe, very safe. Owens is polling very good right now in the fourth congressional district, even with only about 50% of the vote in. 60%, very far ahead of McDonald, leading by a good 30 points.
Yeah, another thing to be aware of, Mike Lee just slowly gaining a little bit. He was leading by about 9%. He's leading now by about 10.9%. So he just has a little bit of a lead now right here with a little bit more of a lead now with 53% of the votes in still quite a few counties to be reported here in the state of
Hmm.
Utah.
Now I kind of want to take a step back a little bit. So going back to kind of overall seats in the Senate right now, it seems it's actually dead even with 46 seats for the Republican Party and 46 seats for the Democratic Party. And so at this point, in regards to who will take control of the Senate, is anybody's game.
Oh yeah, you got it right on the nose there at the moment. I mean, like if you take a look at the Senate map here on CNN's thing, you take a look over here. I mean, there is a lot. Honestly, it's coming down to the wire of these several different states. You're coming down to the wire in Arizona, coming down to the wire in Nevada, coming down to the wire in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Georgia. These are the races that are going to decide the House. All Republicans need to do is pick up one Democratic seat. That could be Nevada. It was polling about 0.2% difference between the two candidates. This is going to be a very interesting race. Now, something odd is going on right now with Nevada's election results. Not even small town races like House districts and Senate districts inside of the state of Nevada have been reported yet. So at the moment, we haven't had any results reported out of the state of Nevada. So we're still waiting about that right now. If you take a look back at Utah, right now, like you said, like you were saying earlier, Chad, Lee has pulled ahead just by a little bit, by about 1.4 or 10.4%. with 53% of the votes in at the moment. We're still waiting for a big batch of votes coming in from Salt Lake County. Still waiting on a big batch of votes coming in from. Actually, those votes that put him ahead a little bit were from Utah County, following that trend that he is going to be holding on to those votes in the county. And so
So we've got an update here in the state of Nevada. In
Nevada.
Nevada. I sounded like I'm from the Midwest for a second. I'm not, but about 2 hours ago and then 1 hour ago, people were saying in the state of Nevada, rain. There's basically a rain delay going on in southern Nevada right now within Clark County, which is the biggest county in the state of Nevada. Basically, people were standing in line. Things were going on for a while, and so when polls closed, people were still remaining in line, and they are still allowing them to push through here and to still vote. So here in the state of Nevada, polls are closed. However, they are letting the remaining people go through and vote in
Okay.
Clark.
Good.
So you said it was a rain delay,
Basically, yeah. There's just
like weather related stuff.
yeah,
or-
not enough people were able to get through in the time that they were expecting. So
Man, vacation life.
yeah, so that's what's going on in the state of Nevada. Not a lot of news, but this comes from reporters here. Steve Sebelius in the state of Nevada reported that. Nevada. I'm saying Nevada like I'm Sarah Palin. So. So yeah, that one's gonna be interesting. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna take a quick break right here as results are kind of slowing down. So we're gonna take about a 5-minute break, and we'll be back on the other side of things. Make sure to stay tuned for further election coverage.
Yep. Thanks for watching.
So welcome back to the UVU Reviews election coverage. I'm Chad Roderick, joined by Nathan Natividad, also joined by Matthew Drackman on our map over there, our editor in chief.
We just living the dream out here, ladies and gentlemen. We live in the dream.
And clearly he likes to dance. So
Absolutely.
give it up for our editor in chief.
Yeah, woo! We doing good. We doing good.
So breaking news coming in, as we have the state of Ohio, sorry, being called in the Senate race.
You know that one state. That place.
That meme state of Ohio being called in favor of JD Vance virtually everywhere. So JD Vance is going to take the state of Ohio. Uh, so
It's gonna need a hero at this rate. I don't know.
let's
man.
go JD Vance, I guess, because he is now officially going to be called. So that's some breaking news out of the state of Ohio. Let's see. Let's go and take a check into our own state here in the state of Utah. Uinta County has come in, and as well as, let's see, yeah, Uinta County has started reporting. Mike Lee leading now by almost 12% here in the state of Utah. So not much of a change.
It's still a really close race. It just really depends on what happens with Summit County, and then if he got enough voters, kind of in Salt Lake County.
Yeah, so this one's gonna still be interesting. If we look over at the state of Arizona, Mark Kelly still holding a firm 17.5% lead over Blake Masters. The only interesting thing there is that in the state of Arizona, only 52% of the vote has come in, so that it's not enough to call. People aren't going to call this race because there's still a chance that Masters can take more percentage of the vote. Actually, now as I say that, a little bit more.
Yeah.
Mark Kelly leading by 17.7%, so not good for Masters.
It's looking like Kelly is probably going to walk away with the win on this one, but it's still early enough that something could change.
You know, honestly, I want to pull your guys' attention to what it was looking like back in 2020. Look at this. Look at these. Look at these results right here. Okay, 100% reporting. These different counties. You got Navajo County. You have Apache County, Coco County, Maricopa County. These are counties you need to be looking at when you're taking a look at what's going to be happening here in the state of Arizona. Now, this is what we're currently dealing with. Still, only 52% of the vote is in. This is where they're going to start to see a little bit dragging now. They got as many results as they could outright. Now they're counting a bunch of mail-in ballots. So at the moment, look at Navajo County here. Still being led by Kelly by about good 2 points there. This county, Coconino County, still being led heavily by Kelly. And if you go ahead and take a look at Maricopa County, still very firmly in Kelly's hands. But again, remember, still only about 54% of the votes still in. We still got to watch Maricopa, got to still watch it and see what happens here. But honestly, at this point, Kelly looks like he is in a pretty comfortable lead. I wouldn't feel comfortable calling this one just yet, but we'll have to keep watching to see what happens in Maricopa, what happens here in Yuma County, all these different places that are going to be very crucial in this election.
So as of right now, based on the seats that have already been called, the ones that have yet to be called, we are deadlocked at 46. It seems like for both parties, 46 Democrat, 46 Republican. As we see, like the state of Washington being called for Murray in the Democratic Party, Wyden in Oregon gets called, both incumbents. But then over in Idaho, Crapo gets called in the state of Idaho for the Republican side, as well as North and South Dakota also being called for their Republican incumbents. So this one is coming down to the wire.
No surprise, though.
No surprise in all of these places, but what I mean is there is no difference so far. There isn't a lot of shift, so it's going to definitely be coming down to the wire in a lot of these states.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Especially in these ones that haven't had any real call yet. Kind of going back to the Fetterman Oz, it's really, really close with there barely being a 0.9% difference, actually, with Fetterman barely leading with about 39,000 votes.
We actually do have a major call from Fox News. Now, CNN hasn't made this call, so it's still a little bit out there. But Mike Lee has been called by Fox News to be winning the Senate seat here in the state of Utah. Now, Fox News pollsters are really good at what they do. They see things that other people don't. So this might be a pretty good call to make on their part. Still, we're waiting for a big batch of ballots coming in from 50% there. So we're just going to have to still wait to see what happens, to see how close it will become. But according to Fox, when all the votes are tallied, Lee will be in the victory spot.
Let's see if the Republicans get that, though, because as we've been noting, it's been a very close race, surprisingly close for McMullen.
Right, because we're still waiting on all those votes coming in from Salt Lake County. They haven't reported in a little while here, but it's going to be interesting because in Utah County, there's going to be a lot of votes that are going to be coming in from Utah County, and this is going to be a big stronghold for Mike Lee. So we'll still have to wait on that front. But polling data was showing that McMullen was trailing Lee by about 10 points, according to some partisan polls. One independent poll said that Lee was only up by 1. We'll really have to see how close this election will be. Because honestly, throughout this entire campaign, Lee was sweating bullets. A lot of his campaign election emails sent out saying, "I'm losing. I need your help. Give me money." So at the moment, we'll have to see really how close this election becomes. CNN hasn't called this race for Mike Lee just yet. However, Fox News is projecting at the moment that Utah will go to Mike Lee.
And another key race here we're going to see in Utah. We're going to keep you updated on that. But another key race that we're going to be looking at here that has been called by CNN is going to be North Carolina, as Ted Budd is called for the Senate race there, and the Republicans are probably going to have a firm hold of North Carolina, which was considered a very key race. Budd was only leading by about 3 to 5%, which looks like what he's actually probably going to lead the race in. So the polls seem to be fairly accurate within that North Carolina race.
And I feel like it's pretty safe to actually go ahead and call it too, because most of the votes are in. It's at 93% of the total votes, and Bud is still ahead, like you said, about 2 to 3 points ahead.
And it should be noted as well, it hasn't been reported yet on CNN's tally. However, in the state of Georgia, at the moment, Raphael Warnock has gained the lead in the state of Georgia. Now, if we go ahead and take a look at the different things here, that's actually Idaho, but we're going to go to actually the state of Georgia. We go to the Georgia state election results here. Raphael Warnock has still gained a lead in Georgia by about, from what it looks like, about 2,000 votes. And this is about 90% reporting here. It's still very close. Look at that. 48.95% of the vote is in right now for Herschel Walker, 49% for Raphael Warnock. Again, this is still a very close-knit election. As long as one of these two does not gain 50% of the vote, it will not matter, because then there's going to be a separate runoff election in the state of Georgia. And from what we're saying, I feel very comfortable in saying that there is going to be a runoff election in the state of Georgia.
Once that runoff election does get going, though, then it's going to be up in the air again between Walker and Warnock, because that 2% is what's going to decide who runs away with the win. So that's going to be something that we will have to keep our eyes on. And as we've been saying, you know, poor guys in Georgia going to have to be interrupted by Warnock in middle of their Thanksgiving dinner.
Middle of Thanksgiving there, like we're cutting into that turkey, and oh my gosh, hey guys, have you considered voting for me? It'll be very interesting there. But what I think we should still be pointing out is really this independents have really shown their colors tonight. You've taken a look at the governor's race here. It's already been called for Kemp, Governor Kemp here. 53%, that is a very comfortable lead in that race there. But if you go ahead and take a look over here, 49% of people have voted for Warnock, 48.95% for Herschel Walker. Now, that just shows you how many ballots have been split in terms of what the thing's going on. And we actually got a call over here for the an update from Utah. we do have some more results coming in from Utah now. It's currently being led. Mike Lee has pulled ahead by another 2 points. So he's now leading by 12% in by CNN numbers. So it looks like that call is going to be a little bit more legitimate in the point from Fox News' perspective there. So we're going to have to see how close this is. So we're going to have to take a look at Salt Lake County here, still 41%. Go to Utah County, 64%. These votes that we're seeing just coming in here are coming from Morgan County, which is almost 93% reporting. So honestly, Lee's getting a very comfortable lead here, and we'll have to see how close it is by the end of the night.
Yeah, it's still going to be very interesting here in the state of Utah. I think it can be called for Mike Lee in some ways, but I think it's going to be It's still going to be close. So Fox News has called it for Mike Lee. CNN hasn't quite called it for Mike Lee. I want to take it back to Pennsylvania just real quick because Mehmet Oz still inching forward a little bit. That 0.9% goes to about 0.7% here. So the state of Pennsylvania is probably the second closest race. I'd say Georgia's probably the closest race in this election. Pennsylvania is going to be probably the second closest race. They flip flop. So this one's going to be very interesting as you have Chester County still needing to put in votes. Northampton County is almost done. Erie County almost done. So we're getting really close here. But you really got to see in all of these places where those 5% of voters, those 10% of voters can really change a difference in this election so far.
If you take a look at the map here and just compare it, this is what the current map looks like with 88% of the vote in with Pennsylvania. This is what it looked like back in 2020, and notice how similar it is, with one major exception. We go back to Chester County. Chester County is still really close. It's about 4 points. Oz is leading. We are talking about gaining a lot of votes in those strong Democratic strongholds. That is what's currently happening. This was a firmly blue county just 2 years ago, and now we're still seeing it with 80% of the vote in, very close for either Oz or Fetterman. This is one of those bellwether counties we need to be paying attention to as the results get closer.
Yeah, for sure. We're also going to take a look here at the Senate race in Wisconsin. Johnson leading Barnes by about 3% here in Wisconsin with 81% of the vote in. Not quite close enough or not quite far enough away to call, I would say, but I think Johnson has a fairly decent lead here going into the last 19% of the vote.
Yep, it looks like he might just be able to run away with the win, though, like you said, it's not quite confirmed just yet.
And you got to pay a lot of attention here to Wisconsin. There was a lot of money poured into this state by the Democratic Party and was the subject of many visits by some key Democratic surrogates throughout the campaign trail, including former President Barack Obama. I want to point y'all's attention back to Green Bay. We said here earlier, this is going to be a major indicator within this race. Going back to all those Republican votes, Green Bay was a major indicator. And we're looking back on it now. The Democrats have spent their secret weapons. Green Bay has come in with a strong lead there, but even stronger than it was in 2020 in this county. It's still currently reporting about 60%, so we'll have to keep an eye on it. But as we're standing right now, Johnson has pulled in terms of a close race, a comfortable lead.
Yeah, sure. That's good, how it's going to be for Johnson. Let's take a look here at the Senate race in Iowa. This one is becoming very close in a lot of cases. Nunn is leading by 0.6% with 91% voting here in the 3rd district of Iowa. Miller Meeks looks to be running away with the 1st district election. 87% of the vote in. Miller Meeks is winning by about 7%. And then in District 2, Hinson, I would call this one for Hinson. Hinson's leading by 15% with 75% of the vote left. I would call that for Hinson. CNN hasn't quite called it yet, but personally, based on the data, I would call it for Hinson.
Yeah, and in District 3, Nunn is leading just barely with 4 points ahead. But that might be enough to win it for her in District 3, because they're almost done with counting the votes at 91%. We'll hand it over to Matthew.
Something to keep in mind here as well, if we take a look at back what the seats are looking like across the country, CNN's projecting now that Republicans have picked up 6 seats in the House of Representatives. 6 seats now. That is a good lead, and that gives them some buffer room. As you can see here in Ohio, we look at Ohio's 1st district. This is a seat that Democrats have picked up preliminarily. Right now, Landsman is projected to win here against the incumbent Chabot. However, at the moment, Republicans are still sitting comfortably with 6 seats gained within the House of Representatives. So we're still waiting to see if that will play out. But still, at the moment, the House of Representatives is projected to go, at least it's going in the direction of being a Republican-controlled House.
Yeah, it's interesting. If you look at, for example, the state of Washington, District 8 in the state of Washington, the incumbent Schreier is leading Larkin by about 5, almost 6% of the vote, with only 50% voting, as well as District 3. Losing Kent Perez, only leading Kent by about 6% of the vote with 59%. So those are still contentious races within the state of Washington for the House.
Yeah, and since those aren't fully counted yet, both of them could go either way very, very quickly.
As well as we talk about that new district in the state of Oregon, the new redrawn district in the state of Oregon, Chavez DeReamer is beating McLeod Skinner by 5% within that District 5 now of the state of Oregon, with 60% voting here in the state. So that'll be an interesting one as well for House voting for Republican concerns, if they can keep that.
Speaking of Oregon, though, it appears that CNN has called Oregon Senate race on behalf of Wyden, though it looks like though it looks unlikely that Perkins will be able to catch up.
Yeah. And then we'll stick in Oregon in the gubernatorial race, as this race is very close between Kotek and Drazen, as Kotek leads Drazen by 1.5%, with still 63% of the vote to be counted here in the state of Oregon. Clackamas County is one of those key counties that is swinging in the favor of Republicans, as well as Tillamook County, and as we talked about it, Marion County now leading very strong in the favor of Drazen by about 13%.
If I can just grab a little bit onto that as well. You take a look at the 2020 results here back in Oregon. You look at Marion County. You take a look at Columbus County. You take a look at all these center counties like Benton. You go back over here and just notice the red that you see inside of this map. You take a look at Clackamas County. It's currently being led by Drazen. You go to Salem over here with Marion County. It's being led big time by Drazen, and it's only about a point or so away from actually being in the lead. We can really see how big of a difference that Johnson has made. 100,000 votes, 106,000 votes have gone to Drazen here, nearly 10% of the vote here. So at the moment, it appears as though this is a major spoiler candidate for Kotek. If more votes come in from these different counties right here, this is a very big possibility that Drazen could pull out a win here in the gubernatorial race in the state of Oregon.
Yeah, really interesting one, especially with how long it's been since the state of Oregon has had a governor who was a Republican, just simply due to the fact that Kate Brown was so unpopular there as the former governor. I feel like that led a way in for Betsy Johnson to be an independent by not liking the way that her party was going and wanting to get that gubernatorial race in that spot. So it's going to be very interesting as we close in the state of Oregon.
You know, I just want to touch in a little bit here. Right now, New Mexico, I want to pull your attention to New Mexico in the gubernatorial race there for a second. 10 points, Biden won New Mexico back in 2020. New Mexico has sort of become a state that is going towards conservative. It used to vote Republican way back in George W. Bush's era. It's a state that's sort of still trying to decide what it wants to be. And at the moment, this race sort of shows it. Even if the Republican challenger isn't able to pull anything out here in New Mexico, it's still a quite small margin for Ron Chiet to be with the Lewinson over here. It's a very small margin of votes being ahead. The Democratic incumbent is only about 37,000 votes ahead. It's very interesting to see this in a state like New Mexico.
Yeah, and I kind of just want to stay with New Mexico for a little bit because if you go to the House or Senate races for New Mexico, well, mostly just the House race. If you go to the House race for New Mexico, most of the polling is firmly putting them in the blue, which would once again suggest to some degree some sort of split ballot, though not entirely, because they tend to run pretty evenly in the same way.
Yeah, it's very interesting too. We go back to these races over here. New Mexico is still waiting on that. It's a key race in the state of New Mexico. Is that district there, the House District 2? The incumbent is currently trailing by about 7,000 votes. Now this is one of those districts that could be used to pick away at the Republican lead at the moment. And so that's why the House has not been called. It's why the Senate's not been called. These leads keep getting chipped away at. Even though that there was a massive idea that this would be a massive Republican wave, we are seeing some underperformance there. So it'll be interesting to see how that race will turn out. I want to point your attention that the Democrats have flipped a seat in the state of Illinois, this district right here, and Republicans have flipped another seat in the state of New Jersey. Now you notice that more seats have been flipped by Republicans, 2 have been flipped by Democrats. So still, Republicans are sitting at a 5-seat pickup at the moment. And so we're going to have to wait till the rest of the night to sort of see what's going on.
Well, in terms of total seats in the House, though, Republicans are still sitting pretty comfortably with their lead. Now, actually, about 25 seats ahead, with the Republicans having 190 seats and the Democrats at 165. And so, at the rate we're going, it's very likely that the Republicans could take control of the House. But that's not guaranteed just yet.
Yeah, we're going to still have to wait on those results on that front. Election results still from Utah. It's looking like at the moment we're still waiting on those results coming in from Salt Lake County to be sure in the Senate race there. But still, Fox is still calling it for Mike Lee. And in terms of actually getting results in, Salt Lake County still hasn't reported anything from 41% there. However, to give you all an update a little bit on the ballot measure going on here in the state of Utah. The ballot measure is currently sitting at approximately, this is all ballot measures, okay. At the moment, we're seeing a ballot measure for the constitutional amendment. Let's see here. Oh, wait, sorry, I'm looking at Georgia. My bad. It's okay, these things happen. But if we look at the ballot measure in the state of Utah, we'll see that the constitutional amendment is currently sitting at about, at the moment, it's 54% and 45% for yes. So it looks like at the moment, just 24% reporting that it's very plausible that this ballot measure passed by the state legislature is not going to get passed.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one here in the state of Utah. We're going to look at how that ballot measure is probably not going to get passed. Still a lot of ways to vote depending on which counties have already been reported and voting in that measure or not. It's going to be interesting. I think I don't know what the polls were on that measure, but I would assume that they were polling towards them striking it down, it being voted down in the state of Utah, just based on what I know. But
anecdotal evidence for the most part.
Anecdotal evidence for the most part.
Although you know what they say, the plural of anecdote is data.
That's
Now let's go over a little bit of data real quick. So we're going back to the Georgia Senate race just briefly. Right now, Warnock has pulled ahead by about 0.3%. He's leading by about 12,000 votes there when Walker has been leading the whole night. However, going back to Fayette County, we can see that Walker has pulled ahead by about 3%. with the estimated vote being about 95%. However, this might not be enough for Warnock or Walker, simply because no one has gained a firm 50% of the vote in the state of Georgia. I think the reviews call for this that this will go into a runoff elections pretty accurate, and at this point with 94% reporting, I think that will be an accurate call. So I feel comfortable in saying that this is not going to be decided tonight. It's going to go into a runoff election.
We also have some breaking news out of the state of Nevada. We're actually now getting results coming in finally out of the state of Nevada with only 1% of ballots put in. Laxalt is leading the incumbent Cortez Masto, but again, that is just barely put in. The thing that I find interesting about the state of Nevada, folks, is they actually have a measure on their ballot that says none of these candidates. So you can actually vote in the state of Nevada in a Senate race to actually vote for neither of the candidates. So it's almost like it's different than even not voting. Basically, it's basically saying I don't like either of these candidates, which is interesting out of the state of Nevada.
And if we go ahead and take a look at the state of Nevada, this right here is to be expected. At the moment, Laxalt is going to be leading ahead simply because of the lead it has in a already. If you take a look at the back of the presidential election, you could see that the two major counties that are leading in Nevada were Las Vegas and Reno. Now these two counties here, Washoe and Clark, both of those are going to be the big strongholds, is where a majority of the state lives. Nevada is a desert. Most people are going to be living inside these two counties here. So until we can get results from that, this is still very early, very preliminary, and we're going to have to keep checking in on it as the hour comes by.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting in the state of Nevada, especially after taking quite a long time to get their votes in, as they were in a sort of rain delay in the county of Clark County that kind of pushed the deadline for the polls back a little bit. Not necessarily, polls still closed at 8 o'clock at the same time, but they were still allowing people to go through who were already in line within the county and the surrounding counties in the state of Nevada. As we're seeing here, we're kind of just stagnant here on the West Coast. A lot of results we're just waiting for. We're still lingering at around that 55%, not really getting in major counties. So Utah, Arizona Senate races are staying very similar, not getting a lot of votes in right now. So it's going to still be interesting because CNN has still said that Utah is too close to call, and Arizona is too close to call, and Nevada obviously just started being reported.
Honestly, it's still the night's still really young. The House is still looking like it's going to be a Republican-led majority. However, we can't call that at this time. The Senate at the moment, we're still waiting on all those states coming in. Let's just go ahead and just run through them again. Georgia right now, Warnock is still trailing Walker is trailing Warnock by about 3%, 0.3%. If we go ahead and take a look at Pennsylvania with Fetterman and Oz, right now Fetterman is gaining slightly, or actually Fetterman has actually gained 0.1% ahead of Oz in the race, with almost 90% of the vote in at the moment. If we go ahead and take a look at Wisconsin, Johnson is still leading there with 83% of the vote. Honestly, I would feel pretty comfortable calling this race at the moment. From what I'm looking at the moment, Green Bay coming in there very strong from 2020. All these different races there. If we go ahead and take a look at back from 2020 in the state of Wisconsin, you can see that these counties were not polling Republican back in the day. And if you look just now, you see these disenfranchised voters that Trump won in 2016, lost in 2020, coming back and voting for the Republican Johnson in some of these northern counties. And so Wisconsin, I feel pretty comfortable calling for the Republicans in this case, which wasn't a big thing to make. Honestly, the states you got to be watching are Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. those are going to be the races that are going to decide the night. Wisconsin going red is simply not. It would only mean something if the Democrats won it. Okay, if it went blue, that's when it means something. Because now Republicans got to pick up 2 of those states that I just mentioned, as opposed to just 1. So we're looking at that race at the moment. Arizona hasn't reported much, but Masters is gaining on Kelly, but Kelly still has a comfortable lead of about 17 points. So we're still waiting on that. Honestly, the race right now is sort of stagnating. We're not seeing as many polls being released as today once were. We're getting them in bigger batches simply because the bulk of the in-person votes have already been tallied. Now all they're doing is counting the mail-in ballots.
Yeah, we've got interesting House races going throughout the country right now. In Illinois' 17th district, you have King leading Sorensen right now, but again, only 58% of the vote to give the Republican candidate the lead. Here in another key race in Indiana, you could almost call in the first district. That's the district that has Gary, Indiana in it. Mervyn leading by about 5.7% with 83% of the vote. That's one that you could almost call within the state of Indiana. One of the just to point to it, the 2 pickups that Democrats have got in the House so far, we haven't really talked about it. Landsman has been projected to beat Shabbat in House District 1 of Ohio. That's the district that covers the city of Cincinnati, as well as in Illinois' 13th district. Budzinski beats Deering in that kind of interesting, really long district that encases Springfield within it. So those are the 2 districts that the Democrat Party has picked up within the House race. Something interesting to look at too is this kind of interesting Midwest area that you're going to look at. All of these Iowa races, southern Minnesota and western Wisconsin. Those are all races that are super close right now. They could swing either way really in most cases. So it's going to be really interesting to look at that northern Midwest region as
So
we
it does look like a fair bit of them that haven't been called too much are leading Republican, save Minnesota, which has I'd say most. Uh, in Minnesota, it's pretty even split, with District 2 being one of the uncalled ones, leading slightly on behalf of the Democratic Party for Craig, and in District 1, leading by about 13 points for Finstad.
If I can actually jump in just real quick, we can take a look at the state of Texas. 2 of those races we were watching earlier in southern part of Texas, House District 28, it's been called for the incumbent there. It's gone to the Democratic Party. No surprise there. Nothing lost, nothing gained. It's just that the Democrats have kept the seat. In this new district here, Gonzalez has won inside of House 34, and so Democrats have picked that district up. However, this long, skinny chicken leg you see right here, this thing, we love how maps get drawn. It's literally drawn by computers. De La Cruz is actually leading in this this House district. However, only 84% of the vote is in. 16% of the vote still needs to be tallied. But right now, De La Cruz is actually leading by a good 14,000 votes in that district.
Yeah, it's going to be my hunch in that one. I'm going to actually, just my hunch, I'm probably going to call that one for De La Cruz just because of the 10% lead with 84% being in the state of Texas. I don't know if there's going to be enough votes to flip that. So I would say that I would call that one for De La Cruz.
And going back to Utah just briefly, the lead for Mike Lee has actually gained. And the reason for that is more of those rural counties are basically reporting their votes. Again, it looks to be that the Fox News call is going to be pretty accurate in this case. McMullen right now is just trying to gain as much votes as he possibly can to bridge that gap. but it doesn't look like there's going to be a lot there. However, we're still waiting on votes to be tallied in Salt Lake County just to see how close it's going to be. So we'll have to stay tuned for that.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one here out of our home state here in the state of Utah. The Senate race in Nevada has picked up as we have 44% of the vote in now. A large amount, 64% of Clark County in, which is where Vegas is, and Cortez Masto is leading now by 12% in the state of Nevada. Again, a lot of those rural counties have yet to submit their votes. However, it's going to be interesting within that state as Cortez Masto is trying to keep that Senate spot in the state of Nevada.
If we actually just pulled in Nevada just quickly here, take a look at that. Again, Clark County is a big county, and so we have to wait for that. We have to wait for Washoe County. None of these counties outside here are going to make too much of a difference unless putting them over the top. It really is going to depend how many votes Laxalt has gained in both the Clark County and Washoe County. Remember, just like we were saying about Pennsylvania and Philadelphia, if he gains a good percentage of votes from both those counties, he could lose the county but still win the race, because all these counties outside of those two are pretty strong Republican strongholds.
Yep, that's correct, sir. As we're going to see a lot of races continue to stagnate, continue to go the way we're calling them. Georgia very much looking like it's going to be in a runoff right now with 94% of the vote in, and so that's pretty interesting on that front.
Yeah. Going back to Utah, our home state, though, it looks like we're mostly just waiting on Summit, Wasatch, and Duchesne counties to see what their election results end up being, which is going to influence, I'd think, the rest of where this election goes in terms of McMullen and Lee.
Very true. It's going to be interesting as we see Carrie Lake pulling a little bit, not ahead, excuse me, inching a little bit closer. She was down by about 13 or 14% in the gubernatorial race of Arizona. That has kind of withered into a 12% deficit for her. Katie Hobbs leading now, fairly considerable lead, but when you're at 54%, you still have 46% of the vote that needs to come in, and so that one could swing. I mean, it's a large lead, but it could end up swinging by less than 1%, to be completely honest.
And it looks like Navajo County might have swung a little bit, actually, because if I remember earlier, it was actually leaning more blue, but it's now leaning red, actually, by almost 9 points.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting one to keep up in, as Apache County is now getting votes in as well.
If we look back to Arizona for a second, it's starting to look more like it's 2020, the counterpart. Like you were saying, Navajo County has actually picked up in the race over here by nearly about, I want to say, 10 points, and it's 53% of the votes in. You take a look at Apache County, same things going on. Again, you're starting to see it look more like its 2020 counterpart. Arizona has turned more purple in these last few elections. 2016, Trump won it, and by a good, comfortable margin of about 6 to 8%. He lost the state by about 0.4% back in 2020. And from what it seems like, the governor's race here in Arizona is heating up. Lake currently trailing Hobbs by about a good 17 points. And so at the moment, it's still looking pretty interesting at the moment. 12 points, sorry. 12 points on that front. You can see that I'm tired. But that's okay. We're here. We are here to help you guys understand this crap. So here we go. Let's take a look at the Senate race there in Arizona as well, just to give it some perspective. At the moment, the thing is that Maricopa County, right? Again, Maricopa County, Maricopa County, Maricopa County. just say that 10 times fast, honestly. That is what you're going to be wanting to watch here. Maricopa County currently is 55% of the vote tallying. Masters hasn't gained much in the last hour, but we're going to have to still watch that as the polls come in.
And Arizona's an interesting one because honestly, Maricopa County has only gained about 5% of their vote or less in the last hour. So it's going to be very interesting to see where that other 45% within that county polls at, as well as uh, uh, Pinal County, right next to Maricopa. They're only at 31% of their vote. That one's a little bit closer for Masters. So it's going to be interesting. Arizona, and this is why Arizona hasn't been called, because while these are considerable leads, there isn't enough data to prove that is going one way, because there is so much percent of the vote that still needs to be tallied.
And remember, any projection that you get either from us, Fox News, or CNN, all of these projections are based off of data that we're getting on our television screens. Just keep that in mind. The only thing that matters is when the election is finally tallied and they certify the results in their state or in their county. So keep that in mind. However, when we look at these things, we look at 2020. That's how a lot of these pollsters are gaining these things. They're looking for specific things. They're looking at the tallies. Fox News has a posting system that is very good, very keen on what they're calling for. If you're looking at these different counties, they're looking at the county, how they voted previously. They're looking at the return rates. So that's what we're going to have to be watching when these poll results are coming out.
Yeah, it's still really interesting, especially with Nevada and Arizona being still so much left in order to be counted for sure. And it's just gonna be interesting. We're getting a little bit tired as it goes here with election night, and that's how it always ends up being as you get late into the night and polls still haven't changed, ballots still haven't come in, and you're just like, I want to call this race, but I don't have any information to call it.
Yep, and you're just kind of waiting and waiting.
You know, while you guys are waiting, I got some interesting exit polling data to talk about here. This is the exit polls that we're getting out of the state of Georgia. I want to point your guys' attention specifically to this. 6% of people ages 18 to 24 turned out to vote in the state of Georgia. 6%. You want to know why Raphael Warnock isn't trailing ahead of Walker? That's why. You take a look at these exit polls for Raphael Warnock and Walker. Look at this right here. Warnock is dominating among young people, among Gen Z, among millennials. He is dominating here. Republicans have only, Walker is only dominated among anyone who's 50 and older, right? He's won majorities of. Still, very close, about 17-point leads for people above the age of 25, but still among Gen Z people and millennials and folks a little bit older than that, you have about 28% of them voting for Walker. But again, only 6% turnout for that far. But then again, keep this in mind, the exit polling data is only showing about 5,000 total voters here. So that could be a lot higher. We have to wait until the election's actually certified there. These are just the ones we're getting preliminary at the moment. You go back again to age here just a little while ago, 63% of voters 18 to 29 voted for Warnock. And so we go to marital status. People who are married favored Walker, and those who weren't are favoring Warnock. Go back to condition of the nation's economy. People who thought the economy was poor, 10% of them voted for Warnock. 89% of people who thought the economy was poor voted for Herschel Walker. You can see the divides between people's interests here. Go to party ID here. Go to, by the way, guys, remember everything I've been talking about? If you took one thing away from everything I've said tonight, is split ballots of independents and how important they are. Look at this right here. Democrats, 97% of Democrats voted for Raphael Warnock, according to this exit polling data. Republicans, 95% of Republicans voted for Warnock here. And then look at this independents. 53% went for Warnock. 42% went for Herschel Walker, and 4% went for Oliver, the Libertarian candidate. And then you go to the conservatives here. Moderates favored Warnock by about 66%. Conservatives voted for Herschel Walker in droves. 93% of liberals voted for Warnock. All these different things. You're seeing all this exit data. Going to race, 70% of whites voted for Herschel Walker. Warnock, right now in the current exit polling data, massive amounts in the minority communities. And so, and if you go down here to gender, 54% of men voted for Walker, 53% voted for, 53% of women voted for Warnock. And it just keeps going on and on and on and on. But pointing back to what the key issues for each candidate were: condition of the nation's economy. Most of the people who thought that the economy was excellent or good voted for Warnock, 91%. But those who thought it was poor, majority of them voted for Herschel Walker. This was a key issue in the state of Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a key issue as we're going to see exit polls within every state. These are going to be key issues in most of the states. As we looked at approval ratings for President Biden, they were some of the lowest approval ratings that any president has had within this current century in a lot of polls. And a lot of that has to do with the economy. People are upset about the economy. They know inflation is becoming a problem. They know things are happening within the economy that they don't like. What that means is they're going to express their opinions through their vote. And in a lot of places, they're going to express highly towards one candidate over the other within their approval. You know, it's something interesting. People have talked about a red wave within this midterm elections. The reason that they kind of talk about that is kind of that's what the polls were showing. However, when you do midterm elections, most of the time, whatever president is whatever the party of the president is during that midterm election, their party does worse in midterms. It's just how it goes. When President Trump was in office in 2018, things did not go his way. They didn't go the way of the Republican Party. A lot of people were voting more for Democrats in that time. When President Obama was during his midterm elections, both in 2010 and 2014, the midterm elections skewed Republican. The only time in the past millennium that didn't happen was in 2002 when George W. Bush and the Republican Party controlled the presidency, and that's because of aspects resulting to 9/11 and patriotism. So people had a large favorability of George W. Bush and the Republican Party and the way that they reacted to that. So that was the only time that that voting actually went the way of the president's political party. So we're going to see what this is eventually going to result to, but that is why people are kind of saying it's a red wave, because of the party of the president and because the president's approval rating is so low.
And going further off that, we look back to the issue we were talking about here a little earlier with the democracy, some people believing that it's on the ballot. Take a look at this real quick, this crosstab. Of the 5,000 surveyors within the exit polling data that we have here, 58% said that they thought Biden won legitimately in 2020. 38% said no. And of those people who said no, 92% of them voted for Herschel Walker. Of those who said that they thought it was won legitimately, only 20% voted for Herschel Walker. So this is a big thing. A big majority of people who thought he won legitimately, according to the survey data, voted for Warnock. It was, at this point, even if it was or wasn't, this perception of it being on the ballot has been enough to change people's minds in this election.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be another case here. We've talked about it, and we talked about it in the case of other races as well. Do you by chance happen to have exit polling on the gubernatorial race, or is this just the Senate race?
This is just the Senate race in Georgia at the moment, but I'm sure I could find some.
Okay,
But what's really cool though is going into looking what the important issues are to voters. If you take a look here, people who said that abortion was their most important priority voted for Warnock. Most people who said crime was their most important issue voted for Warnock, which is interesting because crime was a big talking point during the Senate campaign for Republicans. 40, but it's still pretty close. Warnock only won that category by about 2 points. Inflation, though, big time for Republicans here. 72% of those people said that they voted for Herschel Walker. And in immigration, 83% voted for Herschel Walker. Gun policy, the majority of those people voted for Raphael Warnock.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see these exit polls, especially as they come out for more states too. It's going to be interesting to me as we talk about democracy and we talk about election denying and things like that. I would want to see what that did in the effect of the gubernatorial race in Georgia, just because you had an instance of somebody who was a part of the Democratic Party and Stacey Abrams effectively denying the last gubernatorial election. So I would love to see the exit poll in the state of Georgia of people voting for Stacey Abrams among that category, just because it's interesting to see the opinions of people, to see the contrast between a Republican who denies an election versus a Democrat who denies an election, and to see how that affects the people.
Some cool things to go off of just while we're waiting for more polling data from Arizona and places like that, Nevada. Some interesting ballot measures that have been going on across the country. Arizona's Proposition 309, to keep in with the democracy thing, enact stricter voter ID laws. Currently, with about 51% of the vote in, 56.2% of people have voted no to that. It hasn't been called just yet, but right now, most people are against that ballot measure in the state of Arizona. Legalization of recreational marijuana is failing currently in the state of Arkansas, with 56.2% of people voting no. California's Proposition 1, guarantee the constitutional right to an abortion, has currently looks like it's going to pass in the state of California, with 38% of the ballot in and about 68.6% of people voting yes to that. California's Proposition 26, which tells you how many propositions are on the ballot this year in the state of California. Legalized sports betting on tribal lands. This is actually a very controversial measure in the state of California. Currently, 70.4% of people have voted no towards that measure. Let's see here. Let's look at something up. Connecticut is actually voting on whether or not to allow early voting. Most people have voted yes in that measure. These are some measures that have actually passed. Iowa Amendment 1 actually is establishing a state constitutional right to keep and bear arms. So it's a state constitutional amendment, and that's passed with more than 65.5% of the vote. Kentucky is trying to pass no constitutional right to an abortion. The amendment would amend the Kentucky Constitution to state that nothing in the Constitution shall be construed or secure protect the right to abortion, requiring the funding of abortion. Basically, so they're doing a reverse Uno card. They're basically saying there is no right to an abortion in the Constitution of the state of Kentucky. Currently, we're looking at 51.6% of people voting no towards that. However, there's still 81% of the vote is in. We're still waiting on about 19% of the ballot to come through. There's a bunch of different measures. Looks like marijuana is being legalized in the state of Maryland. There's a lot of ballot measures that are trying to guarantee women's access to abortion in many different states. Michigan has a similar measure going out, about 54.7% of the vote going through there. And it just goes on and on. Missouri's trying to legalize marijuana as well. Let's see here. Montana's trying to pass a similar measure to Kentucky's, requires medical care for infants born alive.
Including those in abortions.
North Dakota is trying to legalize marijuana. There's just a bunch of things on here that are pretty significant in this race. Although, to bring your point about Nevada, as we go back to the senatorial race, Nevada is also trying to pass a measure to use ranked choice voting in open primaries, just like Alaska's been doing in that very contested race involving Sarah Palin.
Yeah, we haven't had any data for Alaska yet, but that's been a really interesting race to use ranked choice voting, because some people say that it gives independent candidates a bigger chance of winning an election. I don't know how I feel about it. Sometimes I think that it can lead to two bulldogs who are in the same party going against each other and basically preserving a win for a candidate of another party. I don't necessarily think that's great if you stand strongly with whatever political party you represent, as kind of what the polling shows in the case of um, the House districts in Alaska. The other interesting thing that I was going to talk about is going to be within the state of Oregon, Measure 114, to require a permit to buy firearms and ban high capacity magazines.
Hey, Chad, I just got to interrupt you just real quick because we had a major call to make. The state of Pennsylvania has been called for frickin' Fetterman, John Fetterman. Fox News is currently projecting that Fetterman will be winning in the state of Pennsylvania. CNN has also called the race for Fetterman there. We thought he was inching his way towards there. There might be a challenge to that. However, Fox News and CNN have called the state of Pennsylvania for Fetterman in that race.
And with that, it actually.
Democrats ahead in regards to seats in the Senate, just barely though, 47 seats for Democrats and 46 for Republicans.
Now, that's pretty significant too, because now it means that if this is true, that means Republicans are going to have to take two of these Senate districts here Senate races in the state. That now means they need to pick. They need Georgia. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They need Georgia. They need Nevada. If Arizona doesn't flip, they need They need two out of those three now to gain control of the Senate. Remember, Democrats only got to do one thing. They only got to do one thing. They have to get to 50. That's all they got to do. Now, Republicans have to pick up at least two of those Senate seats.
Well, as of right now, still according to CNN, they haven't yet called the Utah race, but we've essentially called the race in Utah. So as of right now, it's still gridlocked at about the same. Um, Here, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in Wisconsin, what happens in Nevada, what happens in Arizona, and what happens in Georgia, because this is going to be probably one of the most contentious Senate races in a long time, just because these are all highly contested areas and they are all resulting in who takes control of the Senate, Democrats or Republicans.
Honestly, if we go back to the state of Wisconsin, I might have to withdraw my possible call for the state, because at the moment it's only about 1.8% between Johnson and Barnes at the moment at 88% reporting. It looks like the race is actually closed up a little bit from what we were looking at earlier. But if polls go forward, Wisconsin will go red. However, if that does turn blue, that means Republicans not only have to pick up Georgia, it doesn't mean they also have to pick up Nevada. It means they also have to pick up Arizona if Wisconsin goes blue. That will be the biggest nail in the coffin of a Republican Senate if that proceeds to go that way. As far as the House is concerned, Republicans have picked up 7 seats. Democrats have picked up 2, which means Republicans are still sitting at 5 House seats that will be needed. Nothing has been called thus far for either the Senate going red or the House going red.
Yeah, so with that, we have a lot of contentious states going on right now, a lot of contentious races as we inch closer and closer to the final results of this election. Obviously, they're going to take a little bit longer, but what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take a break right now. We'll be back in a couple minutes as we wait for more ballots to come in and for more races to be called. So we'll be right back.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to UVU Reviews live coverage. We're going to be going for another about 10 minutes or so, just to give you an update of what we're seeing at the moment. Right now, Georgia's still too close to call. Wisconsin's still too close to call. Arizona and Nevada are still too close. Right now, Fox News has called Utah for Michael Lee, but according to CNN, it's still too close to call. Alaska has also come into the fray with preliminary results from their Senate election there. What's going to be really interesting in that Alaska Senate race is if Murkowski actually pulls it out with this open election they're having here against the other candidates. Will be interesting because Murkowski was a famous anti-Trumper. She's being primaried almost by this pro-Trump Tishbacky, and so we're going to have to wait and see on that front. But at the moment, with Pennsylvania flipping blue, at the moment, that means now Republicans are going to have to pull two Senate seats out of all these. Alaska's going to go red. There's no ifs, ands, or buts in my mind. It'll go red. Now Wisconsin has gone a lot more competitive in the last hour or so. So we're still going to be waiting to see whether or not that state will be still going red. But if it does, that means Republicans are still going to have to take 3 out of these 3 states: Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Nevada right now is looking very interesting with 44% of the vote in. Cortez is leading that race by about 10 points. If we look at Arizona, Kelly is leading that race by about 10 points. If that stays true, if both Arizona and Nevada go towards those 2 Democratic candidates, it's over. Republicans will not gain a majority in the Senate. It will be a 50-50 split, just as we've had it. And so that's currently what we're looking at for the Senate. We go back to the House race. My thing is disconnected, so we'll go back to Chad and Nathan over here.
Yeah, when you look at the House race, Republicans currently have picked up 7 seats compared to the Democrats' 2 projected seats that have been picked up. So we're looking at 192 seats for Republicans, 167 for Democrats. It still has yet to be called, but it's the polling numbers just agree that Republicans are going to take the House, and with what we have now, it seems likely that they're going to take the House. It comes down to how much are they going to take the House by. Are they going to have a very slim majority, or are they going to have a larger majority? And that's going to come down to later on tonight when polls start getting called.
And it's especially going to come down to places like kind of here more in the West. You know, you've got Nevada, you've got Arizona, you've got California with a lot of districts, and Iowa as well, that has 3 districts that haven't been fully declared yet. So as the House elections move along, it's those states that you're going to want to be paying attention to where their House seats are going.
And it's going to be interesting. Let's take a final look at gubernatorial races throughout the country. Let's look at my favorite race so far this year, as we have Kotek leading Drazen in the state of Oregon by only 0.6%, with 66% of the votes still needing to come in the state of Oregon. So that's going to be an interesting gubernatorial race to follow. Lake still down by about 11 points in the state of Arizona. You have in the state of Kansas, Kelly leading Schmidt by two points. So for Democrats, Wisconsin's super close, about 2 points. Michigan is about 6 points in favor of Democrats and the incumbent Whitmer. So this is going to be interesting as far as gubernatorial races go. Dunleavy leads by a very considerable amount, 30 points within the state of Alaska. That one is more than likely going to go to Republicans. We could call that right now, and it would be a correct answer within that state. So it's going to be interesting to see how all of these races shake out. Let's take one final look here at the state of Utah in their Senate race, as Mike Lee currently leads Evan McMullen by 14%. However, we still need that Summit County vote to really kind of be sure of what that race is going to come down to. Matt?
And honestly, that's exactly right. Honestly, we're still waiting to see that stronghold that Biden won back in 2020, and probably where a big chunk of McMullen votes are still waiting to be counted. If you go back to Salt Lake County, it's only reporting by another 42%. Only 1% of that vote came in here just recently. So there's still about 58% of votes still needing to come in Salt Lake County. You go take a look at Utah County over here, 64% of the vote still waiting to come in. So honestly, at the moment, we don't know how close this race is going to be. However, I think Lee should be, I mean, honestly, McMullen and Lee knew a lot more things than we did. There's a lot of I've worked on campaigns before. Internal polling is very crucial inside some of these races. It's very crucial. McMullen and Lee was sweating bullets in this race. So we're going to have to see what they saw as the election comes to a close there. I want to point y'all's attention just a little bit to it, back to exit polling data. We're going to the state of Arizona, or Nevada actually, because we do have some exit polling data from Nevada. Take a look at this real quick. We will go back to ideology, or no, we're going to geographic area. So what was interesting to me was that in the state of Nevada, at the moment, with the exit polling data that we're seeing, 49% of urbans, right, of urban people voted for Laxalt. 52% of suburban people voted for Cortez, and 71%, no surprise here, rural people voted for Laxalt. What is interesting to see is this matchup right here. This is usually flipped. Now remember, Nevada's still getting a lot more votes coming in. We'll probably get more exit polling data here in a bit. But right now, the lead on that is actually rather interesting.
It's true, because most of the time it's people in larger cities that tend to vote Democratic, and people in suburbs and rural areas that do vote Republican, as we see already with the 71% on the rural part. And that tends to be more just a blanket statement of how people tend to vote in specific areas.
So it's going to be an interesting race here throughout the night here on election night. That's going to do it here for us here at the UVU Review and our election coverage. We have class and things tomorrow because we're still students, so we're not going to stay up until 5 in the morning doing election coverage. So we're going to call
I'll
it.
be staying up till 5 in the morning anyway. So I mean, like, this is I'll be watching this when I go home.
Well, for you viewers still tuned in, we appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, we thank you so much for joining us. For Chad Roderick, Nathan Natividad, for our great editor-in-chief, Matthew Jackman, and then behind the scenes, we got Andrew Kenny. We thank you so much for tuning in here to our election night.
Come over here real quick.
We,
There we go. We love him so much. Guys, thank you so much for tuning into our live election coverage. Let us know if you want us to do this again with some other things. Since Georgia is looking pretty much like a runoff, we might do election coverage of the runoff election. So feel free to let us know on that front. Again, thank you so much for tuning in.